Chapter 663. There was nothing wrong with it. Wuxia coughed lightly, and his expression returned to calmness. Only his ears were bloodshot, so red that tiny blood vessels could be seen. Of course he could tell who this sweetheart, Jiang Pingji was talking about was. Facing the ignorant Yang Si, he felt an inexplicable sense of shame. However, Yang Si's words just now were not without reason. The Lord was still young. She was in her teens and in her prime. What about Wei Zixiao? How could he be only 6 years older than her? I still have some matters to attend to. I'll leave first. Wei Si's voice was a little vague, as if he was deliberately avoiding something. Yang Si would not let him leave so easily. Changing the topic was useless against him. You haven't explained yet? You want to send me away just like that? Yang Si sat on the folding stool and calmed his breathing. Seeing that Wei Ci was about to leave, he hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. His expression became serious and he said earnestly, Zixiao, be rational. Don't do anything stupid. Wei Ci smiled. It was like the sunlight that melted away ice and snow. It was neither glaring nor warm and the temperature was just right. I know what I'm doing. She'll understand when she's older. In another 5 or 6 years he would be 27 or 28 years old. He would be about to enter middle age. She would eventually lose interest. Yang Si naturally would not pester him when he heard him say that. It was fine as long as Wei Ci knew what he was doing. Heaving a long sigh of relief, Yang Si sat on the folding stool. He stretched out his legs and hung them down without a care for his image. He hummed a strange tune. While he was feeling pleased, he was caught off guard. His lord's voice came from behind him. Where's Zixiao? Yang Si was so scared that he almost fell off the folding stool. Fortunately, he knew how to maintain his appearance and restrained himself from embarrassing himself. He got up slowly, flicked his sleeves and folded his sleeves in a bow. Zixiao said he had something to attend to, so he left first. My lord, are you here to look for him? Jiang Pengji crossed her arms in front of her chest, and the corners of her lips curled into an inexplicable smile. No, I'm here to look for you. Yang Si was speechless. Wait, the atmosphere felt a little off. Inexplicably, Yang Si had an illusion that Jiang Pingji was here to settle scores with him. No, maybe it was not an illusion. Jiang Pingji didn't say anything. She just stared at Yang Si with a faint smile, making the latter's hair stand on end. After a while she said, Jing Rong, do you still remember this sweetheart I mentioned before? Yang Si, wait, please don't tell him that the so-called sweetheart that the Lord mentioned is Wei Ci, right? His face darkened. He carefully recalled the image of the person Jiang Pingji had described. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless he felt. Master. You and Zixiao? Yang Si paused for a moment, not knowing how to persuade him. He was also a person who had been in the prime of his youth, so he knew the temperament of young people. They loved to be stubborn with others. The more the outside world tried to stop them, the more it stimulated their competitiveness. To the Lord, perhaps she liked Wei Ci because she was attracted to his looks. She only felt that he was good-looking. At most, it was 80% curiosity and 20% fondness. Once there was a strong external force obstructing them, it would trigger the Lord's stubborn temper. Even a 20% liking would turn into a 100% liking. After all, you're both men. Have you thought about how the two of you will carry on the family line in the future? Yang Si spoke weakly. He and Wei Ci were best friends, so he could persuade him not to worry too much. However, he could not do so when it came to Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji said, Why can't I? Zixiao is not a sentimental person. I don't say that he will be faithful to one person until the end, but if you have the idea of letting other women carry on the family line for him, I'm afraid that all your efforts will be in vain. You'll have schemed for nothing. Yang Si obviously misunderstood. He said vaguely and embarrassedly, What's more, my lord still has many years to live. Why delay yourself and Zixiao? You're still young. He's 6 years older than you. His lord, who was 27 or 28 years old, could still be considered young and promising. However, Wei Ci would be in his early 30s at that time. They were really not suitable for each other. Yang Si only felt that he had tried his best to persuade her. He had said everything that needed to be said, but the person in front of him did not care at all. She said, Of course, I won't let other women touch him. I have a serious obsession with cleanliness. Yang Si did not know what obsession with cleanliness was, but he could understand some of it based on the context. He could not help but have a headache. He finally understood. It must be that his lord lacked physiological knowledge. She did not know that men could not have children. Perhaps his lord thought that 2 men could also have children? Zixiao is a man. my lord is also a man. He felt that it was a little ridiculous that he was explaining this to a young man who was almost 18 years old. Jiang Pingji was amused. And then? Yang Si said, men can't have children. Jiang Pingji said, I know. So? Yang Si was almost choked to death by her words. He could not breathe. She knew that men could not have children, but she did not allow Wei Si to have children with other women. Was Wei Si going to die without descendants? He simply gave up and said, you and Zixiao are both men. It's impossible for you to have children. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and snorted. She said, wrong? Yang Si was stunned. What was wrong? It's true that Zixiao is a man, but everything else is wrong. Even though Yang Si's IQ was above that of ordinary people, he felt that his brain was not enough to process it at that moment. He could not react at all. He had just said, my lord and Zixiao are both men. It's impossible for them to have children. But his lord had said, it's true that Zixiao is a man. Everything else is wrong. In other words, my lord is a man was wrong. It's impossible for them to have children, was also wrong. He was terrified to think about it carefully. Yang Si's expression changed again and again. His mind was in a mess. It was as if someone had thrown hundreds of hornets' nests at him. The bees were buzzing non-stop. My lord, Yang Si was so scared that he could not even speak properly. Jiang Pingji blinked and said, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. After she finished speaking, she left Yang Si, who was stunned by the bombardment, and waved her sleeves without taking away a single cloud. The audience in the live stream watched the whole process. They were basically divided into two factions. One was worried that the streamer's gender would be exposed, while the other was worried that Yang Si would be scared silly. Huang Xiaodan, a man of few words, this is bad. If Yang Si knows the streamer's gender, will he run away? Wen Ku Ren Han Wenqing, not considering the power of the streamer's father, the streamer herself can be considered the lord of a prefecture. She has tens of thousands of soldiers in her hands. Yang Si is a scholar. How can he run? Run away with his head? The streamer is black-hearted and ruthless. Wei Si is ruthless and ruthless. If the two of them work together, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Zhou Zikai, a man of eloquence, I don't understand. Why did the streamer reveal her gender at this time? Yi Buxiu, a man of integrity, I can understand. The streamer has now recovered all of Wanzhou. Although she can't crush all the heroes, she can't be taken lightly either. It's wise to reveal her true identity at this time. Before she is officially exposed, she can let the people around her be prepared. Obviously, through the previous test, Yang Si could accept the setting that Jiang Pingji was a woman. As long as he could stabilize the few scholars under him, the rest would be easy to handle. Chapter 664. Some were worried and naturally some felt sorry for him. Wang Jieshi, I feel sorry for Yang Si. He's probably scared out of his wits. Even the onlookers were fooled by the streamer, let alone him. Clever and skillful Yu Wenzhou. Actually, I'm thinking, perhaps Yang Si was frightened not because the streamer is a woman, but because such a burly, heroic, valiant and battle-savvy lord is actually a woman. Can you imagine the King Kong Barbie version of Neza? Lao Ciji Lianming. Previous poster, all of you are toxic. Haha, speaking of which, the streamer is almost 18. How's her cleavage? There's also her monthly menstruation. It seems that she hasn't mentioned it even though I've been following the updates for so long. Gui Kai Guofengxiu. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered something that the little angel Li Han Mei said. It can be said to be a classic saying, such a stalwart man as the Lord disguised as a woman hasn't had a good look yet. Don't you think it's funny? Jiang Pingji glanced at the live stream and secretly rolled her eyes. Streamer V, prepare early. I plan to officially confess my identity at this alliance meeting to rescue the Emperor. I'll beat up whoever dares to make noise. It's a little exciting to think about being appointed as the governor of Wanzhou as a woman. On the other side, Yang Si was already scared out of his wits. Just as the audience in the livestream complained, he didn't know whether the Lord is actually a woman, or such a Lord is actually a woman, was scarier. He hurriedly looked for Wei Si. He stammered and only asked after a long while. My lord, my lord? Yang Si stammered for a while. Wei Si was at a loss and wished he could say it for him. Wei Si held the brush with both hands and wrote well. He asked, what's wrong with the Lord? He handled official affairs quickly. She did two things at once and did not interfere with each other. Yang Si quietly made a circle with his hands in front of his chest. His posture looked extremely wretched. A woman? Wei Xi's hand paused and he nodded. Yang Xi's face darkened. He wished he could grab Wei Xi's collar and ask, "When did you know?" "I knew it from the beginning." Wei Xi asked him calmly, "You couldn't tell?" Yang Xi was so angry that he wanted to laugh. He felt that everything he had experienced today was absurd. It was a nightmare. "Master, how can I tell from her appearance?" Yang Xi felt depressed. If he was blind, then wouldn't everyone in the world be blind? During the Battle of Qingde County, I was in the vanguard with the Lord. Where did she have any trace of being a woman? Charging more fiercely than anyone else, killing more ruthlessly than anyone else, using more strength than anyone else, and acting more arrogantly than anyone else. Was this how a noble lady of an aristocratic family behaved? Wei Xi's gaze flickered and he said, "Who told you that women can't fight bravely and well?" Yang Xi choked on his words and almost couldn't catch his breath. "You knew from the start that she was a woman, yet you still pledged loyalty to her. Are you crazy?" At this point, Yang Xi felt as if his heart had been shot by another arrow, because he had once joked with Jiang Pingji that he looked forward to the ascension of the throne when she gave birth to the emperor concubine. Damn, he had such a cheap mouth. Wei Xi didn't care at all. His thick and slender eyelids drooped slightly. He said calmly, "She led the troops to take down Xiangyang district. She conquered Qingan district, Maolin district and Jiaoping district in 3 battles. She took down Xiangyang County from the Feng family and took down Qingde County in half a month. In a year and a half, she has become the de facto lord of Wanzhou. She has tens of thousands of soldiers in her hands. She has the right to compete for the divine tripod of Jiuzhou. You know my aspiration. I only hope that the world will be unified and the rivers will be clean and the seas will be peaceful. As long as I can achieve my aspiration, what difference does it make to me if the Lord is a man or a woman?" Yang Xi was speechless and couldn't answer. After a while, he asked in a low voice, "Who else knows about the Lord's gender?" "Only Ciu and Huayu. The others don't know." Wei Ci stopped writing and spread out the bamboo slip that he had written. He dried the ink and said, "But even if the others know, they probably won't have much of a reaction. Feng Zisher has a prodigal character. He's unrestrained and does whatever he wants. He sees the secular world as dirt. Qiguan Wenjing, even if he doesn't know the truth, I'm afraid he's aware of it. As for Su Xiaoyu, he has an extraordinary friendship with the Lord. He's loyal and has accompanied the Lord since she was born. How could he have a change of heart?" Yang Xi was surprised. Feng Huayu actually knows? He had been worried about Feng Jin just now. After all, based on Feng Jin's upbringing, this person was the most unlikely to accept the current situation. What happened in the end? He was someone in the know. Wei Ci said very calmly, "Yes, he knows." Ci listened to Huayu's idle talk. His family's Changxing was born during the earthquake. Shangjing was destroyed. 9 out of 10 houses collapsed and there were countless casualties. Huayu's eldest daughter, Changxing, was personally delivered by the Lord. Do you think he wouldn't know? Yang Xi was speechless. He felt that his worldview had suffered a devastating blow. After calming down, Yang Xi suddenly remembered something. The Lord has hidden it from the world for so many years. Why did she suddenly tell me? Wei Ci said, "You still don't know? The power of the governor of Wanzhou isn't big, but it's not small either. It's just the right time to expose her identity. Let me tell you, I'm just testing the waters and testing the bottom line of acceptance. Just wait, before the rescue mission is over, the Lord will definitely reveal her identity." Yang Xi rubbed his eyebrows. There was too much information. He needed time to calm down. The Lord is so calculative. Thinking of the women's camp, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that she had already started planning and laying the groundwork. How could I have gotten to this point without some calculation? Wei Ci knew that not only could she become the governor of the province, but she would also become the ruler of the world and compete for the final winner of the 9 provinces' divine cauldrons. Yang Xi's mind was in a mess. He found that once he accepted the setting that the Lord was a woman, it seemed quite interesting. At least, when Jiang Pingji slept with Wei Zixiao in the future, Yang Xi wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something. How is the relationship between the Lord and the old master? Wei Ci glanced at him and said, "Not bad." Yang Xi pinched his chin, his heart bubbling with black water. "I heard from Feng Huayu that the Lord has a brother born of a mistress. If he didn't know Jiang Pingji's gender, Lu Shi and Jiang Pingji's father and son power was clearly divided. Yang Xi wouldn't have thought much about it, but now he was a little worried. No matter how good a daughter was, she was still a daughter. After all, she had to get married and have children. How could the child be better than a son? Wei Si looked down, his eyes filled with a cold light. I know what you're worried about. That bastard is indeed a hidden danger. If he knew his place, Wei Si couldn't be bothered with him. If he was tormented, he didn't mind being more ruthless. If the Lord wanted to blame him, that would be for the best. The two of them would take the opportunity to cut off all the ties that shouldn't exist. Under such an atmosphere, Jiang Pingji received further instructions to rescue the emperor. Many forces prepared to gather at Huangshui to discuss important matters. Huangshui. Jiang Pingji glanced at the map of Dongqing. Huangshui was a tributary of Dongqing's mother river. It was only a little narrower than the main trunk. Chapter 665. After conquering Qingde County, Jiang Pingji did not immediately set off to rescue the emperor. Instead, she spent half a month stabilizing her power. She generously gave the 8,000 captives and 10% of the money to Shui, making him feel a little embarrassed. Shui was a man with many tricks up his sleeves. He emphasized kindness and authority, and he was clear about rewards and punishments. He handled the 8,000 captives well. He stayed in Qingde County for 2 days, then left with his men and money heading for Huangshui. Jiang Pingji was so busy that she had no time to think about her personal feelings. Wei Si, on the other hand, heaved a long sigh of relief. The biggest gain from attacking Qingde County this time was not gathering the territory of Wanzhou, but taking over the manpower of the Red Lotus Group. Tens of thousands of captives were nothing in other large-scale battles, but for Jiang Pingji they were still very beneficial. After a whole year of rest and construction, Fengyi County was now the most prosperous and developed place in Wanzhou. Shangyang County was second, and Qingde County was at the bottom. Qingde County had been exploited by the Red Lotus Group many times, and there was a heavy population loss. To attract more refugees and develop the local economy, development and construction became the top priority. Jiang Pingji racked her brains for half a night, planning to assign the people under her to various places. I'm still too short of manpower. I hope I can poach some good people from the alliance meeting to rescue the emperor. Even though Jiang Pingji was energetic and full of physical strength, she was so tired that her eyes were bloodshot when faced with such a big problem. Fortunately, she had the experience of starting from scratch. She had accumulated a wealth of experience in the construction of a county. Other areas could be slightly modified and then copied. Fengyi County had an iron mine, and Qingde County also had a natural advantage. It was rich in coal, so she could make use of it. However, the most important thing at the moment was to select new soldiers and assign the captives to reclaim wastelands, build roads and build houses. Although she had taken over Qingde County, it was actually not easy. The entire army had barely stopped moving and the soldiers were exhausted. After taking over Qingde County, she still had a lot of things to do. Settling down the captives and squeezing their labor was just a small matter. Jiang Pingji had more troublesome matters to deal with, such as the aftermath of the soldiers who died in battle, the compensation for their families, and the arrangements for the injured and disabled soldiers. It would be spring in a month or two. She could temporarily stop the progress of other matters, but she could not delay the arrangements for the spring plowing, the selection and training of the new soldiers, and the arrangement of manpower in each county. Although she had become the actual governor of Wanzhou, it looked glorious on the surface. On the inside, she was treading on thin ice and walking on a tightrope. If it came down to it, she didn't have enough troops. Something went wrong, she would be in a terrible situation. 20 to 30,000 soldiers could guard a county, but it was difficult to intimidate a prefecture. Therefore, the recruitment of new soldiers and the expansion of military strength were the top priority at the moment. Under the pressure of the heavy workload, a few strategists were so tired that they wanted to move their homes to the government office. Jiang Pingji also found it difficult to rest. Apart from these matters, Jiang Pingji also had to coordinate the troops in various places and mobilize the troops to prepare for the rescue of the emperor. Give me an all-purpose shovel. Jiang Pingji hated official business the most. Instead of dealing with words all day, she would rather have a good fight with someone. What does my lord need a shovel for? Yang Si was surprised. Ever since Yang Si found out about Jiang Pingji's true gender, he thought that he would be very awkward, but it turned out that he had been thinking too much. As long as she didn't deliberately remind him, Yang Si subconsciously treated her as a man. Occasionally when he thought about it, he still felt that it was like a dream. Such a valiant and brave lord who fought against 100 men alone, charged and broke through enemy lines, attacked cities and conquered lands. How could the omnipotent lord be a girl? Every time he had such doubts, he couldn't help but glance at Jiang Pingji's chest. It clearly didn't have the slightest curve. He looked at her face again. Her facial features were regular, and there was a heroic spirit in her eyes and brows. Indeed, she didn't have the masculinity that a man should have. However, nowadays men like to wear flowers and powder in their hair and wear red and green. Based on such standards, Jiang Pingji could already be considered a man. So, this girl was fake, right? Jiang Pingji said, using a shovel to poach someone. Jing Rong? Don't you think that we are too short of people? This doesn't make sense. No matter what, your lord is sitting on a prefecture. Not to mention how I can make a name for myself, but I'm not as good as the top, but I'm better than the bottom. Why is there no talent to seek refuge with? She didn't expect the people to seek refuge with to be top-notch strategists, but there should be third-rate talents, right? What was the result? The number of talents that others yearned for was in the double digits, but there wasn't a single mid-level talent. Yang Si didn't know what science was, but he could still understand it in the context. He said, "My lord, have you forgotten that the old master hasn't retired yet?" Jiang Pingji didn't speak. Lu Shi was the magistrate of Chongzhou. He was in the prime of his life. In the words of the audience in the streaming room, he had a car, a house, a successful career, and a mature, steady, and doting personality. He was definitely a wealthy husband. Jiang Pingji was indeed young and promising. She had great potential, but how could she be more attractive than a ready-made successful person like Lu Shi? If they really wanted to seek refuge with the Lu family, Lu Shi would be their first choice to seek refuge with. Yang Si thought that he had given her a blow and eased his tone. "My lord, don't be anxious. This matter needs to be discussed at length." Compared to talent, Yang Si was more afraid of a lack of time. If they were given enough buffer time and development time, with Wei Si's connections and the talents they nurtured themselves, would they be afraid of a shortage of people? Jiang Pingji nodded, her brows slightly furrowed. That's true. Haste makes waste. She had plenty of time to slowly build up. The situation in the world was getting more and more severe. Only by laying a solid foundation could one remain invincible. After Jiang Pingji discussed with everyone, she planned to set off for the rescue of the emperor in half a month. During this period, she would go to various places in Wanzhou and be so busy that her feet wouldn't rest. At that moment, an unexpected visitor was slowly entering the territory of Wanzhou, approaching Xiangyang district. "Father, I just heard that the war in Qingda County has ended. Lu Shi is really amazing. It's only been half a month." A young man in his early 20s bent over and entered the carriage. His face was filled with surprise and admiration. "If I knew it would be so soon, I wouldn't have changed my route." Their whole family had taken refuge. As soon as they arrived at the border of Wanzhou, they heard that there was a war in Qingda County. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle. To prevent accidental injuries, their family had to change their route and take a detour. They were only half a day's journey from Xiangyang district, but the war had actually ended. A middle-aged man sat upright in the carriage. He looked to be about 37 or 38 years old. The woman beside him had taken good care of herself. At a glance, one could tell that she usually lived like a prince. She didn't do any chores. She looked much younger than her actual age. She seemed to be in her early 30s. The woman had an excellent bearing. She was reserved and elegant. Seeing that the young man's head and shoulders were stained with snow, she couldn't help but raise her hand to brush them off with a handkerchief. The middle-aged man stroked his beard and chuckled. "Haha, a son should be like this. Lu Zhongqing is so blessed." Chapter 666. Take it. Don't freeze. While the father and son were talking, the woman handed the hot water to her son. "Thank you, mother." The woman smiled kindly. The atmosphere of the family was harmonious. The young man touched the hot water. His cold palms were coaxed into warmth. He thought of something and said with a smile, "Fortunately, Lu Shi provided enough bamboo paper. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to take those treasures with me. I could only leave them behind." The middle-aged man said, "Even if I leave you behind, I won't leave behind the treasures of the rest of my life." The young man was speechless. What a father. Thinking of the suffering he had endured these days, the young man was also depressed. "Father, who is this Lu Shi?" The young man held the hot water in one hand and rested his chin on the other, puzzled. "Lu Shi is just a district magistrate, but now he has taken over the whole of Wanzhou. It's obvious that he's ambitious. What's the difference between him and Huang Song? Fifth granduncle is on Huang Song's side. Is Lu Shi more reliable than Huang Song? He came all the way to Xiangyang district. It's so cold." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and frowned. How can it be the same? The young man heard this and subconsciously tensed up, afraid that his father would reprimand him. In front of outsiders, the middle-aged man was a man of few words, but in front of his family, he was not stingy with his words. You only see Lu Shi and forget that he has another identity, Lu Shi's son. Lu Shi only has Wanzhou, but Lu Shi has Chongzhou and Hu County. How can we underestimate this father and son pair? The middle-aged man looked down and stroked his beard. Huang Song is indeed good, but I don't like his temperament. Moreover, Lu Shi has saved my life. Who else should I choose but him? The middle-aged man was Cheng Cheng. That year he rushed to Shangjing with his wife. On the way they were chased by strange enemies and almost lost their lives. Coincidentally, Jiang Pingji was nearby. She conveniently rescued the couple, and the two families formed a good relationship. Cheng Cheng brought his wife and child to Xiangyang district to seek shelter with Jiang Pingji. He was originally the district magistrate of Sui, in County and Fufeng County of Haozhou. Because he hated the intrigue in the officialdom, he was not promoted. Not long ago he encountered a troublesome matter. Cheng Cheng had an uncle who was even younger than him, Cheng Jing. His courtesy name was Yumo, and he was also the fifth great-uncle that the young man mentioned. Cheng Jing was loyal to Huang Song, and Huang Song tried to use Sui County as a springboard to encroach on the entire Fufeng County. If that was the case, he didn't mind. As long as the people under his rule weren't harmed, he could resign, retire, and hand over Sui County. After all, with the current situation, he, a mere county magistrate, could not protect this territory. However, after a few attempts, Cheng Cheng realized that it was impossible to fire him and leave. Once Huang Song conquered Fufeng County, he would force his way in. How could that do? Cheng Cheng received the secret letter from his uncle, Cheng Jing. After pondering for a long time, he decisively packed up his belongings and prepared to flee with his family. Cheng Cheng handed over Sui County to Huang Song for the sake of his uncle, Cheng Jing, hoping that he would treat the people well. Cheng Cheng had never thought of returning to the Langya Cheng clan because Langya County was also an important place for military strategists. Now that the world was in chaos, that place was even more unsafe. After much thought, Cheng Cheng set his sights on the largest force in the north, the Lu family. He immediately decided to seek refuge with Lu Shi. Firstly, he and Lu Shi had been friends through letters for several years. They were gentlemen's acquaintances and he trusted the Lu family. Secondly, Dongqing was fragmented internally and various forces were rising. The Lu family kept a low profile and their overall strength was the strongest. Seeking refuge with the Lu family gave him a sense of security. Thirdly, Lu Shi had saved the couple's lives. Based on the principle of not leaving fertile water to outsiders, of course, he would prioritize the Lu family. Why didn't he seek refuge with Lu Shi? Lu Shi and Lu Shi were father and son. It didn't matter who they sought refuge with. Of course they would choose the closest one. The young man listened to Cheng Cheng's words and muttered, I thought that the person favored by the fifth uncle would definitely not be bad. Thinking of Cheng Jing, Cheng Cheng frowned. To be honest, he still had a grudge against Huang Song's birth as a eunuch. He really couldn't understand why Cheng Jing would choose such a lord. Not long after, Xiangyang district was within reach. Cheng Cheng's convoy consisted of dozens of carriages. It looked mighty and powerful. Without any suspense, they were stopped by the guards at the city gate and asked to check their belongings. Cheng Cheng was very cooperative and led his wife and children out of the carriage. The guard lifted the curtain of the carriage to check. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The carriage was filled with bamboo slips and books bound with bamboo paper. It was stuffed to the brim. No wonder the horses had such a hard time pulling the carriage. It was so heavy. The guard was not blind. Those who could afford to read were mostly from well-to-do families. Those who had so many books were definitely from noble families. Cheng Cheng reported his family name. When the guard heard it, he didn't dare to delay and quickly sent someone to inform the big shots in the government office. The other party claims to be from the Cheng family of Langya. His name is Cheng Cheng? Suku had been busy all night last night. His eye bags were swollen and bruised. He looked like he had overindulged in sex and injured himself. He wanted to catch up on sleep and fight again when he woke up, but the messenger told him that Cheng Cheng had arrived. Chiguan Rang was surprised. Who is this person? He had never heard of him. Suku knew Cheng Cheng. Although he didn't interact much with Cheng Cheng, he admired Cheng Cheng's integrity and secretly admired him. Although he isn't famous, he is a respectable scholar. If the Lord knows he's here, she will be very happy. Hearing Suku's words, Chiguan Rang's interest was piqued. He wanted to meet this scholar that Suku praised. Suku continued, but I don't know why Master Cheng is here. Why did he come to Xiangyang district at this time? When he saw Cheng Cheng's convoy and his treasures, his expression almost cracked. This man really had a character. He liked to bring his treasured books with him when he went out. He never forgot to bring them with him wherever he went. Qiguan Rang's eyes lit up instantly. It was as if he saw countless fairies descending from the sky. For scholars who were eager to learn, what could be more attractive than tens of thousands of books? Jiang Pingji wasn't in Xiangyang district. The task of entertaining Qing Qing fell on Su Ke's shoulders. First, he had to clarify Qing Qing's intentions. Qing Qing didn't hide anything. He told Su Ke and Qiguan Rang his situation directly. Su Ke and Qiguan Rang were overwhelmed by the favor. This was a windfall. Not to mention Qing Qing's wealth, just the 10,000 books he brought were worth countless treasures. Because Jiang Pingji wasn't around, Su Ke and Qiguan Rang had a private discussion. They arranged for Qing Qing's family to stay in the best house in the district. The two of them were not idiots. Talents who came to their territory were their people. How could they let a cooked duck fly away? Idiots? Huang Song was shot in the knee for no reason. Qing Qing accepted it with a smile and settled down with his wife and children. Su Ke turned around and sent an urgent secret letter to Jiang Pingji. Although Qing Qing wasn't an employee that could be exploited, he could help Jiang Pingji train employees that could be exploited. Thinking of how busy he had been during this period of time, Su Ke wished that his lord could grow wings and fly back right now. Chapter 667. Knowing that the cooked duck. No, Qing Qing had brought his family to Xiangyang district. Jiang Pingji still felt like she was in a dream. She looked at the messenger dumbfoundedly, then looked at the secret letter in her hand. It was an important letter that Su Ke had sent urgently. Who did you say came? The messenger repeated what he had just said. Although Jiang Pingji did not completely lose her composure, she could not help but smile. This Qing Qing was not an ordinary person. Yang Si looked at Jiang Pingji's expression and made this speculation. Congratulations, my lord. It was a good sign that someone had taken the initiative to seek shelter. Yang Si folded his sleeves, bowed, and congratulated her in a clear voice. Wei Xi lowered his eyelids and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Cheng Wenfu was originally the district magistrate of Sui, and county in Fufeng County of Haozhou. If he did not encounter a difficult problem, I'm afraid he would not easily abandon everything he has and bring his family to seek shelter with you. I'm afraid there's more to this. Hearing how Wei Xi addressed Qing Qing, Yang Si raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. You know Qing Qing? Listen, he directly called Qing Qing Wenfu. Addressing someone by their courtesy name was either a superior to a subordinate, a senior to a junior, or a friend of the same generation. What was the relationship between Wei Xi and Qing Qing? The answer was, a friend despite the difference in age. Yes, we've occasionally exchanged letters over the years. Qing Wenfu is not a reckless and hot-blooded person. He was willing to leave the mainland with his family, so he must have encountered some problems. Wei Xi knew Qing Qing in this life and they were friends in their previous life. They had a good relationship and he also knew how important Qing Qing was. I think that my lord should ask clearly before making plans. Qing Wenfu is usually a man of few words and doesn't like to communicate with others. If my lord doesn't know clearly and accidentally offends him, I'm afraid you'll inadvertently offend him. Most talents had a temper. Jiang Pingji did not need to follow their lead, but she could not be careless and offend him. Jiang Pingji naturally knew this principle. Otherwise, based on her sarcastic face and verbal skills, she would not be able to form today's overtime team. Hearing that Wei Xi and Qing Qing actually knew each other, she said, although I have some connections with Uncle Qing, I've only known him for a short time and I'm not clear about many details. If you know anything you can tell me so that I can be mentally prepared. We'll talk in detail later. Wei Xi agreed calmly. Indeed, he had to deal with Qing Qing seriously to avoid losing such a talented person. Normally, Yang Si wouldn't think much of this conversation. But now he knew that his lord was not a pure male. He always felt that the conversation between his lord and Zi Shao made him think about it very carefully. He was probably scared out of his wits. When he looked at his lord now, he constantly felt that she wanted to sleep with Wei Xi. She threw Wei Xi a look that said, "You're on your own." Wei Xi was confused. Yang Si still had an "I didn't hear anything" expression on his face, ignoring everything around him. Recently he had nothing to do. The live stream was basically about Jiang Pingji and her subordinates working overtime. The content was a little boring. The live stream viewers did not care. They were the best at finding joy in hardship. They were good at finding cuteness from the details and capturing all kinds of emoticons. For example, now. Good facial features Wang Jieshi. If the host had a social platform like Baidu in this era, maybe Yang Si would ask for help. I've even thought of the topic. Help from the underworld. My boss wants to sleep with my bad friend. What should I do? Pure and kind Zhang Xinjia, of course. Come and watch. Lucky goddess Zhang Jiala, of course. Jiang Pingji pursed her lips. Sleeping with someone? Was she that bad? Host V, I'm afraid you've forgotten that Zi Xiao threw himself into my arms. After she posted this sentence, it was followed by 666, and host's heart is shameless. After laughing and fooling around, Jiang Pingji did not forget about business. She dug out the memory of meeting Qing Qing many years ago and carefully speculated. Wei Si asked her in private, does my lord want to put Qing Wenfu in an important position? Jiang Pingji said, your lord has never liked to keep idle people unless they are family members. Wei Si was speechless. I've read Su Ke's letter carefully and have a general understanding. Huang Song's influence in Haozhou was growing. He wanted to use Sui and County, where Qing Qing lived, as a springboard to get his hands on the entire Fufeng County. This was not a big deal. After all, Qing Qing's fifth uncle, Qing Jing, worked under Huang Song. If Sui and County benefits others, it's better to benefit Huang Song. However, Qing Qing did not stay in Haozhou with peace of mind. Instead, he left with his family. It's mostly because he doesn't want to work for Huang Song, or rather, he doesn't like official strife. Huang Song was currently short of manpower. If Qing Qing became Huang Song's subordinate, he would either be used by him seriously, or he would inevitably be involved in power strife. This was what Qing Qing hated the most. Or Qing Qing could compromise and find a way to resign. However, according to Huang Song's temperament, would he let Qing Qing off so easily? Obviously this was impossible. Even if he agreed to Qing Qing's resignation, he would probably find a way to restrict the personal freedom of Qing Qing's family and restrict them from working for others. According to Jiang Pingji's understanding of Huang Song, the probability of this guy doing so was very high, especially after the incident with Yang Si. Wei Si said, then, my lord means. Through Jiang Pingji's words, Wei Si knew that she would not force Qing Qing, but if she did not force him, wouldn't it be a waste of manpower? Jiang Pingji snorted and secretly laughed at Huang Song's bad luck. It was fine to miss out on Yang Si, but now even Qing Qing, who was comparable to a mountain of gold and silver, had been missed. She said, let Qing Qing do whatever he likes. It's not like he's neglecting his proper duties. Wei Si was surprised. Her tone did not sound like a junior talking to an elder. Instead, she spoiled Qing Qing like a junior. But then again, he was an old child. Shouldn't he be spoiled? Even though Qing Qing was not that old yet. Jiang Pingji's eyes seemed to have a myriad of stars. Mr. Qing has a collection of tens of thousands of books at home. Most of them are precious stocks. Back then, I was immature and used bamboo paper as a fee to polish my brush. I begged him to make a copy of the book for me. Mr. Qing did not fuss over it. Instead, he did what he said. Now that I think about it, I feel rather ashamed. I think that Mr. Qing must be an extremely noble scholar. He once said that he did everything possible to collect these unique books just so that future generations could also see the glory of their predecessors. It was not for selfishness or for profit. Since this is the case, why not fulfill Mr. Cheng's wish? Wei Si did not speak. Through this conversation, he knew that Jiang Pingji would not wrong Qing Qing. Instead, she would make Qing Qing continue to sacrifice his life for her. Wasn't it like this in her previous life? There were only a few days left before the army set off to rescue the emperor, but Qing Qing's matter could not be delayed. What if he felt that Jiang Pingji had neglected him and ran away with his family? Therefore, Jiang Pingji rode on Little White that day and rushed to Xiangyang district overnight. The journey was dusty. Even Little White, a peerless horse that could travel thousands of miles a day, was exhausted in the end. She instructed the horsekeeper, prepare the best food for Little White and serve him well. Chapter 668. Without wasting any time, she went straight to visit Qing Qing. Even though Qing Qing was prepared, he was still shocked by Jiang Pingji's efficiency. Uncle Qing, your nephew has come to pay a visit this time. I would like to shamelessly ask for a favor from you. Jiang Pingji went straight to the point, skipping the complicated greetings and small talk. She went straight to the point after a greeting. Qing Qing hadn't seen Jiang Pingji for many years, but he had been paying attention to her news. He had a good impression of her. If someone else asked, he would probably frown, but since Jiang Pingji said so, he asked patiently. Just say it. If I can help, I won't refuse. Qing Qing had sent his wife and children away early in the morning. Only he and Jiang Pingji were in the hall. Jiang Pingji moved the heavy black box in front of her and pushed it in front of Qing Qing, indicating for him to open it. Qing Qing was puzzled, but he did as he was told. The audience in the streaming room thought Jiang Pingji had prepared a trump card. They waited excitedly for Ching Ching to open the box. When Ching Ching unlocked the box with his thin, calloused hands and opened it, the audience in the streaming room was disappointed. They thought there was a treasure in the box, but it turned out to be a thick piece of paper that was white in color. Ching Ching was also puzzled. He looked up at Jiang Pingji and saw a peaceful smile on the youth's lips. He couldn't help but frown. When he picked up the knife paper, Ching Ching found some clues from the feeling in his hand. This isn't bamboo paper. He spoke in a declarative tone. In order to steal Ching Ching's tens of thousands of books, Jiang Pingji had secretly provided him with a large amount of bamboo paper. The paper was of high quality. Ching Ching loved books. He had spent most of his time copying books. He had dealt with bamboo paper for many years. How could he not see the difference between the two? Even though the color was not much different, it felt very different in his hands. He could tell with one touch that they were different. Jiang Pingji said, "It's indeed not bamboo paper. Uncle Ching, you can call this paper rice paper." Ching Ching repeated doubtfully, "Rice paper? Is it a new paper made by your family?" "It can't be considered a new paper. It's been made for many years but it hasn't been announced to the public." "No wonder." Ching Ching nodded as he listened. Suddenly itching to show his skill, he ground the ink and wrote a few words on the xian paper. Seeing that his semi-cursive was as smooth as flowing water, his handwriting vigorous and powerful, many of the audience members instantly became his fans. Jiang Pingji smiled and asked Ching Ching, "Uncle Ching, what do you think of the quality of this rice paper?" Ching Ching put down the brush and looked at the words on the xian paper. He stroked his beard in satisfaction and said with a smile, "It's tough but moist, shiny but not slippery, and the ink is extremely moisturizing. It's indeed a good paper. The surface is dense and pure white, and the veins are clean and tidy. It is truly a top-notch product." When he moved his brush just now, Ching Ching found that the xian paper was very easy to melt. If he hesitated a little, the paper would turn into a ball. The words he wrote were full and moist, and the strokes of the brush were as smooth as flowing water, making him unable to put them down. Not only that, the xian paper was of a uniform thickness without any impurities. He used his fingers to pinch it and it seemed that it could be folded quite well. Ching Ching stroked his beard and said, "Is nephew's paper mill going to sell this xian paper?" Jiang Pingji smiled without saying a word. She gestured for Ching Ching to open the folded xian paper. There was still a mystery in it. Ching Ching was surprised. With the incident just now, he was full of anticipation for the surprise that would follow. The freshly made xian paper was extremely large. There were 100 pieces of paper in one cut, and it could be cut according to the needs. The black box that had previously been used to store the xian paper was not big, so the xian paper naturally had to be folded into a long strip. Ching Ching unfolded it and found that there were actually a few pieces of paper covered in ink inside. The words on the paper were bold and vigorous, and they faintly revealed an arrogant and domineering aura. Ching Ching said, "Nephew, you've improved again." His handwriting was much better than before. Ching Ching took a closer look at the content on the paper and realized that it was a disorganized article with no content at all. It felt like all kinds of messy words were put together and he could not make out the content at all. To the viewers in the live stream, it was all garbled. He was puzzled and looked at the second piece. It was still garbled. The third piece was still garbled. The fourth one was still a bunch of gibberish code. Ching Ching blinked his eyes in confusion. He did not understand why Jiang Pingji was showing him this. Was he commenting on her handwriting? After flipping through more than 10 pieces of paper in a row, an idea flashed through Ching Ching's mind. He finally found out what was wrong. He quickly spread out more than 10 pieces of paper and placed them on the table. Then he stacked them one on top of the other, revealing only the first row of words. He placed them together and looked at them again. He found that the size, shape, and stroke thickness of the words were exactly the same. No matter how good a calligrapher was, it was impossible for him to write more than 10 words that could be completely overlapped with each other. Nephew, was this stamped with a seal? Ching Ching quickly understood the key point. Only stamped with a seal could ensure that the handwriting was 100% consistent. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "The principle is the same, but that thing shouldn't be considered a seal." Even though Ching Ching was knowledgeable, he could not figure out what Jiang Pingji was planning. He laughed bitterly and pretended to beg for mercy. "Nephew, don't keep me in suspense. You should at least leave some face for me." Jiang Pingji took out a few wooden seals from a secret compartment in the box. A few words were engraved on them. They were the first few words on the few pieces of paper. She said, Uncle Cheng, you've already looked at the rice paper. Look at these wooden seals. What do you think? Cheng took the wooden seals and found that they were the same size and shape. They were arranged side by side, perfectly satisfying his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was not stupid. Jiang Pingji's reminder was so obvious that he vaguely had some ideas in his mind. That's right. Why didn't he think of this method? If he used such wooden seals to arrange the content he wanted and printed it on the paper, wouldn't it be an essay? As expected, she said, a few years ago I was immature. I used bamboo paper to deceive you of tens of thousands of books in your house. I even made you copy them. I don't know how much energy and time it took. After being scolded by my father, I felt very guilty. After a deep reflection, I suddenly thought of this method. If I ask a carpenter to engrave common words as a wooden seal, I can use the wooden seal to arrange the content of the book whenever I want to print a book. I can print a copy in a moment. Isn't it more convenient and faster than copying by hand? Cheng felt his heart beating wildly. He was so shocked that he could not even hold the things in his hands steadily. They fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 669. Of course it made sense. Cheng was not a hot-blooded young man. He did not take the bait easily, but he had to admit that he was tempted. My dear nephew, do you know what you are doing? Cheng was silent for 15 minutes. Jiang Pingji was not in a hurry. She quietly waited for his reply. I know. Jiang Pingji always used her brain when she did things, especially when it concerned her family's life and death. Cheng's face showed some fear. He asked, since you know, why are you still doing this? Jiang Pingji snorted and opened her mouth contemptuously. Her words were sharp and unkind, and she pointed out the shortcomings. What? The lies, flattery, and empty words were naturally for the sake of Uncle Cheng's lifelong wish. He wanted the tens of thousands of books in the library to be passed down to the later generations and known by the later generations. Speaking the truth from the bottom of his heart, he naturally wanted to change the world, get rid of the evils and establish a new order. The world belonged to the people after all. It was not the world of a family. It was not a toy for the latter to play politics, control the world, and do whatever they wanted. The gentry held great power and did not want to be involved in practical matters. They lived a luxurious life and decayed in luxury. Uncle Cheng, you are knowledgeable. Do you think that it is only the royal family's fault that the world is in such chaos? Did those who played power behind the scenes not do anything wrong? Cheng listened for a while and was stunned. He said with difficulty, Lanting, you are also from the gentry. Even if Cheng agreed with her and had such thoughts occasionally, he did not dare to say it out loud. To me, the people and the common people are far more important than me and my family. If the latter can be sacrificed for the former, I am willing to do everything I can. Jiang Pingji said calmly, if the gentry's disaster is not stopped, the world will only become more chaotic in the future. Uncle, have you thought about what will happen when the Central Plains continues to be weak and the barbarians become strong? To put it bluntly, it's not impossible for him to lose his clothes. Cheng's face turned pale. His heart wavered even more. Even his fingers were trembling. Jiang Pingji forced Cheng step by step. The audience in the streaming room also felt that the atmosphere was not right. The reticent Huang Xiaotian. Who can tell me what happened? If I remember correctly, the host was just recommending printing in Xian paper to Cheng. How did the topic change so suddenly? Feels like the atmosphere is frozen. Gentle and pleasant Han Wenqing. Previous poster, stop talking, stop playing games, and read more books. For now, printing is nothing. You can buy a photocopier if you have money. But in the era of the host, printing is a provocation to the entire social system. Do you understand? Huang Xiaotian of a few words. I don't understand. Don't you also play games? You have the same ID. Who doesn't know each other? Reticent Yu Wenzhou, simply the host in the hosts. And I have different opinions. Most of the books were unique copies, which meant that the culture was only passed down within a small circle of people. This was the advantage of the landowning households. It was similar to the solidification of social class. The audience, you and the one and the time. Wrote. Clever mind and dexterous hands Yu Wenzhou. In modern times, families with normal incomes can afford to send their children to school. If they seize the opportunity, they can always climb up the social ladder. In ancient times, it was different. Here I'm seriously criticizing the theory that studying is useless. How can China, which was full of opportunities 20 years ago, be the same as China now? The children of farmers were farmers and the children of gentry were gentry. The landowning households were superior to ordinary people, and books were a very important medium. If books were no longer the privilege of the minority, what do you think the result would be? The host was under a lot of pressure. Just like in a game, it's better to line up well than to play well. In this era, it could also be explained in one sentence: it was better to be born well than to study well. No matter how talented one was, no matter how smart one was, one's background alone was enough to crush a bunch of talents. For example, Su Ku, Qiguanrang, and Yang Si, who worked under Jiang Pingji. Su Ku had once been a slave, and there was an indelible mark on his face. This was a stain on his life. Qiguanrang was of mixed blood. He was the son of a barbarian from the northern borderline and a woman from the border of the Central Plains. Needless to say, Yang Si had a mother who was suspected to have been born in a brothel, and grew up being fed by hundreds of families. If they were born in times of peace, the three of them would probably die of depression. Even if they had a good mentality, they would not be able to stand out in this lifetime. Wei Ci and Feng Zhen's families were in decline, and they could barely be considered as the down-and-out gentry. Tracing back to their ancestors, they had at least one worthy ancestor. As for Feng Jin, who was born into a wealthy family, his style was completely different. What Jiang Pingji wanted to do was to break the shackles of background, and make it so that studying would no longer be a privilege for some people. As long as one had the ability, there would be a chance to climb up. Many people could not change their background, but they could change their future. To be a farmer in the morning, to be an emperor in the evening. Even if ordinary people and aristocratic families still did not have the same starting line, at least they could see the hope of being on par or even surpassing them. Books, printing, and rice paper? These three were not scary. What was scary was that Jiang Pingji wanted to use them to break the existing system. This was what Qing was worried and afraid about. After a while, his lips trembled and his voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You're crazy." Jiang Pingji was calm and composed. "If there are no people, how can there be a country? If there are no countries, how can there be a home? Since ancient times, how many people shouted about serving the country and the people? But in the end, when the dust settled, their selfishness was for the sake of their small family. I want to compete for the divine tripod of the 9 provinces. This is the resolve that a future emperor should have. I don't ask for the world to be the same, but I ask for the 9 provinces to be unified and the rivers to be clean and the seas to be peaceful." Domineering and arrogant, it made people tremble in fear. Qing's first reaction was that she was too arrogant and egotistical, but his second reaction was that it was only natural. A person who dared to challenge the existing social system and even completely overturn it was naturally a lunatic. Naturally, she was arrogant and egotistical. "Uncle Qing, you are a scholar." Qing was instantly speechless, as if someone had pressed the mute button. "I thought you had a cold and unyielding character that was indestructible, that no one and nothing in this world could break it." Qing raised his eyelids and spoke in a hoarse voice. "You don't have to bewitch me. Tell me, what do you want to do?" Jiang Pingji's lips curled up. "The raw material of rice paper is mostly sandalwood. Chongzhou has a lot of this stuff. The output is 1,000 times more than bamboo paper and the cost is low. Wooden printing and mass production of books. I don't want to do anything, I just want to collect all the books in the world and fill up the library. When the area is stable, I will build a library and set up an academy. I will not care about the threshold or background. I will recruit students of the right age." Qing's smile carried a hint of mockery. "That's it? You want me to be a printer and carpenter? How is that possible?" Jiang Pingji blinked and said sincerely, "I hope that Uncle Qing can take charge of the overall situation. I hope that Uncle Qing can take charge of the overall situation. I hope that you can compile elementary reading materials, revise the historical records, organize the ancient books that have been lost for hundreds of years, and carry forward the past and open up the future. Your responsibility is far heavier and more arduous than mine." Chapter 670. After Jiang Pingji finished speaking, the scene fell into a suffocating silence. Qing had to admit a fact. He was moved. Jiang Pingji's words hit Qing's weak spot and pinched his lifeline. Even if he was born into an aristocratic family, he could not refute every word she said. It was like the golden words of a saint, and the future would prove that what she said was true. It was a prophecy. How could mortals refute it? When the audience in the streaming room suspected that Qing and Jiang Pingji had pressed the pause button, Qing asked her in a hoarse voice, "Aren't you afraid of being smashed to pieces?" Jiang Pingji smiled. "What's the big deal about being smashed to pieces? Even if I'm nailed to the pillar of shame in history, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Life is only 100 years. I don't want to regret it when I'm old. Whether I'm famous in history or infamous for thousands of years, it's impossible for people to live without desires. It's just fame and fortune. For ordinary people, after 2 or 3 generations, even the descendants would forget the name of their ancestors. But if I live in history, no matter who mentions my name, they must remember that there was such a person. She had reached the peak in her previous life. How could she be willing to be ordinary and unknown in this life? If she wanted to make trouble, she would make it bigger. Not only did she want to influence the present for decades, but she also wanted to change the history of the next hundreds or thousands of years because of her. Unify the 9 states and ascend the throne? That was not enough. Cheng Cheng could not help but smile bitterly. Young people, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He had thought that Lu Shi lived in Lu Shi's shadow and followed in his footsteps. Now it seemed that she had long reached a realm of thinking that was difficult for all people to reach. Arrogant and arrogant, there was only one person who dared to use his life to stir up the storm of the times. Jiang Pingji said calmly, "The future will prove that I'm right. Whether it's 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, I can wait." Ching Ching was surprised. He knew the real meaning of Jiang Pingji's words. She did not mean that she could live for so long, but she believed that she was right. No matter how far in the future generations would prove that she was right. How confident was she? Forget it. Ching Ching calmed down and realized that his hands were still shaking, and his breathing was disordered as if he had run a long way. His undershirt was already soaked in sweat. "I'm old and I don't have the energy to play with young people." Ching Ching hadn't been convinced by Jiang Pingji. The audience in the streaming room couldn't help but complain in the bullet screen. The anchor's hot-blooded and Chinibu words just now made them feel hot all over and their blood was boiling. Why was Ching Ching still indifferent? Scheming young Cici, the host's ever-successful trick has finally hit a wall. Everyone should celebrate. Loyal and honest Yi Bushio, TSK young man, you're wrong. I'll bet a pack of cigarettes on the streamer. Lao Ciji Lianming, hey, can you change your IDs? You can't be so ruthless, right? Heart-piercing. Eloquent Zhou Zakai, keep up with the times, keep up with the trends, and never change. Hand speed expert Yu Wenzhou, hashtag tender smile, I've already changed. Gui Kai Guofengxiu, to the one above, you should change back to your original ID. This time your ID is even more ruthless. Jiang Pingji didn't understand their jokes, but looking at the bullet screen she could mostly guess that these IDs were the products of natural ruthlessness. Host V, loyal and honest Yi Bushio, you've guessed correctly. As soon as she sent this bullet screen, Ching Ching, who seemed to have rejected her, spoke again. Even a young man like you isn't afraid. Why should an old man like me who has 1 foot in the grave be afraid? Other than true scholars, others couldn't understand how attractive Jiang Pingji's blueprint was to Ching Ching. A warrior would die for a bosom friend. Without a doubt, the teenager in front of him was the bosom friend that Ching Ching had been searching for half his life. Ching Ching said with a complicated expression, "I only hope that you don't disappoint your original intentions and don't forget what you said today." The road from humble to supreme was too long, and there were too many temptations. Ching Ching didn't know if the future Jiang Pingji would still not disappoint her original intentions when she looked back. Could this teenager withstand all kinds of temptations? From the beginning to the end, would he not change his original intentions? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Of course." Of course she wouldn't change because for Jiang Pingji that was faith. From meeting Ching Ching to successfully persuading him, Jiang Pingji spent more than an hour. Her achievements were still brilliant. When Suku heard the news he couldn't help but tease her. "My lord, you're successful in every endeavor." Chiguan Rang secretly rolled his eyes. He didn't think it was something to boast about. Jiang Pengji threw something to Suku and said lazily, "Don't be happy too early, my big accountant." The bamboo slip floated into Suku's arms. He looked a little confused. A newcomer had joined the overtime team. Why couldn't he be happy? Suku curiously untied the bow on the bamboo slip. When he unfolded it to take a look, his expression almost cracked into pieces. "My lord," Chiguan Rang heard a trace of grief and indignation in Suku's voice. He couldn't help but step forward curiously. He stuck his head out to take a look. "What is this?" He looked at it as he asked. Soon he saw it from beginning to end. He silently lit a row of candles for Suku in his heart. "A proposal," Jiang Pingji said. "I want to hire Mr. Ching to oversee the overall situation. Whether it's opening an academy or a library, books are the most important. I've divided the newly designed printing technique into 2 types. One is movable type, and the other is engraving. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Movable type is more convenient and flexible, while engraving is exquisite and clear. As for which one to choose, it's up to Mr. Cheng's decision. Suku pulled a long face. He thought that Ching came over to share the burden with him. In the end, he threw him a heavy task that was as heavy as a mountain. Whether it was the movable type that Jiang Pingji had mentioned before or the engraving that she was now dictating, which one of them wasn't a project that burned money. Once this aspect was involved, in the end, it would all be piled on him. After all, he was the housekeeper. Suku was quite sensitive to numbers. After calculating the cost, he couldn't help but be speechless. Jiang Pingji saw the pain on his face. She said calmly and firmly, "I know that it will cost a lot of money, but this plan is the same as the post-war pension. Even if I have to sacrifice everything I have, I will complete it. Regardless of the cost, I will fully support Mr. Cheng." No one knew better than her how much economic benefits and political influence the popularization of books would bring to society. It could even change the social structure and tear apart the last fig leaf of the gentry. Even if it caused a reign of terror and thousands of lives were sacrificed, she would still do it. Contributions to the present generation would benefit the future generations. In her opinion, anything that could push the entire society forward was worth a try. Even if she, as a pioneer, had to pay the price with her life, she would take it. Suku's expression was solemn. He replied in a clear voice, "Yes, sir." Jiang Pingji rubbed her eyebrows. Ever since she received the news from Ching, she had rushed back with all her might. She hadn't rested until now. "I'll go rest for a while." Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and was about to leave when the messenger came in to report. Qing Yuan had come to visit. Chapter 671. Qing had 2 sons and a daughter. Qing Yuan was the second legitimate son of Qing and his wife. Qing Yuan's courtesy name was Gong Liao. What is he doing here? Jiang Pingji frowned imperceptibly. Could it be that this second Lang Jun thought that she had cheated his old father, Qing, and was rushing to settle the score with her? Thinking of this, she smiled dumbly. "Xiaoyu, go and test the other party's intentions first." Suku smiled bitterly. He could only bite the bullet and do it. As for why Jiang Pingji didn't show up, Suku had also found a ready-made excuse. His lord had rushed all the way back for Qing. She was extremely tired and had fallen asleep as soon as she returned. The servants couldn't disturb her sleep, so he could only come forward to receive Qing Yuan. It was a perfect excuse. Not only could it save face for both sides, but it could also perfectly explain his lord's laziness and avoidance. It would also flatter Qing at the same time. Qing Yuan had just passed his 20s. His face still looked a little tender and youthful, but the aura around him was quite peaceful. There was a kind of steadiness and calmness that didn't match his age. Suku could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Just by looking at Qing Yuan's bearing, he felt that he was a loyal and sincere person. After a further conversation, Suku was even more certain of his guess. Not only was Qing Yuan not looking for Jiang Pingji to settle the score with her, but he was also there to recommend himself. Yes, he was not wrong. He was indeed recommending himself. Buy one get one free. He had abducted the old one, Qing, and he had also gotten a young one, Qing Yuan. "My lord, look at how much sin you have committed." Knowing this, Suku couldn't help but be secretly speechless. "Young man, isn't it good to be alive? Do you know the consequences of recommending yourself? The Wanzhou overtime team welcomes you. You work overtime every day all year round. The benefits are deceptive, and the leaders are unreliable. If the Lord's brain was damaged one day, the workload would increase several times." Of course, Suku couldn't tell the truth. If he scared him away, his lord and other colleagues would fight him to the death. Qing Yuan really didn't know the internal situation of Wanzhou, but he knew how heavy the burden his father had taken on was. If he was not careful, he would go down in history. As a child, how could Qing Yuan bear to let his middle-aged father bear such a huge burden and risk? As the son of Qing, he was one of the people who knew Qing best. He could understand his father's pursuit and ideals. Therefore, Qing Yuan did not stop him. Instead, he felt happy for his father. While he was happy, he was also deeply worried. That was why he recommended himself, and took the initiative to seek shelter. Jiang Pingji smiled when she heard what Suku said. "What an obedient and sensible filial son. You've met Qing Yuan, what do you think of him?" Suku deliberated seriously and recalled the conversation with Qing Yuan just now. Qing Gongliao is steady and careful. He has a pragmatic personality. He's a good candidate. As for how strong he was, it was hard to say. He would secretly test him later. I think Mr. Cheng's son won't be too bad. How could there be any reason to reject a labor force that was voluntarily delivered to the door? Because of the rapid expansion of power, the military strength and development could not keep up with the pace. This caused the foundation to be shaken, which became Jiang Pingji's current hidden worry. What she needed the most right now was someone like Qing Yuan. He was calm and meticulous and would not rashly stir up trouble. Even if they didn't have amazing talents, as long as they worked hard and steadily, they would still become the mainstay of Wanzhou's power. In that case, I'll leave Qing Gongliao to you for the time being. Jiang Pingji's voice was hoarse. The rescue of the emperor is imminent. I'll transfer 10,000 troops and take a few people with me. The official duties in Wanzhou will be heavy. Teach Qing Gongliao first. When he gets used to it, you can throw things to him. Jiang Pingji was already short of people. If she took away part of her family's assets to rescue the emperor, the base camp in Wanzhou would be even more short of people. At that moment, bumping into Qing Cheng and his son was like having a pillow when she was dozing off. Even Jiang Pingji couldn't help but applaud her luck. That's good. I guess I'll be a little more free. Suku smiled and teased. He wasn't the slightest bit unhappy about a newcomer stealing his job. In fact, he was happy to see it happen. It wasn't that Suku was careless, but Jiang Pingji had set a good example for everyone. She wouldn't bury anyone's talent. Although she was biased in private, she was very fair in official matters and people were convinced. Suku didn't have to worry about Qing Yuan threatening his position because there was no conflict of interest between the two. If promoting Qing Yuan could reduce his pressure and increase Wanzhou's strength, Suku would do it even without Jiang Pingji's instructions. Yes, I've always been at ease when Xiaoyu does things. With Suku's help, she really didn't have to worry. Look at other people's forces. There would always be some kind of friction within the group. The atmosphere was not harmonious and they held each other back. To give a ready-made example, Yang Xi's old boss, Prince Changsho, was a typical example. On the surface, the internal situation was harmonious, but in private, the undercurrents were surging. You tripped me up and I'll do the same to you. It was like a plot from the palace. They mocked and ridiculed each other, pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. They fought fiercely. Even on Jiang Pingji's side, they weren't considered a family. In fact, there were some discordant factors. For example, Feng Zhen, who was a wanton and unrestrained man, didn't have a good relationship with Feng Jin, Suku, and the others. Even so, they wouldn't shift these conflicts to official matters. First of all, they had brains and wouldn't let their personal interests get in the way of public affairs. They also supervised and restrained each other. Second, Jiang Pingji wouldn't allow them to do so. She wouldn't interfere with their private relationships. But if anyone were to make trouble in official matters, did they think she was dead? She would throw everyone into suitable positions to shine and make use of their labor force to her heart's content. She wouldn't let any talent go to waste. Jiang Pingji's consistent creed was to do as much as one had the ability. She wouldn't send those who had high standards but little ability off. Jiang Pingji hadn't made an accurate judgment on Qing Yuan's position, so she let him practice and practice for a while before deciding. When Qing Yuan returned home, Qing only knew what his son had done behind his back. Son, you sold yourself just like that? Qing frowned. Do you know why I've stopped you from becoming an official several times? He didn't like official strife, but it didn't mean that he liked to control his son's life. The reason why he didn't approve of Qing Yuan becoming an official was because Qing thought that his youngest son wasn't mature enough and wasn't capable enough. It wasn't easy for a person who wasn't capable to stand out, even if he came from a good family. Qing Yuan felt guilty. He lowered his head and fiddled with his sleeves, not saying a word. Qing shook his head. Forget it. What's done can't be undone. Since Lu Lanting, the Lord has accepted you, don't embarrass the Qing family. Qing Yuan lowered his head and said, Please guide me, father. Do more, talk less, don't be stubborn, ask for advice seriously and learn with an open mind. Don't be fooled by the people around the Lord. They're only 3 to 5 years older than you, but they're all dragons and phoenixes among men. There are benefits to being born into a humble background. At least their temperaments are more mature and stable than their peers. Qing thought of Suku. Suku had been Jiang Pingji's right-hand man for many years. Do you understand? Qing Yuan nodded obediently. Qing was satisfied. His youngest son had a good temperament. He wasn't as unruly as his eldest son. Chapter 672. It turned out that Qing Yuan was gentle and honest. He was indeed an obedient and sensible child. At first Suku was a little worried. What was there to worry about? Naturally, he was worried that Qing Yuan would not cooperate. Qing Yuan had just become an official and was young and impetuous. If he felt that he had not been put in an important position by the Lord and was suppressed by a person of mediocre background, he would feel uncomfortable and not cooperate in his actions. If that was the case, Suku would have a headache. Fortunately, the scene that Suku was worried about did not happen. Qing Yuan was young and inexperienced, but he was methodical and meticulous. Most importantly, he was humble and eager to learn. He would not look down on Suku because of his lowly background. No matter how boring and tedious the task was, Qing Yuan could still concentrate. He was simply a little angel in Suku's eyes. Which boss and colleague would not like such a good employee who worked overtime obediently and did not complain? Thus, Qing Yuan easily gained the favor of Suku and Qiguan Rang. The three of them worked very well together. After all, Qing Yuan was inexperienced. Even if he was careful enough, he still made small mistakes in many places. Suku and Qiguan Rang did not find it troublesome. They gave him pointers if they could and helped him make up for his mistakes if they could not, making Qing Yuan feel like he was bathing in the spring breeze. At first, Qing Yuan thought that his official career would cause conflict and it would be difficult for him to integrate into the group. Now that he saw it, the people under the Lord were quite easy to get along with. However, today Xiaoyu asked about elder brother's matters. Qing raised his eyelids. He had been busy organizing the books and classifying them in detail recently, so he did not pay much attention to his son. Even so, he knew that his son had been going out early in the morning and returning home late at night. He was busy with government affairs. About Gong Luo? What about him? Qing had 2 sons and a daughter. Other than his eldest son who was an official in another place, his younger son and daughter were still by his side. When the family fled Sui and County, he took his wife, second son, and daughter with him. Only his eldest son, who had a family and a career, was left behind. The eldest son, Cheng Sun, was called Gong Luo. His temperament was like heaven and earth compared to his second son. Xiaoyu asked me if I have an elder brother and even indirectly asked about him. Qing Yuan was a little baffled, suspecting that his elder brother and Xiaoyu were old friends. Elder brother has been an official for many years and rarely comes home. I don't know much either. Could it be that Xiaoyu is an old acquaintance of elder brother? Or should I say, where have I heard of your name? Cheng's expression changed when he heard that. He looked at his son with pity in his eyes. He knew his eldest son very well. His son was very particular about his family background. His circle of friends would never coincide with Suku's, let alone know him. When Suku asked if Qing Yuan had an older brother, the greatest possibility was that he wanted to kidnap him. Qing lowered his eyes. Not only did he kidnap the old one, but he also wanted to kidnap the boss. Yes, very good. With Gong Luo's temperament, I'm afraid he's not suitable. Qing Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. After his father's guidance, he finally understood Suku's true purpose. Big brother won't come. Qing secretly pouted. As long as Jiang Pingji was not out of her mind, she would never accept Qing Sun. Father, I heard that the Lord will lead the army to rescue the emperor tomorrow. You want to go with me? Qing asked calmly. I want to meet him, but based on the current situation, it's probably impossible. Qing Yuan did want to go, but he also knew that he would not be of any use if he went. Rescuing the emperor was not a small matter. There would be a chaotic battle at any time. He lacked experience and was still too inexperienced. Qing said, the situation in the world is already chaotic. Rescuing the emperor will be an important turning point. You don't have to join in the fun. You won't be able to help and will only add to the chaos. Qing Yuan looked depressed. He had been dealt a blow by his old father. Qing said in a low voice, however, if you want to stand out, this is also a good opportunity. Father, please give me some pointers. Wanzhou has just been taken and the foundation is unstable. The Lord wants to transfer a portion of the elites to rescue the emperor, which means that the troops left to guard the rear will be seriously insufficient. If we want to alleviate the crisis, we can only recruit troops and train the elites at the same time. This shows how much pressure there is. But as long as we can survive the initial period, the Lord's power in the north will be completely stabilized. Do your job well and be pragmatic. When the time comes, no one can erase your share of the rewards. Remember, don't be as eager for quick success as your brother. Stability is the most important. Qing analyzed his son clearly and did not forget to give him a warning. He did not like officialdom, but both of his sons had their own ideas. He could only use his own experience to give them some advice. It was a pity that his eldest son disliked him. There was a lot of friction between the father and son. His youngest son was obedient and easy to coax. He had a gentle temperament and could listen to his advice. On the other side, Jiang Pingji had also decided on the lineup for rescuing the emperor. Jing Rong used to work under Prince Changshuo's camp, so I know them better. You are indispensable this time. Jiang Pingji was the first to call out Yang Si. Yang Si showed an expression of despair. She laughed and said, "No matter how strong Prince Changshuo is, can he rush into the camp and cut you into pieces? No matter what, your lord is holding the fort. I won't hand you over." Yang Si secretly wiped his sweat. He had tricked Prince Changshuo so badly. Not only did the emperor want to cut him into pieces, he probably wanted to exterminate his family. Knowing that he was going to face his old boss in front of the army, Yang Si felt a little guilty, but he was also a little excited. As for the other person, after careful consideration, I plan to choose Zisher. The rest of you stay in Wanzhou. I hope that all of you will guard this area for me. Jiang Pingji did not choose Wei Si and the others. Instead, she chose Feng Zhen. His strategy and plan were more suitable for the chaotic situation of the emperor's rescue. When Feng Zhen heard that his name had been called, his eyes lit up and his spirits rose. He finally didn't have to deal with those disgusting hypocrites and even more disgusting government officials. He recalled the scene of him and Feng Jin dealing with the landowning households in Shangyang County a few days ago. It was a nightmare. My lord is wise. Feng Zhen was grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. As for the military generals, Jiang Pingji chose Li Yun and Yan Yan. The others stayed behind to continue recruiting and training troops. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? She looked around and asked everyone. Meng Hun's expression changed slightly. After a while he stepped forward and volunteered. Jiang Pingji frowned and asked, "Why?" Meng Hun said, "The emperor's order to rescue the king is most likely related to the Meng family's defection to Prince Changshuo. I used to be the county commander of Meng County in Song Prefecture. I worked for the Meng family so I know them well. Therefore, I sincerely hope that my lord will allow me to go to war." At this point he was embarrassed and silent. His expression showed that he was in a dilemma. Meng Hun and the Meng family had an irreconcilable hatred. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and thought about it carefully. She left Meng Hun behind only because he had rich experience in training troops and had a high prestige in the army. He could hold the fort. In comparison, Li Yun and Yan Yan were both rookies. Although they had a reputation, they lacked experience. They should be given more opportunities to make contributions and accumulate military merits. Since Meng Hun volunteered, it was not impossible. Luo Yu was a coach in the Imperial Army. He had accumulated enough experience in training troops over the years. If he promoted 2 people to assist him, even if Meng Hun followed him to the front lines, it would not affect the rear too much. After thinking about it this way, Jiang Pingji agreed to Meng Hun's request. Chapter 673. I'm afraid there won't be any results at this alliance meeting. No matter how many troops I bring, it'll just be a formality. Jiang Pingji pinched her chin and muttered. All kinds of thoughts went through her mind. She said, to prevent the Red Lotus group from reviving, we can't transfer too many troops from Wanzhou. So I've decided to bring 10,000 troops this time. 6,000 elites, 4,000 new recruits, and the rest will stay behind to guard the rear. Qiguan Rang, Feng Jin, and the others frowned imperceptibly. They disagreed with her proposal. Only 10,000 troops? Although Wanzhou's military strength was tight and its foundation was unstable, it wasn't that shabby. Their lord was personally leading the alliance meeting. How could she hold the fort with only 10,000 troops? Her subordinates still had their concerns. They didn't say anything immediately, but the viewers in the streaming room were the first to be dissatisfied. Longevity Sumuchio. No, streamer, are you really that shabby? You're still the governor of Wanzhou, even if it's illegal at the moment. If you don't think you're shabby, others will think you're down and out for the alliance meeting with 10,000 followers. Thinking back to the last century, the leader of the gangsters could bring dozens of followers when he went out for a fight. You'll definitely be looked down upon if you only bring 10,000 troops. Speaking of the alliance meeting, I think of the 18 feudal vassals' crusade against Dong. If they also go through the trouble of electing a leader, you'll definitely be left on the bench with only 10,000 troops. Hand speed expert Yu Wenzhou. Ha, upstairs, have you been possessed by the taciturn Huang Xiaotian? Lao Ciji Lianmeng. Damn, can you guys change your IDs? Live to 100 years old? I get stabbed in the heart just watching the streaming. Gui Kai Guofengxiu, although this series of IDs is very hurtful, little Susu isn't wrong. According to the current situation, if the streamer only brings 10,000 troops, she'll definitely be looked down upon. Whether it's the alliance meeting or the election of a leader, she won't be able to join in the fun. There was a heated argument in the streaming room. A few strategists showed disapproving expressions at first, but they suddenly thought of something and their expressions returned to normal. This change attracted the attention of some viewers. They sent bullet screens one after another asking for answers. Lu Shi is my husband. Did you guys notice that the strategists were against it at first? Why are they so calm now? I live next door. I surnamed Wang. That's right. I was too busy watching them start a war on the bullet screens just now. Did I miss something? Old Wang is not as good as old Song Chang. I have a rough idea. Oh right, did you forget about the streamer's father, the Chongzhou magistrate Lu Shi? Indeed, as the audience in the live streaming room Old Song had said, the strategists had not objected because they had thought of Lu Shi. Lu Shi also responded to the call to rescue the emperor. Jiang Pingji had only brought 10,000 troops with her, but if she joined hands with her father, Lu Shi, to participate in the alliance meeting to rescue the emperor, could the number of participants be stronger than the father and son? According to the original plan, Jiang Pingji had intended to bring 15,000 to 20,000 soldiers and horses. However, after further analyzing the situation in Wanzhou, she dispelled that idea. Feng Jin and the others did not know, but Jiang Pingji knew very well that her enemies were not only in the open but also in the dark. The enemies on the surface were easy to deal with, but the enemies in the dark were very troublesome. Considering the situation in Wanzhou, Jiang Pingji chose the more reliable plan after making repeated choices. It was indeed unseemly to bring 10,000 troops to participate in the alliance meeting to rescue the emperor, but Jiang Pingji was certain that no one would dare to look down on her. I wish you victory in advance, my lord. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, let's work hard together. Before the meeting was adjourned, Jiang Pingji called out to Wei Xiai. Zixiao, stay here for a while. I need your help with something. Yang Si stared at his friend's face with a complicated gaze. In the end, he was dragged away by Feng Zhen. After leaving the government office, Feng Zhen tucked his hands into his sleeves, a wanton smile on his face. Yang Jingrong, you haven't married yet. Is there something you can't say? Yang Si rolled his eyes impatiently. Feng Zhen was going to be his partner for a while, so he could not give him face. What do you mean? Feng Zhen smiled and said, I really noticed that you glanced at Zixiao a total of 22 times today. It was like a bolt from the blue. Yang Si's legs turned to jelly and he almost fell down the steps. You wastrel, do you think everyone is like you? Yang Si was so angry that even his beard was about to curl up. Feng Zhen smiled, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Although I'm a wastrel, I don't like men. Yang Si swung his sleeves angrily. I don't like that either. Feng Zhen snorted and put his hand on Yang Si's shoulder to coax him to the side. He asked in a low voice, did you notice something? Yang Si's heart skipped a beat. His face turned slightly green and he pretended to hide it. What do you mean notice something? I still have things to do, so I won't bother you. Zixiao and the Lord, is there something going on between you two? The corners of Feng Zhen's lips curled up and he said in a declarative tone, during today's meeting, not only did you look at Zixiao 22 times, but you also glanced at the Lord 23 times vaguely. Tell me, what interesting thing did you notice? Yang Si almost suffocated. Cooperating with such a gossipy wastrel during the alliance meeting was like being retarded. If you're curious, ask them yourself. Feng Zhen folded his sleeves helplessly. I asked, but the Lord and Zixiao denied it outright. You know what kind of people they are. I don't want to play tricks with them. I wanted to get something out of them, but I accidentally lost myself. Yang Si secretly snorted. He also didn't want to play tricks with Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen was shameless, but he still wanted to save face. Feng Zhen said, some time ago the chef came up with a new dish. It's sweet and sour and it's very appetizing. Don't you want to try it? Yang Si was speechless. She couldn't move him with words, so she changed to tempting him with delicacies? Did he, Yang Jingrong, look like the kind of person who would lose all integrity for the sake of food? Well, let's go. It's almost lunchtime. Yang Si strode forward with a smile on his face. He had thought it through. According to Jiang Pingji, she wanted to reveal her true identity. Why not test Feng Zhen's foundation first? The two of them had been appointed to go to war, so it wasn't strange for them to eat together. Why couldn't they discuss countermeasures while eating? Neither of them were people who followed the rules. They didn't talk during meals. It was fine if there were outsiders around, but it was fine if there were no outsiders. When Feng Jin heard Yang Xi's speculation, his lungs were almost blocked by the tenderloin, and he coughed so hard that it shook the heavens and the earth. Jing Rong, are you making a fool out of me? Feng Jin's image was a mess. He didn't have that kind of good or evil aura. Instead, he had the aura of a chunibu. You suspect that the Lord is a woman? That's the biggest joke in the world. Let me tell you, if a woman looks like the Lord, she won't be able to find a husband in this lifetime. I reckon that she can only become a bandit, rob houses, and forcefully kidnap a man from a good family to be her husband. Yang Xi was speechless. Feng Jin couldn't help but recall the scene of him and Jiang Pingji secretly drinking and eating meat. The Lord does look a little feminine, but no matter how you look at him, he's clearly a man. When I first came, Fengyi County wasn't so busy. The Lord and I drank together in private and went to brothels many times. Whenever the Lord was around, the courtesans couldn't be bothered to look at anyone else. Whatever obscene lyrics and songs, what common folk stories, what dirty talk, the Lord would just open his mouth. You say, this kind of old gluttonous person immersed in the mortal world is a woman? Do you believe it? Yang Xi was speechless. Chapter 674. Feng Jin's evidence was sufficient. Yang Xi didn't know how to refute it. Could it be that his lord was just teasing him? But if that was the case, how could he explain Wuxia? Could it be that these two were so bored that they teamed up to trick him? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Yang Xi didn't have any concrete evidence. He could only deal with it like this. If my lord is really a woman, Feng Jin's eyes narrowed. If she's really a woman, I'll immediately go to the streets and drag someone home to marry to protect my chastity. Feng Jin's words left him speechless. Yang Xi laughed dryly. Don't worry. I don't think anyone will be interested in you. Feng Jin returned a smile. He felt safe. That's true. With a good man like Zixiao by his side, he won't be interested in someone like me. Yang Xi, the two of them looked at each other in the guest house. There was a bewildered silence. After a while, Feng Jin asked uncertainly, about my lord, how confident are you? Yang Xi answered, 100%. After all, the person involved had already admitted it. But he couldn't answer like that. He said vaguely, more than 60%. Feng Jin restrained his teasing attitude. His expression turned serious and his tone became strangely oppressive. Are you here to tell me the truth? Yang Xi's hair stood on end. On the surface he smiled sincerely. Of course it's a joke. Feng Jin raised his eyebrows. A strange light flashed in his eyes. If Yang Xi had insisted on his previous words, he would have thought that he was joking. After all, the fact that his lord was a woman was too shocking. Now that Yang Xi said it was a joke, Feng Jin didn't dare to treat it as a joke. But he didn't pursue the matter. Firstly, it was meaningless. Secondly, it was a waste of time. If he wanted to know whether his lord was a man or a woman, the most irrefutable evidence was his body. If Feng Jin was really curious, he could just ask those prostitutes. As he thought of this, his brows furrowed imperceptibly. If he hadn't mentioned this, he wouldn't have noticed a detail. Speaking of which, whenever his lord visited a brothel, he had never really stayed overnight. He didn't even hire a prostitute to sleep with him. Every time he treated the brothel as a restaurant. He would leave after eating and drinking. Feng Jin chewed on the rice. It tasted like wax and his thoughts drifted away. His lord was in the prime of his life and was at the age where it was easy to be aroused. It was difficult for a young body to withstand the provocation of the opposite sex. Although those flower girls were not heavenly beauties, they were still in the prime of their lives and had a unique youthful aura. This kind of aura was far more attractive than their figure and appearance. Not to mention others, Feng had come from this age. If he was a normal man, wouldn't he be aroused? It would be fine if the lord had a concubine or a tongfang in her backyard. After all, some people felt that the flower girls were not clean. Even if their throats were on fire, they would still pretend that nothing happened and endure it to go home to find their wives and concubines. However, there was nothing in the lord's backyard. It was clean. Now that he thought about it, there were suspicious points everywhere. Otherwise, the lord is Lu Xiaohui, a true gentleman who has no desires and is unruffled even when he is in love. Either that or the lord was incompetent and couldn't stand up in the face of heavenly beauty. If it was the second one, it would be a pain in the ass. If he couldn't stand up, he wouldn't be able to give birth to an heir. Without an heir, it would mean that he wouldn't have a foundation. Or the lord wasn't a man. He or she was a woman. Faced with these three situations, Feng Zhen hoped it was the first, but looking at the Lord's old tricks, she didn't seem like a pure gentleman at all. Oh, could it be that the Lord was really a woman? Pasting the female label on Jiang Pingji, Feng Zhen felt his legs tremble. He felt like he was going to be scared stiff. It was too scary. At the same time, Feng Zhen was still struggling with the mystery of his lord's gender. Jiang Pingji was discussing it with Wei Ci. There's no other reason for keeping you here. I heard that Zixiao's painting skills are excellent, so please do a painting for me. Compared to the wild imagination of Yang Si and the others, the two people involved didn't have any abnormalities. Painting? Wei Ci asked, what does my lord want to paint? Jiang Pingji said, green bricks. To be precise, it should be a house made of green bricks. Wei Ci furrowed his brows in deep thought. The audience in the streaming room was also at a loss. The streamer didn't give any hints, so how could they guess? My lord wants to sell green bricks? After all, they were an old couple in their previous lives. Plus, Wei Ci's IQ wasn't low, so he figured out the truth in an instant. Other people's alliance meetings were to fight for benefits, but his lord was probably participating in the alliance meetings to cheat others. No, how much profit can be made from selling green bricks? Jiang Pingji revealed a smile that Wei Ci was very familiar with. It was the prelude to cheating people. I want to sell the technique of making green bricks. Green bricks are made of mud, not gold. They're big and heavy. How much can they be sold for? If the technique of making green bricks is sold, we can make a profit. What do you think of this suggestion? Wei Ci frowned. According to normal thinking, he didn't agree. However, the person who made this suggestion was his lord. She must have her own considerations behind it. He couldn't beat her to death. Faced with Jiang Pingji, Wei Ci habitually thought about it over and over again. He didn't want to make any mistakes. After a while, Wei Ci asked out of nowhere, who does my lord want to sell it to? The smile on Jiang Pingji's face became more radiant. She knew that Wei Ci had seen through her intentions. I'll give priority to whoever's territory is closer to Wanzhou. Wei Ci was speechless. His lord's heart had indeed turned completely black. Just as Jiang Pingji said, green bricks were good for construction. Its raw materials were also very cheap, but it had a problem. The transportation cost was almost 100 times higher than the production cost. In other words, if one wanted to use green bricks for construction, they had to build a brick kiln locally. Jiang Pingji sold the technique of making green bricks. This was a very obscure trap. She made the enemy take advantage of her. They contributed manpower and money, dragging down the enemy's pace of development. This was the first reason. When Jiang Pingji stabilized her foundation and completely digested the forces in Wanzhou, she would turn around and attack the enemy again. After taking over, she wouldn't even have to worry about post-war construction. This was the second reason. Because of the horse plague, the economy of the three tribes of the northern borderline has hit rock bottom. The horse farms are almost barren, and their combat power has been reduced by 80% to 90%. If they want to recover, it will take 3 to 5 years. Before that, we have to consolidate our power in Wanzhou and further expand our territory. Jiang Pingji's target was still the three tribes of the northern borderline. However, with the military strength of Chongzhou, Wanzhou, and Hu County, it was impossible to completely destroy the northern borderline. Therefore, she still needed to grow further. Or she could think of ways to weaken the enemy at the same time. Jiang Pingji narrowed her eyes as she thought about it. Zixiao, what else do you think the northern borderline relies on besides cavalry and horses? Wei Ci met her eyes and said calmly, pasture. Jiang Pingji said, you understand me very well. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Everything was said without words. The audience in the streaming room shuddered in unison. Chapter 675. Bad-tempered and rude Xiao Shirqin. To be honest, I've been lurking in the livestream room for quite some time. I thought I was used to all kinds of situations, but I still got blown up. To deal with the nomads, you actually dared to lay your hands on their lifeblood. Dare I ask what color your heart is? Lao Ciji Lianming. Violent and rude Xiao Shirqin. Hashtag 0000000 hashtag 0000000. What does that mean? Purple Fantasy Starfall. Number 000000. This is the color code of pure black. Question, dare I ask what color is the host's heart? Pure black. There didn't seem to be any problems. Pitiful sigh. What's wrong with pure black? I like all colors of my host's heart. Dark ones are cute too. If he wanted to live a good life, how could he not have some color? Although I'm always hugging the live stream room and scolding the streamer for being trash, In fact, I'm always shouting in my heart that the streamer is so handsome and that the streamer should marry me. I just love to see her trick people and the helpless look on her face. So cute and handsome. Melon seller Wang Pa. No matter what, the host was the commander of the Interstellar Federation in her previous life. She's a big shot in the military. Her heart is definitely not empty. Can you imagine a pure and flawless army commander? How could they defeat their enemies and competitors? Maternal love? The tactics used by soldiers to deal with the enemy could not be called vicious tactics. This was called strategic deployment. Tell me, streamer, how do you plan to cheat the northern borderline? I'll support you even if my phantom limbs harden. What the F***ck, even if your phantom limbs are stiff, you still have to hold on. Jiang Pingji was worried about the integrity of the streaming room. Would such filthy bullet screens really not affect minors? Along with the wave of reward notifications, countless funny comments floated across the screen. Gio, the members of the grass digging team are here to report. Which grassland are we going to dig? Make sure not to leave a single blade of grass for the enemy. Kai Huang's ice cream cone. The captain of the national grass digging team is here to report. I guarantee that the grasslands will be barren. Mu Qingchen, the grass digging team is out for battle. I guarantee that no grass will grow. Earth was also stripped bare, leaving nothing for the enemy. Jiang Pingji looked at the bullet screen. Even though she looked calm on the surface, she could not take it anymore. These clowns, Wei Ci frowned. His words pulled Jiang Pingji's thoughts back. But my lord, did the pasture also suffer from a large-scale disease? Wei Ci thought that Jiang Pingji wanted to create an artificial grass disease to deal with the north borderline, so he frowned tightly. Jiang Pingji laughed and said, I do, but does your lord look like such a cruel person? Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. If he tormented the northern borderline to death, wouldn't he be the one who would be tired? Besides, your lord can't get that kind of thing. The northern borderline was vast, and the rich grasslands were all controlled by the northern borderline tribes. They had just suffered a great loss not long ago, and the horse farm's chances of survival were almost cut off. They would be even more cautious in their actions. If we openly deal with them now, isn't that just asking for trouble? As an outstanding hunter, she knew very well that before the bullet rushed out of the muzzle and into the heart of the prey must not feel a trace of killing intent. If she wanted to plot against the northern borderline, especially the northern borderline which was on high alert, she needed to hide her murderous intent. After all, she still had a group of little princesses waiting to be fed, so she had to be cautious. Wei Ci cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and used a declarative tone. The Lord already has a countermeasure. Jiang Pingji said, naturally. I also intend to leave this matter to you because you won't let me down. Except for a few generals, the other strategists were all black-hearted. Excluding Yang Si and Feng Zhen, who needed to follow the army, Jiang Pingji carefully considered Qiguan Rang, Suku Fengjin and Wei Ci. After careful consideration she chose Wei Ci. Why? Because this person was like her. Before plotting against someone, he could restrain his evil thoughts very well until the moment the enemy died. Humans would always be biased towards their own kind, and Jiang Pingji was no exception. Wei Ci looked serious and bowed to ask for guidance. Please instruct me, my lord. Jiang Pingji said, come closer. Wei Ci stared at her and the two looked at each other for a while. There's no one here, my lord can speak frankly. In the end it was Wei Ci who gave in. He respectfully knelt beside her, and the distance between the two was closer than ever. When Jiang Pingji leaned close to his ear and whispered, her warm breath blew on his earlobe, which was dyed an abnormal blood red. His body heated up. His hands were placed on his knees, and they were tightly clenched into fists under the cover of his wide sleeves. When she finished speaking, Wei Ci had the illusion of a lack of oxygen, as if he had soaked in a hot spring for 2 hours. His brain was faintly dizzy. Jiang Pingji saw his reaction and asked with a smile, do you understand now? Wei Ci blinked and bowed his head respectfully. He regained his composure in an instant. I won't let you down, my lord. Jiang Pingji smiled and squinted her eyes. I know you won't let me down. She left out the word high hopes. Her words sounded a little annoying. Wei Ci looked down and pretended not to know. He used his willpower to restrain the abnormality, but his body loyally betrayed him. Because she was the streamer, the audience could hear her clearly no matter how soft her voice was. Some insensitive viewers were still immersed in Jiang Pingji's conspiracy, and did not notice the interaction between the two. Xinjia, you're evil. Streamer, you're so evil. Aren't you afraid of leading children astray? I become a butterfly and fly away. Isn't it popular to set up a black-bellied character? Be it a domineering CEO's delicate wife or a black-bellied prince's arrogant concubine? If the streamer's gender was changed, she would definitely be the world's male god. How many fans would seek death for her? Ace don't go off topic. Is there any guru who can analyze if the streamer's plan is feasible? Using the economy to indirectly destroy the ecology of the northern borderline. The streamer who came up with such a sinister idea is really awesome. Very well, the title of Heart Goddess will be given to the streamer. There were 150,000 viewers in the streaming room, and there were viewers from all walks of life. Many of them were idle spectators, but there was no lack of gurus. Sun Yu is not a go-he, my personal opinion. The feasibility is very high. The horse farms of the 3 tribes of the northern borderline have been destroyed by the horse plague. Their economy has suffered a huge blow. Not only the owners of the horse farms, but even the small-scale herdsmen have suffered huge losses. The former are still okay. After all, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. But what about the herdsmen who operate on a small scale? Their lives are more difficult. This audience member analyzed seriously, but his ID made people laugh. Sun Yu is not a go-he. The horse plague is not a man-made disaster. It is a natural disaster. It has spread throughout the entire northern borderline. The economic losses are incalculable. Who will make up for this economic loss? The royal court of the northern borderline? Obviously not. Even in a society like ours, once a national economic loss occurs, almost all walks of life will collapse. Even if the state wants to compensate, the amount that can be compensated is limited, not to mention in the streamer's backward era. Each family can only think of ways to make up for the losses themselves. That's really a case of suffering in silence. Chapter 676. Sun Yu is not a go-he. Do you think the herdsmen will let go of an opportunity to improve their family's economy? Obviously it's impossible. The northern borderline originally bred rabbits and sheep, but the scale was very small because they had to give most of the pasture resources to horses. Now that horses were scarce, the spare pasture resources could not be wasted. Why not breed sheep and rabbits that could make money? As long as the herdsmen of the northern borderline could breed more rabbits and sheep, Jiang Pingji's plan would be half completed. With the thinking of the ancients, they could not understand the core of this overt plot. They would only realize it after the harm was done. Was it because the ancients were stupid? Of course not. It was because of the unequal information between the 2 eras. To put it bluntly, the core of this evil plan was to destroy the ecological balance. What was ecological balance? In a biological community and its ecosystem, various opposing factors restrained each other to achieve a relatively stable balance. A small number of rabbits and sheep had limited damage to the ecology of the grassland. The grassland could completely rely on its own ability to recover. However, what if a large number of rabbits and sheep appeared in a short period of time? They were very good at eating grass and could even gnaw on the grass roots. Once a large number of them flooded, it could even cause the grassland to rapidly degenerate. However, the 3 tribes of the northern borderline were not stupid. Once the destructive power of the rabbits and sheep became obvious and threatened the survival of the horses, it was impossible for them not to think of ways to curb it. If they were really stupid, Jiang Pingji would remind them at the right time. In other words, when the time came, the northern borderline had to use part of their energy to curb the overflow of rabbits and sheep. In this way, Jiang Pingji's goal would be achieved. It would not seriously damage the ecology of the northern borderline, but it could also curb the development of the cavalry of the northern borderline and distract them. It could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't disclose this matter first. Jiang Pingji smiled. You can treat it as an ordinary business. Anyway, we consume a lot of wool every autumn and winter. Therefore, buying things like wool from the northern borderline won't arouse suspicion. For a hunter, patience was a very important quality. As an excellent hunter, she did not lack such things. Wuxia lowered his eyelids. I will listen to your arrangements. If the purpose was exposed early and everyone knew about it, no matter how powerful the plan was, it would be empty talk. According to her own words, Wuxia knew that danger lurked everywhere around her. There were very few people she could trust wholeheartedly. How could he let her down? Under the witness of 150,000 viewers, Jiang Pingji and Wuxia reached a tacit understanding. Being targeted by these 2 people, the outcome of the northern border could be imagined. Even though he was sold, he still happily helped the person earn money. Before Wuxia left, Jiang Pingji reminded him again. Zixiao, don't forget the painting I want. Make it as beautiful as you can. I believe in your painting skills. Do you still remember why Jiang Pingji asked Wei Ci to come? She asked Wei Ci to draw a picture for her, emphasizing the uses of the green bricks so that she could promote the technology of firing the green bricks to the feudal vassals who came to rescue the emperor. Wei Ci did not disappoint her. The next day he presented a long scroll of painting. You finished it so quickly? As she spoke, she unfolded it and found that the ink was not new. It was not a recent painting at all. Jiang Pingji asked carefully and found out that Wei Ci's hobbies were more refined. Painting was just one of them. There were 150,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. There were people from all walks of life, and many of them were artists or related fields. As soon as they saw Wei Ci's painting, they became a little uneasy and sent bullet screen comments to express their doubts. Cola chicken wings, I'll brag about Beauty Ci first. He's good at calligraphy and painting. He doesn't deceive me. However, do you feel that something is wrong? Egg fried Dao Pao, what's wrong? I just think that his painting is very beautiful. It's so beautiful that it's like he's added a lot of filters. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, after what you said, I also think that Beauty Ci's painting is a little strange. Is it too beautiful? Everyone spoke one after another. At the same time, they did not forget to ask Jiang Pingji to completely unfold the painting to let them see it clearly. They felt that they seemed to have discovered a secret. Man can't forget his roots. I study fine arts and have some research on traditional painting. Although the host's history is different from ours, many of the trajectories are still the same, including painting. Our ancient Chinese painting art rarely sticks to superficial similarities in shape. We pay attention to, the wonderful thing is between the resemblance and the dissimilarity, and the resemblance of the dissimilarity. We tend to pursue artistic conception rather than realism. However, if you look closely at Beauty Ci's painting, don't you see a kind of vivid three-dimensional feeling? The painting style leans towards realism. It is indeed very strange. When this opinion was published, it immediately received the approval of most people. Of course, a small number of people expressed doubts. Lulu Buwang Zhengwo, although it leans towards realism, the style is still unique to China. I don't feel that it's out of place. Instead, I feel that it's very harmonious. If you suspect that Beauty Ci is a time traveler or something, the hole in your brain is a little too big. Jiang Pingji secretly frowned and helped Wei Ci smooth things over. Host V, when I was in Langyi, I had an exchange of painting skills with him. I guess it was that time that influenced him? The audience cheered and praised Jiang Pingji for not only being able to fight, argue and fight, but also having more artistic cells than others. Jiang Pingji smiled and rolled up Wei Ci's painting. She squinted her eyes like a fox. Wei Ci did not know what had happened. A faint chill ran down his spine. On that day the cold wind was biting cold. The flags were blown by the strong wind until they made a thunderous sound. The army set off. Jiang Pingji led the troops into battle. More than 10,000 troops and horses passed through the pure white snow and disappeared into the horizon. Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou was the most powerful of the 5 countries in the Central Plains. It had a strong economy and a vast territory. Dongqing had a total of 6 prefectures and 21 counties. Zhongzhou had 10 prefectures and 33 counties. However, as the leader of the 5 countries, Zhongzhou had not been having an easy time in recent years. The struggle between the factions was getting more and more intense. The situation in the court was changing rapidly. The aristocratic families, the relatives of the emperor, and the eunuchs were fighting non-stop. Blood flowed like a river. The less powerful aristocratic families were jittery. They did not dare to interfere in the court's affairs, talk about the people's livelihood, or delve into the ways of governance. They were afraid that they would say something wrong and lose their heads. These struggles were secondary. They were too distant for the common people. However, there was one thing that was closely related to them. Many people who were suffering turned their faces and spat when they mentioned this person. The Empress of Zhongzhou, the Du family, was a noble daughter of a noble family. It was rumored that this person was as beautiful as a fairy. Her talent and moral character were unparalleled. Although she was a woman, she could argue and compete with the great scholars of the time. After becoming the Empress, she set an example and made a great vow to educate all the women in the world. She studied painstakingly for many years and finally wrote 4 classics: Women's Commandments, Internal Instructions, Women's Analects, and Women's Exemplary Records. These 4 books were highly respected by the great scholars of Zhongzhou and the vast number of scholars. Therefore, they were collectively known as the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. For a time they were popular in Zhongzhou. They were sought after by the aristocratic ladies of the aristocratic families. Everyone had a set and regarded it as the supreme standard. Some people admired it, but naturally there were people who opposed it. However, when faced with the trend of the entire country, the voices of opposition were like mosquitoes. They were instantly drowned out. Zhongzhou, in a small town outside the imperial city. In a tea house, a man in gray sat at the table. He had a long object wrapped in cloth by his hand. Chapter 677. Why had Zhongzhou become the most powerful of the 5 countries in the Central Plains? First, Zhongzhou had a unique geographical advantage. Its borders were only bordered by other Central Plains countries, and there were no foreign invasions. Second, Zhongzhou was the first to be established among the 5 countries. It had seized much of the wealth of the previous dynasty and attracted many noble families. With no foreign invasions and the wealth accumulated by the aristocratic families, it was expected that it would become the leader of the 5 countries. However, excessive comfort had given rise to internal strife. Today Zhongzhou had followed in the footsteps of Dongqing. The internal strife was becoming more and more brutal. In addition to internal strife, the rich, extravagant and comfortable life had distorted the thinking of some people, and they could do whatever they wanted. Just as the man in gray had mocked, Zhongzhou had caused so much trouble purely because too few people had died. If they arranged a bunch of enemies for Zhongzhou who were like tigers waiting for wolves, and made their borders unpeaceful, countless young men would be sacrificed, and newborns would be reduced year by year. Let's see if they could still continue with the so-called 4 self-accomplishment classics for women, forbidding widows from remarrying, restricting women from keeping their chastity. It was the biggest joke in the world. The man in gray left the tea house and followed his memory to the place where the drowning ceremony was held. By the time he arrived, there was already a crowd gathered in front of him. They were standing by the water's edge and pointing. The noisy discussion was mixed with the sound of crying. The man in gray lowered his eyes and looked in the direction of the crying. The crying child was young. The boy was older, about 7 or 8 years old. The girl was young and skinny, no more than 3 or 4 years old. The two were dark and skinny. Beside them was a young man in his 20s. His expression was ferocious. He protected the child and roared at the crowd. Combining the discussion in the tea house and the conversation of the villagers watching the drowning ceremony, the man in gray sorted out the outline of the story. Simply put, a young widow in her 20s couldn't bear the loneliness and stole from a man from the same village. She was caught and drowned. The man in gray took 2 steps forward. Taking advantage of his tall stature, he immediately saw the green-skinned drowned woman lying by the pond. Before he arrived, she had already been thrown into a pig cage and drowned. Not long after, the crowd of onlookers dispersed. Their faces still carried the strange joy of violating a taboo. It was so ugly that it was nauseating. The gray-clothed man was about to leave when he saw the young man jump into the water and pick up the half-submerged woman's corpse, preparing to carry it home. He lowered his eyes and stopped in his tracks. He took out some silver and gave it to the child beside the young man. Looking at the young man's attire, he didn't look like a rich man, let alone give the woman a dignified death. The young man trembled and bit his lips. His eyes were filled with tears. After a while, he said in a thick accent, "Thank you, big brother." The man in gray took the opportunity to ask a few more questions and heard another version of the story. The woman who was drowned in the pond was the prettiest girl in the neighboring village. She had married into the village a few years ago. She had been married to her husband for a few years, but her belly had never moved. When she finally got pregnant and gave birth to a girl, her in-laws hated her very much. After her daughter was born, her husband died, and the woman was widowed at a young age. The in-laws treated them harshly, thinking that their granddaughter was a curse to them. They even threw her daughter into the mountains when the woman wasn't paying attention, and she was almost fed to the wolves. The young man went hunting in the mountains and happened to save his daughter. The two of them got to know each other and fell in love with each other. One was a widow who had lost her husband and lived a hard life with her only daughter. The other was a widower who had lost his wife and had a son. The two of them liked each other and were a match made in heaven. After a long time, the barrier was broken. After some discussion, they planned to live together and support each other. However, the woman's in-laws couldn't accept it. They scolded the woman for not keeping her chastity for their son and slandered the two of them for having an improper relationship a long time ago. The couple even went to the chief, hoping to drown the unclean woman to avoid tarnishing the family's reputation. The young man hunted all year round and used his brute force to scare away the people who came to catch the woman. He could protect her once or twice, but how could he protect the woman for a lifetime? This morning, the woman found that her daughter and stepson were missing. She was afraid that the children would be kidnapped and sold or thrown into the mountains to be fed to the wolves by her in-laws. She hurriedly came out to look for them, but she didn't expect that it was a trap. She was caught by her clansmen who had been lying in ambush and forced to drown in the pond. When the young man realized that something was wrong and hurried over, it was too late. After listening to this story, the man in gray let out a short and mocking, "Heh." What was the funniest thing in the world? A woman who could be a husband to any man asked all the women in the world to keep their chastity. Take these tails of silver and move to another place. If they remember it one day, maybe they will also catch this girl. The young man cried and looked like he had suffered a great grievance. However, he didn't accept the kindness of the man in gray. For him, the man in gray didn't come over to scold him and the woman, which was the greatest kindness. The man in gray sighed and gave the money to the boy who shrunk to the side. He couldn't help but rub the girl's hair. "What's wrong with this world?" The young man sobbed and cried while carrying the woman's cold and swollen body. "Oh, evil people will reap what they have sown." The gray-clothed man left behind these words and quietly left. That night, the imperial city was brightly lit. The musical houses were bustling everywhere, and the sound of music and bamboo instruments could be heard. There were many figures and graceful figures that made people daydream. The palace was also filled with music, and there was an extremely luxurious and beautiful atmosphere everywhere. The man in gray used his connections to sneak into the palace and arrived at the Phoenix Palace where the Empress lived with the help of a spy. At the top of the red vermilion gate hung a black board with golden threads. On the board were 3 big words, Phoenix Palace. Inside the palace, candles flickered, and on the eaves carved from sandalwood, there were phoenixes spreading their wings. In the bedroom, the beams were made of sandalwood and the curtains were made of pearls. A huge moon pearl hung in the sky, shining brightly as if it had hooked the full moon in the sky into the palace. It was like a paradise on earth. The floor was paved with white jade, shining with warm light. It was inlaid with gems and gold pearls, and the floor was chiseled into lotuses. The lotuses were vivid and exquisite, and the stamens were delicate and distinguishable. In the center there was a gilded incense burner with curling mist. Oh, it was extremely luxurious. The man in gray had already changed his clothes. He walked straight into the palace and didn't meet any palace maids on the way. "Guards, give this Empress." Inside the palace, a woman in a palace dress was kneeling in front of a dressing mirror, putting makeup on. Looking closely, the mirror inlaid with gems was not made of copper. It could clearly reflect a person's figure, and it was as bright as a demon-revealing mirror. Through the reflection of the mirror, the woman in the palace dress saw a man with a weathered face standing behind her. This person's appearance gave her a very familiar feeling. This person seemed to be someone she knew. Her whole body trembled, and then she realized that there was no palace maid in the palace. She suppressed the fear in her heart and pretended to be calm. She turned around and asked him, "Who are you?" Nobles have short memories. "Do you remember Xie Qian who was murdered by you more than 10 years ago?" Chapter 678. Xie Qian. Wasn't this idiot already dead? The woman was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't have the extra energy to think and could only shout "system" in her heart. In an instant, the killing intent had already approached. However, this woman was clearly a weak woman, yet she cleverly avoided Xie Qian's spear. Even though she was in a sorry state as she avoided the killing intent, and the pearls and jadeite ornaments on her head fell to the ground, it did not damage her elegance. Instead, it added a bit of pitiful weakness. As she dodged, she screamed in terror, trying to use her identity to threaten Xie Qian. "Xie Qian? Who was that? This Empress does not know him. Audacious, unruly commoner, how dare you sneak into the imperial palace to assassinate the Empress? 9 generations of your family shall be executed." As soon as she finished speaking, the next attack approached. This time it wasn't aimed at her heart, but at her forehead. The woman had no choice but to crush something and once again coincidentally, avoided a fatal blow. Xie Qian frowned. He felt that his spear should have been able to pierce through, but before it could touch this person's body, the spearhead seemed to have touched an invisible layer and was forcefully bounced off. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't have much time left, so he had to kill this monster first. "System." The woman screamed in her heart, "Come out." For safety's sake, she had prepared several cards that could help her block fatal attacks. However, those cards were extremely expensive, and she was relatively comfortable in the palace. At most, she would be poisoned by jealous concubines. She rarely used these things, so she didn't exchange for many. He only had 9 in his inventory. He had already wasted 2 just now, so there were only 7 left. If the 7 life-saving cards were used up, she would be dead. According to the system, the life-saving card was like a life substitution puppet, exchanging one life for another. Just now, Xie Qian had shot out 2 spear strikes, killing a life substitution puppet with 1 spear strike. It was frighteningly brutal. She knew that Xie Qian wasn't someone to be trifled with, but she didn't expect that after more than 10 years, this man was still so difficult to deal with. System, come out. The woman screamed inwardly. In an instant she had used another 5 life substitution puppet cards, leaving her with only 2. At this moment the system finally responded slowly. 6 million popularity points to exchange for a card. Fake? The Supreme of Wulin, the card's effect lasted for 2 hours. Host, do you want to trade? I'm sure. I'll think about it. With her life hanging by a thread, the last life substitution puppet was destroyed. The beautiful woman in the court dress chose to exchange for it without hesitation. Consider my ass. Of course I'll change it at this time. Although 6 million popularity points hurt, if she did not exchange it she would lose her life. In an instant her frail body was filled with tyrannical strength. Not only did the woman who had been fleeing in a sorry state not dodge, she even charged forward to meet him. She moved as fast as lightning, her white hand leaving a shadow in the air that was even more dazzling than the silver spear. She borrowed the force of the spear to deflect it. Xie Qian's brows knit together tightly, and he was even more certain that this unfamiliar woman before him was the monster from many years ago. It was the same back then. His wife, who had never practiced martial arts, suddenly launched a sneak attack and severely injured Xie Qian, who had practiced martial arts since he was a child. Later, he encountered bandits specially arranged by his wife. He was forced to jump off a cliff, with his only child to escape death. Back then, when he risked his life to jump off a cliff, if not for a vine that saved him and his child, how would he have the chance to seek revenge now? He was very sure that the woman in front of him, or rather this body, did not know any martial arts. Her body was delicate and frail. If Xie Qian had not coincidentally obtained an item that could lock onto this monster, he would have suspected that he had found the wrong person. Now the past was repeating itself. This person who did not know any martial arts at all had displayed the combat power of a top martial artist. Even if she was bare-handed, she was still able to force Xie Qian to retreat. If Xie Qian could see supernatural things, he would probably notice that there was a strange wall floating in the air near the woman. Countless words with missing arms and broken legs floated across this wall. 666. Don't you guys think that the streamer looks like Xialongnu when she fights with her Snow White palace costume? Didn't the streamer perform How to Sleep on a Rope? She's definitely a real-life version of Xialongnu. Come on, streamer. If you win, I'll buy you 999 luxury yachts today. It's a pity. That middle-aged handsome guy is so charming. I really want to see the hand-to-hand fight between him and the streamer. It must be very passionate. Hee as expected of a late-night AV/V live broadcast room. Can this female streamer who sells her body not insult Xialongnu? Xialongnu is as pure as ice and as clean as jade. What kind of trash is she? I have a 200 gigabytes folder on my computer and she's a goddess. Xie Qian's spear technique was swift and fierce, carrying a fatal murderous intent. The beautiful woman was like the world's most flexible body, and her figure was soft but firm. No matter how Xie Qian attacked, the woman always responded with ease, and her defense was impenetrable. The two figures began to fight in the spacious palace. After more than 300 moves, Xie Qian's offensive had already begun to weaken, but the woman was still not flushed or out of breath. From being evenly matched at the beginning, she gradually gained the upper hand. A sinister look flashed in her eyes, and her attacks became more ruthless. You've really reincarnated again? Where's Yinner's corpse? Xie Qian secretly looked for an opportunity, hoping to find the woman's flaw and directly kill her. The beautiful woman's eyes were shimmering and a faint pink light flashed through them. Her cherry lips spat out vicious words. Back then when I took over her body, her soul was still there. The beautiful woman in the palace dress said with a smile, and her moves became more and more sinister and treacherous. In other words, she knew everything I did. Later I got tired of it and returned her body. Xie Qian's expression changed dramatically, and his hand holding the spear couldn't help but pause. The woman seized the opportunity to attack him. He reacted quickly and pushed her away, and the distance between them increased again. However, his arm was faintly numb. The beautiful woman in the palace dress continued to smile, ignoring Xie Qian's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. She continued to provoke him, making him angry. Xie Xiaohe, if you didn't have the intention to kill me back then, maybe I would have spared Wang Huiyun's life and returned her to you. But you were heartless first, so you can't blame me for being unjust later. I returned Wang Huiyun's body and directly threw her into the palace's musical house. She became a prostitute for the officials and was molested by anyone. She was quite fierce and committed suicide for you to prove her innocence. As her husband, don't you feel touched? As such, how could Xie Qian bear it anymore? His originally weak attacks became fierce again, with an indomitable killing intent. Which? The beautiful woman easily dealt with it. Not only was she not angry, but she even winked at him. Taking the opportunity of the fight, she burrowed into his arms and quickly flew away. Xie Qian was so angry that he couldn't maintain his rationality. At this time, messy footsteps came from outside the palace, accompanied by the sound of armor rubbing against each other. Xie Qian glared at the beautiful woman with eyes full of killing intent. Full of unwillingness, he made a feint with his spear to force her back, and then jumped out of the window to escape. The beautiful woman didn't chase after him, or rather she, a half-baked martial arts supreme with a time limit, couldn't kill Xie Qian. She looked down at her own attire, took out a dagger from the void and fiercely cut herself a few times. Then she closed her eyes and fell into a pool of blood. At this time, the palace door was smashed open, and the frightened voice of the palace attendant entered her ears. Chapter 679. The Zhongzhou Empress was assassinated, and the emperor was furious. He ordered the assassin to be captured within 3 days and killed on the spot. What about the empress who had lost a lot of blood? Inside the Phoenix Palace, the empress' face was pale and her eyes were shut tight. Her breathing was weak, and her chest rose and fell almost imperceptibly. Her haggard appearance was heart-wrenching. The empress had fallen into a deep coma due to her severe injuries and blood loss, and no one knew when she would wake up. Little did they know that while the empress' body was asleep, her soul was unusually active. In order to cover up her flaws, she had used a dagger to hurt herself, and her soul had already flashed into the portable system space. There was a modern and romantic bungalow in the system space. It was exquisitely designed and had a garden, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. There were all kinds of household appliances. In order to make her life comfortable, she had spent a huge amount of popularity points to exchange for a generator and gasoline from the system to ensure that the entire villa had electricity all day long. Aside from being unable to log into the internet, her life was even better than before she transmigrated. System, what happened to you just now? Why did you only reply after I called you for so long? The beautiful woman in the palace gown had a gloomy expression. Her heart was bleeding when she thought of the life substitution puppet she had lost. One life substitution puppet card required 888,888 popularity points. If she had not prepared 9 cards for herself, Xie Qian would have killed her long ago. Thinking of the dangerous situation just now and Xie Qian's murderous intent, her face was extremely gloomy. Also, why didn't Xie Qian die? Thinking of the 9 life substitution puppets she had lost and the 6 million worth of fake Supreme of Wulin, she felt her heart tremble. If the system had responded earlier, she would not have had to pay such a huge price. After a while, the system's rigid electronic voice sounded in her ears. Host, this is normal. It's not that I didn't react in time, but Xie Qian's attack was too sharp and accurate. He destroyed a life substitution puppet with 1 shot, and the whole process took only 3 breaths of time. The system said solemnly, Host, you have committed a grave sin. Now that Xie Qian has escaped, he will definitely not let this go. Letting a tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless trouble. You were too careless. The woman was flustered. That year, I clearly saw Xie Qian jump off the cliff. She had never thought that an ancient man would be able to see through her disguise. With the help of the system, she felt that her acting was quite good, but she still exposed herself. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, she wouldn't have known that Xie Qian wanted to get rid of her. Although this world was in the ancient times, there were indeed a few people who were on the level of Taoists, such as monk Liao Qin from the Hejian temple. Thinking of these strange people, the woman couldn't help but feel angry. Aren't you omnipotent? Why don't you know that Xie Qian is still alive? If it wasn't for Xie Qian, she wouldn't have had to spend so much money to get out of trouble. The system said coldly, this is not within the system's jurisdiction. The reason Xie Qian is still alive is because the host was careless. It has nothing to do with the system. The woman was infuriated. She smashed the expensive tea set on the tea table with a sinister expression. Xie Qian, Wang Huiyan, this couple is really my bane. The woman said angrily, her cheeks flushed. If I had known that Xie Qian would do this, I would have imprisoned Wang Huiyun's soul back then so that she wouldn't be able to rest in peace even after death. The system remained silent. The woman was an outsider who had transmigrated from another world. However, she did not take over the body after transmigrating. This was because Wang Huiyun's soul was still in the body, and this soul was very strong. She had no way of taking over the body of the original Wang Huiyun. It was only when Wang Huiyun gave birth that her body and soul gradually weakened. With the help of the system, she seized the opportunity to take control of the body. Although Wang Huiyun was a married woman, her looks and family background were top-notch. She was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman, and she even married a tall, rich, and handsome man. She really thought that her luck had changed and she had activated her winner mode. Who knew that Xie Qian would have a murderous intent towards her? Moreover, there was a troublesome fraud who had interfered and awakened the sleeping soul of Wang Huiyun. After this woman woke up, she fought with her for control of the body, causing her to suffer a lot. Later on, the woman changed her body and returned the original body to Wang Huiyun. She had wanted to torture her to vent her anger, but she did not expect that this woman's temper would be so fierce that she directly begged for death. She got off lightly. Otherwise, she would definitely anger Xie Qian again. After a while, the woman calmed down a little. Thinking of how scary Xie Qian was, the woman was extremely nervous and involuntarily clenched her fists. System, how many popularity points do I have left? The system said dutifully, 97. 63 million popularity points. Do you want to redeem a life substitution puppet? The woman scratched her head in frustration. Against that lunatic Xie Qian, no matter how many life substitution puppets I have, they won't be enough for him to kill. The host can learn martial arts. The system store has the top martial arts from various martial arts dimensions. What's the use of martial arts secret manuals? You won't be able to beat Xie Qian even if you sharpen your spear at the last minute. Moreover, practicing martial arts will deform your body. Who wants to suffer that kind of pain? Don't you have anything here that can be learned quickly? The woman scoffed and started to flip through the system store. She had thought of learning it herself, but after trying the skill books sold by the system, she was unwilling to learn it manually. Why would she waste so much time learning something that could be done with a skill book? Only a fool would do that. The system dutifully pulled out what the woman wanted. The dazzling skill books were dazzling. They were all martial arts secret manuals that the woman was familiar with. 9 Yang Divine Skill, 9 Yin Manual, Yi Jin Scripture, Minor Phaseless Skill, Tianshan Plum Snapping Hand, 8 Desolation and 6 Directions Technique. There were also countless orange martial arts skill books that were not famous, but were of the same grade. However, all of these top-notch orange skill books had one thing in common: they were expensive. 10 million popularity points. Why don't you just rob a bank? The woman gritted her teeth in anger, but she knew that the system would not give in. She was just complaining that the system was selling things at too high a price. She bought a skill book of the 9 Yin Manual, a skill book of the Wave-like Subtle Steps, a skill book of the Jade Female Sword Art, and a skill book of the left and right interfighting technique. With the left and right interfighting technique, one person would be able to perform the harmonious dual swords with great power. The 3 skill books and 1 supplementary skill book cost her a total of 35 million popularity points. Looking at the plummeting numbers in her account, her heart ached terribly. However, she knew that if she did not strengthen herself, Xie Qian would make a comeback. She slapped the cover of the skill book 4 times in a row. The orange quality skill book turned into a golden light and melted into her body. In just a moment, she knew that she had mastered the top-notch martial arts. Wave-like Subtle Steps was performed, and her figure was as ethereal as a fairy. After standing still, she looked at herself and muttered to herself, "This money was well spent. When I transmigrate back, let's see who dares to bully me. Those bitches that are cheap to the bone, I'll tear them apart one by one." Chapter 680. The system remained silent and did not respond. It was boring to be alone. She would get bored after a few rounds of martial arts. Sitting on the sofa and hugging a soft and comfortable pillow, the woman asked the system, "Are there any missions now?" After a while, the system replied, "Yes." A viewer named Butterfly's Tears of Sorrow posted a mission for 99 luxurious private yachts. Another viewer named It's Not My Fault for Loving You posted a mission for 88 aircraft carriers. The woman's eyes lit up and she quickly opened the mission list. A luxurious private yacht was equivalent to 1,000 popularity points, while an aircraft carrier was equivalent to 10,000 popularity points. She had just spent a large sum of popularity points, so she had to make the most of it. The contents of the two missions were almost the same. The woman could not help but frown. These men with brains? The first mission was to have a night with her in her queen's dress. The second was to have a night with the emperor's concubine. The system's voice said calmly, "Separated by a dimension, the viewers are not stingy with their evil intentions. Anyway, no one will know their true colors. Who wouldn't want to spend a small sum of money and enjoy the treatment of an emperor? Host, do you accept the mission?" The woman snorted and said decisively, "Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? I'm really short on money now. Let's follow the old rules." Just as the system said, separated by a dimension, strangers would not deliberately hide their true nature and evil intentions. Her live streaming room had been upgraded to level 6 and could currently accommodate 700,000 viewers. When the live streaming room was upgraded to level 6, the system had another function. It could allow viewers from another dimension to experience sensory pleasure that was infinitely close to reality in their dreams. At first, the viewers were willing to pay for her live streaming with other men. They would not lose anything anyway. Later, when they found out that the live streaming room had this function, the viewers' demands became more explicit. However, she would not do it herself. Who knew if the viewers were humans or dogs? She was not a prostitute. However, the viewers were her bread and butter. She could not simply go against them, so she thought of another way. She used the palace maid beside her as her substitute. After all, she had placed a loyalty talisman on the palace maid, so she would not betray her. Tsk, if only the loyalty talisman was effective on Xie Qian. Damn it! She had tried to cast a loyalty talisman on Xie Qian, but she didn't know what he had on him and the loyalty talisman was destroyed. Xie Qian has been practicing martial arts since he was young. He can be considered a grandmaster. Ordinary loyalty talismans won't work on him. The system poured a bucket of cold water on her. The woman curled her lips and said, "Tsk, then why didn't you give me the unusual loyalty talisman?" "Yes, but you can't afford it," the system said. The woman was astonished and asked it, "There really is. Let me see. Grade 9 loyalty talisman, orange quality." According to their quality, they were divided into gray, white, green, blue, purple, and orange. Orange was the highest grade and the most expensive. 25 million points. *CK. Why don't you just rob someone? The woman was exasperated. She asked indignantly, "This grade 9 loyalty talisman can make Xie Qian submit?" "No, he's just a small fry. Using the grade 9 loyalty talisman won't kill him." The system laughed. "This grade 9 loyalty talisman has an 80% chance of making the Son of Providence submit to you." The woman's heart trembled. She blurted out, "Including Emperor Qin?" "Including her." The woman secretly gritted her teeth. She seemed to be hesitating whether to buy it or not. "But I don't even know who Emperor Qin is. It's useless even if I buy it." The woman said gloomily, "That old man Lushi is so annoying. I've received a lot of fake news, but there's still no news of Emperor Qin's whereabouts. In order to fit in with history, I even sacrificed that useless daughter of mine. Who knew that she would be so useless and die so worthless?" Lu Shi had intentionally led her mistress Lu Huan away. She had thought that Lu Shi had no daughter and that Lu Huan, the mistress's daughter in name, had a chance to become Emperor Qin. She had not expected that she would be so useless. "Gu Min, that damned bitch," the woman suddenly muttered. The system knew why she was cursing Gu Min, who had passed away a long time ago. That year, when the woman found out that Gu Min was a transmigrator, she first used the soul-searching technique on Gu Min to prevent her from ruining things. After carefully looking through Gu Min's memories, she unexpectedly found out that Gu Min actually came from the future of this plane. The current child of fortune was Lu Shi's daughter, the future Emperor Qin of the Jiang dynasty. However, with the addition of Gu Min and the hindrance of Lu Shi, the identity of Emperor Qin became complicated and confusing. The woman had been searching for many years, but there had been no progress. "If it wasn't for Gu Min shamelessly stealing her own brother-in-law, I wouldn't have been unable to find out who Emperor Qin is. *CK. The system whispered bewitchingly, actually it's not that difficult. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can buy all kinds of information. The woman was exasperated. So many points of popularity. You're going to overdraft me? The system said, it's not expensive at all. You can buy any piece of information with 30 million points of popularity. The woman hesitated for a long time. She thought of Emperor Qin, who would unify the Central Plains in the future. She felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. There was no special reason for her to be so against Emperor Qin. It was only because he threatened her. The system had said that if Emperor Qin lived and unified the universe, she would die. Because of the so-called law of the plane, only one of them could live. If one did not look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. Compared to Emperor Qin, of course, she would let that dog Emperor Qin die. On the other hand, as long as she reached the peak of her live streaming level, she could make a wish and transmigrate back. She could even bring everything she had obtained from the system. Her current goal was to upgrade her live streaming room to level 7. Once it reached level 7, she would need to spend another billion points of popularity to open up a channel to the cultivation plane. If the cultivators there rewarded her with elixirs, cultivation techniques, rare herbs, or even celestial beasts, she would be able to receive the real thing. With these, she would become an immortal cultivator. When she transmigrated back, wouldn't she be able to turn the world upside down? It was a pity that the nearly 100 million points of popularity that she had painstakingly accumulated through her live streaming and completing missions were going to be squandered again. However, if she spent 25 million points of popularity to buy the Grade 9 Loyalty Talisman and 30 million points of popularity to buy information about Emperor Qin, she would be able to completely eliminate this hidden danger. Then she would be able to enjoy her transmigration life in peace. She could start live streaming without any worries and earn popularity points. She gritted her teeth and said, buy. Buy them all. I want to know who that dog of an emperor is. After a while, a letter appeared in front of her. It was an orange talisman in a jade box. The texture of the letter was like fine mutton fat jade, and there were 2 large golden words written on it. Lu Shi. The woman was shocked. The next moment her expression turned ferocious. *Emin, you're saying that Lu Shi's son Lu Shi is a woman? The system seemed to be surprised as well. After a while it said, the data doesn't lie. Lu Shi is the son of Providence, the historical Emperor Qin. The woman was even more furious. She smashed the things in the living room like a madwoman. Who could remain calm when they found out that the person they had ignored for years was the target? Chapter 681. If one were to ask who the lady hated the most, Lu Shi was undoubtedly number 1, followed by Gu Min, and lastly, the thorn in her side, Emperor Qin. She had spent 30 million popularity points to buy news about Emperor Qin, only to receive such an answer. How could she not be angry? After a while, the lady had smashed everything in the living room that could be smashed. Only then did her anger subside. Her hair was a mess and her clothes were disheveled. She lay on the sofa, panting slightly to calm the raging fire in her chest. Lu Shi and Gu Min. 2 bitches. She ground her molars in anger, her beautiful face carrying a frightening malevolence. Especially this Gu Min. An ordinary transmigrator, tormenting the paper workshop, and making bricks and glass to make money. Did they think she couldn't tell that she had used such a crappy method in a transmigration novel? She was already dead, but she still left behind such a big problem. How annoying. Of course, despite her anger, she wouldn't be jealous. What was the point of Gu Min remembering these techniques after transmigrating? She had the system as a cheat. She was much better than that ugly transmigrator, Gu Min. As long as she accumulated enough points, what technique could she not have? Just from her cheat, it was obvious who was the one favored by the heavens. Everything she obtained in this world would become her wealth when she transmigrated back. That was why she was secretly accumulating money. She found out that there were traces of glass in the northern borderline. They were being sold at exorbitant prices. An ordinary piece of low-quality glass cost tens of thousands of strings of coins. She gritted her teeth and decided to exchange for the glass firing technique from the system. She didn't expect it to cost 45 million popularity points. The system told her that this technique wasn't worth much in her eyes, but it was epic-making for this plane. The glass firing technique had already surpassed the technological level of this era. That was why it was so expensive. If she thought it was too expensive, she didn't have to buy it. In the end, she bought it. She had to look at this business from the perspective of development. In order to make a lot of money, she gave the technique to her confidants and had them burn the glass to sell. At first, she made a lot of money. However, she wasn't thorough and leaked the news. The huge profits attracted the jealousy of the other aristocratic families. She gave her confidants a loyalty talisman, but the craftsmen in the kiln didn't. These craftsmen became a breakthrough. The core glass firing technique was leaked, and the merchants who followed suit were like carps crossing the river. Within Zhongzhou, from top to bottom, there was a devilish trend of producing glass and making a lot of money. She was dreaming in the palace, completely unaware of the situation outside. When she found out that she had used 45 million popularity points to exchange for the glass firing technique, she had only earned less than 1,000,000 strings of coins. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood and hated Gumin even more. As for the consequences that this bubble economy brought to the people, she did not care at all. Letting Gumin die like this is really letting her off easy? The woman looked down at the grade 9 loyalty talisman in her hand, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. System, what's the level of my strength now? It's equivalent to the level of this world's grandmasters, and its battle prowess is about the same as the supreme of martial arts from before. The woman's face lit up. According to the system, her martial prowess was already top-notch. Just a moment ago he had felt that it was a waste of popularity points, but now he felt that it was worth it. Would she be afraid of Xie Qian now that she was at the level of a grandmaster? Why would he be afraid of a mere Lu Shi? The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Then do you know where that little bastard Lu Shi is now?" The system asked in return, "Host, why are you asking this question?" She snorted and sneered, "I spent a huge amount of popularity points to exchange for the grade 9 loyalty talisman to buy information about her. Of course, it's to make trouble for her. Otherwise, what's the use of exchanging for it? There's only one and there's only one chance. Of course, I'll only feel at ease if I do it myself." The system understood. "Host, are you planning to leave the palace? If you leave, what about the Empress in the palace?" The woman's heart wavered. She had spent too much effort on the position of Empress. How could she be willing to give it up just like that? Firstly, it was not easy to obtain the position of Empress. How long had she been planning for this? Secondly, the Empress could enjoy the wealth of Zhongzhou first. Using this identity, she had secretly amassed countless precious treasures over the years. When she transmigrated back, any one of them would be a treasure worth millions. It would allow her to go from a penniless small-time broadcaster to a Ms. Perfect with countless treasures. How could she be willing to abandon this money tree? Even if she had to abandon it, it would not be now. She secretly gritted her teeth, thinking about how to solve this matter perfectly. Thirdly, the audience in the live streaming room were mostly otakus who loved beauties. A small portion of them were tycoons who were not stingy with their money. They were willing to spend money and were generous. They often issued various tasks, putting themselves in the shoes of the emperor and spending time with the concubines in the harem. If she lost the identity of Empress, she would lose a portion of her tycoon audience. It would be a great loss. However, if she did not leave the Zhongzhou palace, she would not feel at ease handing over the grade 9 loyalty talisman to others. The plan now, the woman's eyes narrowed and a plan formed in her mind. Didn't Xie Qian sneak attack me and make me lose consciousness due to excessive blood loss? How about this? Get a substitute puppet to replace me, and I'll use it to escape the palace. The system's products must be of the highest quality. The substitute puppet you get will definitely not let anyone know that something is wrong. Even though she was sucking up to the system was still heartless. 5 million points of popularity, no bargaining. The woman was so angry that she pouted, but in the end she still agreed angrily. She muttered to herself, "Scammer Zhou profiteer." On the other side, Xie Qian's assassination had failed. He did not delay and decisively chose to retreat. After paying a small price, Xie Qian successfully shook off his pursuers. He leaped into the cold palace and met up with a middle-aged palace maid. Seeing Xie Qian's gloomy and unwilling expression, the palace maid knew that Xie Qian's assassination had failed. She could not help but sigh. "Mr. Xie, please follow me." The palace maid's face was covered in wrinkles, and she looked older than her actual age. Xie Qian coughed softly, aggravating his injuries. His face was as pale as snow. "Sorry for the trouble." The palace maid was dressed in the lowest grade of palace maid attire, but she had a calm demeanor and an extraordinary bearing. She walked without making a sound. Even though she was accompanied by an assassin who had barged into the palace, she did not panic and helped Xie Qian send away the guards who were searching the palace. After doing this, The palace maid loaded him into a clean bucket of swill and sent him out of the palace that night. The swill cart left the palace. Along the way, Xie Qian changed cars and hid in a large family's dimly lit house. "Looks like you didn't kill that witch." Xie Qian was fiddling with bottles and jars, frowning as he applied medicine to himself. Chapter 682. Chang Zhai, you said she's a witch, so of course she knows some sorcery. How can a mere mortal take her life so easily? This witch is indeed strange. She's clearly not trained in martial arts, but not only could she dodge my killer move, but she was also evenly matched with me. A middle-aged man in a black robe stood outside the door. Due to his good health, he looked 2 years younger than Xie Qian. "I can't rest easy if I don't kill this witch." The middle-aged man known as Chang Zhai walked into the room and sat not far from Xie Qian. His thin face flashed with gloom. The man's surname was Wan, and his name was Xian. He was a respected scholar of his time and a famous scholar. Xie Qian scoffed. "What a coincidence, I thought so too. This witch's methods are evil, and a mortal might not be able to kill her. She's also hiding in the palace and security is tight. After what happened today, she'll be even more careful. It'll be difficult to kill her next time." Wan Xian clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with despair. This witch has immortal methods? How could a mortal fight against a demon immortal? This witch had destroyed his family. Was there no one who could deal with her? 3 or 4 years ago, Wan Xian's daughter was only 15 years old, just of marriageable age. That year, his daughter went to the temple to pray for her family, but she accidentally lost a handkerchief. Unfortunately, it was picked up by a hoodlum. Not only did he pick it up, this ruffian even went around announcing that this handkerchief was given to him by a certain family's wife. Everyone thought that his daughter had an illicit relationship with this ruffian, and that the originally arranged marriage was ruined, and the husband's family avoided him at all costs. The inflexible elder felt humiliated, and while he was not at home, he brought a group of people to drown his daughter. He called it, using death to prove his daughter's innocence, protect her chastity and protect the Wan clan's reputation. Not only that, even Wan Xian's younger sister, who was married and left home, was also drowned. In one night he had lost 2 of his most beloved family members. In his anger, Wan Xian not only hated the Wan clan, but also the source of all this, the Zhongzhou Empress. If it weren't for this woman's mischief and that bullshit for self-accomplishment classics for women, would his daughter and sister have lost their lives because of this? He had never believed in these supernatural theories, but he had no choice but to believe in someone that even Xie Qian could not kill. Xie Qian sneered. Even if the demoness has some tricks up her sleeves, it's still a demonic trick. Immortals? How could that wicked woman, who could be a husband to any man, be qualified to use this word? Wan Xian calmed himself down and asked, "Xiaohe, what should we do now?" Wan Xian and Xie Qian had used their connections and made meticulous arrangements. This had given Xie Qian the opportunity to infiltrate the Celestial Phoenix Palace and assassinate the Empress. Now that the assassination had failed, Wan Xian felt that if the Emperor sincerely pursued the matter, he wouldn't be able to hide it for long. Sooner or later they would be found out. Before the Emperor could react, they had to make preparations to escape. If he continued to stay in Zhongzhou, sooner or later he would be caught and chopped into pieces. Xie Qian paused in the act of bandaging his wound as if he was deep in thought. He said, "The only thing we can do now is to protect ourselves before making any other plans. If we continue to stay in Zhongzhou, we will die sooner or later. We might as well escape to another country. Nanxing is in the midst of war and we can't even protect ourselves. It's not wise to go there. Beiyuan and Xichang are too far away, and these 2 countries have good relations with Zhongzhou. Going there would be suicide. Looking at it now, Dongqing is safer. Lu Zhongqing's son is promising. Both father and son grew up drinking ink, and they have a deep hatred for the demoness. Relying on them should be a good choice." Wan Xian listened carefully and agreed without hesitation. "I'll pack my belongings and leave at night." Xie Qian grabbed Wan Xian's sleeve to stop him from acting foolishly. He wasn't a homebody like Wan Xian. He was very experienced. "Not now. The timing is too sensitive. Stay calm and wait for a day or 2. The Empress has just been assassinated. If you pack your belongings and prepare to move, wouldn't that be a confession? Do what you need to do these 2 days. Don't give yourself away." Wan Xian had no choice but to listen to Xie Qian's advice. Xie Qian asked as he put on his clothes and slowly fastened his belt. "If you leave, what will happen to the Wan family?" Wan Xian's face darkened and he sneered. "It's none of my business. I'll leave it to fate." They owe me after all. Wan Xian lost his wife at a young age. He originally wanted to remarry for his daughter. After all, a daughter's upbringing couldn't be separated from her mistress. But coincidentally, his younger sister had a conflict with her husband's family and left. He simply asked his younger sister to help him raise his daughter. He gave up on the idea of remarrying and devoted himself to learning, slowly making a name for himself. Not only did he befriend many famous people, but he also had some achievements in the officialdom and brought glory to the Wan family. To put it bluntly, Wan Xian's contribution was 80% due to the Wan family's prestige in Zhongzhou. However, not only was the Wan family not grateful, but they also took advantage of him. In the end, they used the excuse of preserving their chastity and protecting their family's reputation to drown Wan Xian's two most important family members. If not for the hatred in his heart, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the successive blows and would have died long ago. Implicating the Wan family? This was what they owed him, and they had to repay him sooner or later. Xie Qian didn't say much. This was Wan Xian's private matter, and he couldn't interfere. 2 days later, the imperial city was on high alert, and the search area was further expanded. Seeing this, Xie Qian asked Wan Xian to get ready to move. At this moment, Wan Xian's connections played an important role. Not long after, the wheels of the carriage slowly rolled in the direction of Dongqing, leaving the imperial city far behind. Wan Xian looked back with a regretful expression. We've already left the imperial city? I guess we'll never return in this lifetime. He was over 40 years old and was considered half a foot in the grave. Now he had to bear the pain of leaving his homeland. If not for that wicked woman, he wouldn't have been reduced to the state of a stray dog. Xie Qian's injuries hadn't healed and he couldn't ride a horse, so he could only sit in the carriage. Hearing his old friend Wan Xian's lament, he sneered. If you can live longer, you might be able to return. Wan Xian looked at him in surprise. Xie Qian said, look at the situation in Zhongzhou. It's just a second Dongqing. The emperor was incompetent and favored the demon empress. He allowed those who didn't do anything to exploit the people and fill their own pockets. He didn't care about the people's livelihood at all. The struggle in the court was getting more and more intense. How many innocent people became cannon fodder in the fight between the gods? As for the influential aristocratic families in Zhongzhou, they were even more laughable. Everyone had high positions and generous salaries, and half of the court's power was in their hands. Financially, they controlled the mountains and swamps, seized large tracts of land and tenants, and avoided paying taxes. On the other hand, they exploited the people. In such a comfortable environment, a large number of aristocratic families who indulged in leisure and debauchery were born. They held power but didn't care about government affairs. Could Zhongzhou still be saved in such a state? They would be doomed. Wan Xian lowered his eyes and pondered. Xie Qian said, let's take one step at a time. If Zhongzhou is in chaos, it might be our best opportunity. That wicked woman was fearless, largely because she was the Empress of Zhongzhou. The entire country was her backer. If Zhongzhou was gone, it would be much easier to deal with that wicked woman. Chapter 683. The area near the Huangshui River was named Huangshui County after its tributary. It was located at the border of Qinzhou. Ever since the imperial family issued an edict to summon the heroes of the world to defend the king and fight against the traitors, troops from all over the country responded to the call and gathered here. They set up camp near Huangshui County. The camp stretched for more than 200 miles. It was a magnificent sight. From the governor to the county magistrate, there were no less than 20 people from all over the country. There were more than 400,000 troops gathered. Prince Changshu was so upset that he couldn't even sleep well these days. Who knew there would be so many forces that responded to the call for help? Where did these people come from? They were about to invade Qinzhou. The Meng family of Zhangzhou cooperated with him from the inside and the outside. The situation was good. Who knew that his brother would shamelessly issue an edict to rescue the king and summon forces from all over the country? What was this equivalent to? This was supposed to be a private matter between the two brothers. No matter how ugly the fight was, it was still a family matter. But his brother couldn't beat him, so he shamelessly sat on the ground and cried like a rascal. He pretended to be pitiful and called a group of reinforcements to help him fight. One mustn't wash one's dirty linen in public. His brother made it known to the whole world. It was really embarrassing, too embarrassing. Prince Changshu ordered the scouts to continue scouting. There were already as many as 400,000 reinforcements in Huangshui County. Quickly invite County Chief Meng over to discuss. Prince Changsho was so worried that his hair was about to fall off. After not seeing him for a while, he had lost a lot of weight. He didn't know why he was so unlucky. Every time his luck was about to take a turn for the better, he would be beaten back to his original state. Not long after, the soldiers carefully invited a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and low-key clothes. When Prince Changsho saw him, his eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior or second parent. The middle-aged man looked good. He had a neatly trimmed beard and a pair of hawk-like eyes that were dark and sinister. When he looked at people with those eyes, there was a gloomy look in his eyes that made people very unhappy. As soon as he came over, the middle-aged man asked in a gloomy tone, "Your Highness, why are you so anxious?" Prince Changsho suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and smiled helplessly. How can this king not be anxious? Those rebels and traitors have gathered at the Huang River, and they have as many as 400,000 soldiers. If they work together with the remaining soldiers in Qinzhou and surround us, then I won't be able to escape even if I have wings. Mister, do you think this prince can still keep his cool? The middle-aged man was the leader of the Mengs in Sangzhou, Meng Zhan, the ex-husband of Lu Shi's stepwife. He heard Prince Changsho's heartfelt words and sneered coldly. They're just a bunch of unruly people with ulterior motives. Your Highness doesn't need to take them to heart. Now, as long as they did not make a move, they would collapse on their own. Back then, when Dongqing, Zhongzhao, Beiyuan, and Xichang assisted Nanxing to fight against Nanman together, didn't the four factions of Nanman also fight and retreat at the same time, allowing the internal strife of the four countries to occur, which eventually led to the collapse of the alliance of the four countries? Your Highness might as well sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight against this group of forces that are here to rescue the emperor. This bunch of unorthodox people will sooner or later have internal strife. Upon hearing this, Prince Changsho's anxious heart calmed down a little. But, when he thought of the magnificent barracks that stretched for more than 200 miles, his heart still trembled involuntarily. No matter how reasonable Meng Zhan's words were, he was still worried. Meng Zhan furrowed his brows in disgust, but he could not show this emotion verbally. Your Highness, please don't worry. Even if I'm not thinking for Your Highness, I have to think for the Meng family. Now the Meng family and Your Highness are in the same boat. If Your Highness is safe, the Meng family can advance further. What's more, Lu Shi's family is still alive and kicking. No matter what, I won't die before him. The hatred of killing his son was absolutely irreconcilable. He wanted to cut off Lu Shi's head with his own hands and use the flesh and blood of Lu Shi's son as a sacrifice to his son Meng Liang's spirit in heaven. In order to achieve this goal, Meng Zhan was betting on Prince Changsho. He could only win, not lose. Sending 400,000 troops to rescue the emperor was indeed tricky, but each of these forces had their own plans, so it was not impossible to defeat them one by one. As long as Prince Changsho listened to his arrangements, he could guarantee that the Dongqing royal family would not survive past this spring. Hearing Meng Zhan's guarantee, Prince Changsho finally felt relieved. On the other side, in the Huangshui barracks, the cold wind whistled and the flags fluttered. The barracks seemed to be connected, but in fact they protected each other. The layout was also different. Huang Song had arrived at Huangshui County half a month ago and set up camp. He was Lu Shi's neighbor and he visited every few days. Seeing Huang Song's attentive manner of visiting, Lu Shi would have thought that he had entered the wrong place if it were not for the fact that he was in the barracks surrounded by soldiers in armor and full of murderous intent. On this day, Huang Song finished training and came to visit again. Lu Shi was holding a hot pot to keep himself warm. When he heard the report from outside the tent, he could not help but let out a long sigh. They saw each other all the time. Since they were all from the same force, he could not refuse Huang Song. Therefore, Lu Shi could only order the soldiers guarding outside the tent. Let County Chief Huang in. Did you hear that? County Chief Huang. It was convenient to be an official with a family in the court. Huang Song's grandfather, Huang Tan, was a trusted eunuch by the emperor's side. He secretly helped the emperor sell official titles to earn some pocket money. All the money he earned was for the emperor to squander and enrich his private treasury. Seeing that, Huang Song simply relied on his grandfather's connections and solidified his official position. In just a short time, Huang Song was directly promoted from the district magistrate of Diang District to the county chief of Mauda County. He was young and promising and he was proud of his success. He originally thought that Huang Song was here to visit, but he did not expect him to have a little tail behind him. Lu Shi sat in the seat of honor in the tent and looked at the young man beside Huang Song with a slight frown. Qingjing Qingyumo. A modest gentleman, tall and straight like a pine tree, with a vast and righteous aura. Even though the young man was dressed calmly and simply, he still had a presence that was difficult to ignore when he stood beside Huang Song, as if he was born to be the focus of attention. Looking at Huang Song and then at Qing Jing, Lu Shi secretly curled his lips. As soon as he saw Qing Jing, he knew that Huang Song had an ulterior motive for coming that day and would not be easily dismissed. As expected, "Uncle Lu, I've come here today because I have something to discuss with Uncle Lu." Huang Song had the attitude of a junior. He was neither servile nor overbearing, like an ordinary junior next door greeting an elder uncle. Lu Shi frowned and asked, "What is it?" Huang Song quietly glanced at Qing Jing, who was behind him. Lu Shi understood and gestured for Qing Jing to speak. "I am Qing Jing and I would like to ask a question, Governor." Lu Shi thought for a while and vaguely understood what Qing Jing wanted to say, but he still wanted to test Qing Jing's limits. "Ask away." Qing Jing did not beat around the bush and asked bluntly, "Governor, do you think that this alliance meeting can save the country that is about to collapse?" Lu Shi snorted. He was not angry, but he did not express anything either. He was just beating around the bush. Many forces have gathered at Huangshui, and almost 30% of Dongqing's military strength has been gathered. Can't this save the world? Chapter 684. Lu Shi leaned against the table and smiled. "What you're talking about is indeed a hidden danger, but who would be willing to stand up for it? If they work together, not only will the traitor Prince Changsho tremble in fear, but even the emperor in Qinzhou will not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Moreover, each hero has his own pride and no one can be completely convinced by another." Huang Song had brought Qing Jing over to find Lu Shi with two ideas. One was to cooperate with Lu Shi and elect a reputable leader who could control the situation. The other was to make Lu Shi the leader and lead the troops to fight it out with Prince Changsho. If it was the former, Lu Shi wouldn't mind joining in the fun. If it was the latter, he could only lament that the younger generation were all black-hearted. Even an old man had to be black-hearted. Wouldn't the conscience of the younger generation hurt? "You're right, Governor, but if we shelve this matter, the alliance will fall apart sooner or later." As Huang Song's spokesperson, Qing Jing's words represented Huang Song's opinion. If it was inconvenient for Huang Song to say something, Qing Jing could help him say it. "My lord intends to propose the election of the alliance leader at the alliance meeting in 2 days. However, my lord is afraid that his own people will speak lightly, and hopes that Governor Lu can say a few words on his behalf." Lu Shi frowned. He wasn't here to instigate him to fight for the leader? He wouldn't mind if it was just a few words from the side. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. He could just treat it as a good deed. But he was a little worried. He didn't know who Huang Song's target for the leader was. If it was Lu Shi himself, he would be in a difficult position as the responder. He would be suspected of being self-directed and boastful. To prevent himself from failing miserably, Lu Shi had to be cautious. He pretended to ask casually, "Does Bogeo have a candidate in mind?" The question was directed at Huang Song, so Qing Jing couldn't answer for him. Fortunately, Huang Song was already prepared. He sat upright at a moderate pace. He said, "Song does have a candidate here. This person is the county chief of Zhe County, Su Bei. What do you think of him, Governor?" Dongqing's territory was divided into 6 states and 21 counties. Each state was divided into 3 counties, and the remaining 3 counties were calculated independently. These 3 commanderies were Hu Commandery, Zhe Commandery, and Hu Commandery. Needless to say, Hu County belonged to the royal family of Dongqing on the surface, but it was secretly in Lu Shi's hands. This was a tacit understanding among others. As for Zhe County, from the previous dynasty until now, this place was equivalent to the headquarters of the Su family, similar to the relationship between the Meng family and Sangzhou. The question was, who was this Su Bei of the Su family? At the mention of this young fellow, others might be a little dumbfounded. However, at the mention of Su Bei's ancestor, there was no one in the 5 countries who did not know of him. She was one of the meritorious deeds of the founding of the Great Xia dynasty. She was as famous as the ancestor of the Meng family, Meng Jing. After his death, he was conferred the title of Marquis of Inner Pass and was known as Duke Su. Because the Su family was small in number and kept a low profile from the previous dynasty until now, there were very few officials, so society paid very little attention to them. However, they valued quality over quantity. They walked the path of elite soldiers. The Su family had few officials, but each one of them could not be ignored. Nominally, the Su family was not one of the 4 noble families of Dongqing, but in terms of overall strength, they were slightly stronger than them. Su Bei was the eldest legitimate grandson of the Marquis of Guanyi, Duke Su. He was of noble birth and had great strength. Recommending this person to be the alliance leader for the rescue of the emperor was the most suitable choice. However, Lu Shi furrowed his brows in deep thought and hesitated. Recommending Su Bei? Huang Song was stunned and asked him, "Governor, do you think this person is not suitable?" Lu Shi waved his hand and laughed. No. I'm not saying that Su Bei is not good. In fact, this child is not bad. He comes from a good family, has strong military strength, and has sufficient prestige. His talent has spread far and wide at a young age. However, Governor Huang seems to have forgotten that other than Su Bei, the Su family has another direct descendant. If we recommend Su Bei and not Su Fei, I'm afraid that these two brothers will not be satisfied and cause internal strife. When that happens, it will not be good. The current head of the Su family was Su Bei's grandfather. This old man was old, but his spirit was hale and hearty. He was already 70 years old, but he still had sharp eyes and ears. One look and you could tell that he would live to 100 years old. He had managed to outlive two legitimate sons. These two legitimate sons each had one son. They were the eldest legitimate grandson, Su Bei, and the second legitimate grandson, Su Niu. In terms of the eldest legitimate son, Su Bei was more legitimate. However, the problem was that the old man from the Su family favored his youngest grandson, Su Fei. He had repeatedly expressed in public that he favored his youngest grandson, saying that his youngest grandson, Su Fei, had the elegance of his younger days. Look at this mess. Because of old grandfather Su's favoritism, the relationship between the two legitimate grandsons was strained. The competition was fierce and there was endless internal strife. To put it bluntly, this was the consequence of not being strict in managing the family and not differentiating between the young and the old. If the family was not stable, how could the world be pacified? From Lu Shi's point of view, no matter which one of them was recommended, they were destined to offend the other. Huang Song was silent. He looked at Lu Shi with an expression that said, "I feel very wronged." "Governor, who do you think is more suitable?" Lu Shi did not speak. Disregarding the two Langzhens from the Su family, the one with the highest status and the most prestige in the alliance was him, Lu Shi. However, this time he was there to watch the show, not to put on an act. He had no intention of competing. Huang Song and Lu Shi answered one-on-one. Qing Jing had been secretly observing Lu Shi. The more he observed, the more his brows furrowed. This matter was fruitless. Lu Shi was an old fox who was immersed in the officialdom. He was very slippery. How could he be easily trapped? On the way back, the two of them wore serious expressions, each with their own thoughts. Huang Song muttered, "This Lu prefecture overseer is very guarded." Qing Jing agreed in his heart. When he directly mentioned Prince Changshuo's conspiracy, Lu Shi's expression did not show the slightest hint of surprise. It was obvious that he was also well aware of it. Lu Shi was well aware of the hidden dangers in the alliance army, but he did not come out and did not easily communicate with others. He had always put on an aloof appearance and kept his mouth shut like a gourd with its mouth sawed off. This showed Lu Shi's attitude. He would not easily fall into the trap. Leader of the alliance army, this position is like a burning iron chair. It's not suitable for anyone to sit on it, but someone has to sit on it. As the saying goes, the death of a fellow Taoist is not the death of a poor Taoist. For an old man like Governor Lu who is immersed in the officialdom, how could he not know the truth? It is also expected that he would not fall into the trap. There is no need to be discouraged, my lord. Qing Jing was not dispirited by this result. Let's go back and discuss it. Huang Song's expression was solemn. If that's the case, then on the day of the alliance meeting should we still mention the election of the leader? Qing Jing said, "Of course we should mention it. However, my lord, there is no need to suggest a candidate. Let them fight for it." From Qing Jing's point of view, some people could not wait to elect the leader. It was just that they were thin-skinned and were unwilling to speak up. If Huang Song were to speak up, he could invisibly win over a good impression. Of course, there were also people who refused to elect the leader. Huang Song would also attract this group of enemies. Chapter 685. Qing Jing lowered his eyelids and thought, analyzing clearly. If it's not Su Bei, then it's Su Fei. It can't be anyone else. They've brought the most troops, 100,000 elites. They're much better than the loose fishes of the alliance. If the leader of the alliance isn't born among them, I'm afraid they won't be satisfied. If they leave in a fit of pique, the alliance will only exist in name, then we'll fall into the enemy's trap. 400,000 troops from the alliance sounded majestic, but in reality, half of them were idle people who only knew how to cheer. They were just there to make up the numbers. As for the other half of the elites, the Su brothers made up 60%. If they left, what was the point of rescuing the emperor? Speaking of troops, Huang Song was depressed. Actually, the candidate he favored the most was Lu Shi. Lu Shi was old, had enough prestige, official status, and a good family background. He was definitely more reliable than the two brats from the Su family. However, Lu Shi did not play by the rules. He was the magistrate of Chongzhou, but he only brought 20,000 soldiers with him to rescue the emperor. One had to know that even a young man like Huang Song had brought along 25,000 yuan in assets. Someone asked why Lu Shi brought so few people. Wasn't it embarrassing? Lu Shi smiled and choked the person back. I am the governor of Chongzhou. The safety of the people of Chongzhou is the most important. Chongzhou is a bitterly cold place, bordering the three tribes of the northern borderline. The barbarians of the three tribes eyed the hinterland of Dongqing covetously. If a large number of troops were mobilized to rescue the emperor, the northern borderline would take advantage of the situation and attack the borders of Chongzhou. What would happen? Although rescuing the emperor is important, there are priorities. I think that national defense is the most important and everything else is secondary. Look, this scene was beautiful. Who would dare to mock Lu Shi for having fewer troops? Huang Song and Qing Jing returned to the tent. Feng Ju was buried in his work. Hearing the commotion, he looked up and saw the two enter one after another. Lord and Yumo are back. What's the news? The two shook their heads. Huang Song said, Lu Shi is too cunning. No wonder he used to be the chief of Hu County. He's not easy to deal with. Feng Ju listened to the two's description and frowned in thought. I'm afraid you've forgotten someone. Confronting Lu Shi head-on was asking for trouble. To drag this old fox into the water, there was no need to confront him directly. Who did you forget? Qing Jing asked. Lu Shi. Feng Ju sneered and spat out the name. Huang Song shook his head like a rattle. This won't do. If I drag Lu Shi down with me, this father and son pair will not forgive me. Feng Ju explained, that's not what I meant. Qing Jing frowned. He seemed to understand Feng Ju's plan. You mean if the alliance, or the two Langzhens of the Su family can't compete, they can turn around and support Lu Shi? Feng Ju nodded and said, yes, that's exactly what I meant. If Su Bei and Su Fei are unable to compete, it will definitely affect the unity of the alliance army. When the time comes, the morale of the people will falter and Prince Changsha will have his way. Since that was the case, they might as well let Lu Shi become the alliance leader while they were fighting over it. Although Lu Shi was a district magistrate, he was ambitious. All of Wanzhou was probably in his hands. With just Wanzhou in addition to Chongzhou and Hu County in Lu Shi's hands, what power in Dongqing could go against them? Even if the two Langzhens of the Su family are unwilling, they have no choice but to bow their heads. Huang Song thought about it and agreed that it was a good idea. However, he was a little timid. He shrugged his shoulders and frowned bitterly. I'm afraid that Lu Shi will strangle me. The two of them were fair-weather friends. They hadn't seen each other for many years. After reuniting, they schemed against Lu Shi. He was really afraid that Lu Shi would press him to the ground and beat him up. Feng Ju and Qing Jing looked at Huang Song silently. Their eyes were filled with an unfathomable light. They seemed to sympathize with him, but at the same time they seemed to be embarrassed. My lord, do you dare to be even more timid? The three of them had planned it well. Everything was ready except for Lu Shi's arrival. They never expected that Lu Shi was indeed Lu Shi's biological son. As the father, he had brought 20,000 troops to protect the emperor. As the son, he was even more shameless. He had brought 10,000 troops to watch the show. Lu Shi and Jiang Pingji had the same idea. Anyway, their son, father, would bring more people. They wouldn't force themselves. Of the 10,000 troops that Jiang Pingji had brought, 6,000 were elites. The remaining 4,000 were new soldiers who had only trained for a few days. Their combat power was mediocre. Jiang Pingji finally brought 10,000 troops and finally arrived at the location of the alliance meeting, Huangshui. The sickly Feng Zhen was frozen like a quail. He clung to the carriage and refused to get out. Yang Si sneered at him. Look at how useless you are. Although he said that, Yang Si's actions were very honest. He didn't want to get out of the carriage and ride a horse. Seeing the two men so timid, Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows and mocked them indiscriminately. Look at how useless you are. The weather was nice, but the two of them were still huddled in the carriage and refused to get out. They even had to eat in the carriage. Jiang Pingji couldn't stand it anymore. Yang Si said, I'm old. I'm not as vigorous as young people. Feng Zhen said, I'm already half a foot in the grave. Please take pity on me, my lord. Very well, the two strategists had successfully disgusted Jiang Pingji and driven her away. After Jiang Pingji rode away majestically on Little White, Feng Zhen snatched the hot water from Yang Xi's arms. You're fighting with a sick person. Yang Jingrong, you're regressing as you age. Yang Xi wasn't someone who would wait to be captured without putting up a fight. You said you were sick, but now you're full of vigor. Who would believe that you're a sick person? In terms of age, I'm older than you. You have to respect your elders. Then why don't you love the young? Feng Zhen was flustered and exasperated. Listening to the commotion coming from the carriage, Jiang Pingji secretly rolled her eyes in annoyance. Why had she asked Feng Zhen and Yang Xi to follow the army? The two of them were good individually, but when they were put together, they produced a subtle chemical reaction and kept on making noise. The two of them were almost 60 years old together, but they were still so frivolous. While riding on Little White, she scanned the bullet screen in the livestream room, intending to find some fun in it. The idle audience was still the idle audience. The bullet screen was full of fun. Yi Shenmu, it's so boring. I can only watch the two strategists love and kill each other every day to pass the time. Fake mud doll, #cheeks, Billy already has Yang Xi and Feng Zhen's food. You're welcome to try it. Shu Shanya Li, you evil cults look at people with rotten eyes. I feel that the two of them are walking further and further down the road of clowns. Kei Sang, that's their personalities. If it were Feng Jin, Wei Ci or Su Ku, the atmosphere would probably be cold. Lao Ciji Lianming, are you so idle that you need to play CP to pass the time? Speaking of which, when will we arrive at Huangshui? Gui Kai Guofengxiu, same question. Let's wait while we knock on the bowl. If they didn't arrive at Huangshui, Yang Xi and Feng Zhen's public image would collapse. Jiang Pingji looked down at the topographic map. According to the directions on it, there was still half a day's journey to Huangshui. After a while, scouts galloped over on horseback. My lord, there are scouts from unknown forces ahead. Chapter 686. This place was very close to the Huangshui River where the Alliance meeting was held, so it was normal to run into scouts. After a round of probing, it was indeed a scout from the Allied army. With a guide, Jiang Pingji could avoid many detours. My father has arrived? Both parties identified themselves, and the scouts of the Alliance came over to pay their respects to Jiang Pingji. The Alliance army scout cupped his fists and bowed. Governor Liu has arrived and is setting up camp on the east side of the Alliance army's camp. Does Liu Langjun want to go over? Jiang Pingji smiled. Of course I have to go. Please lead the way. As the scouts passed on the news of Jiang Pingji's arrival spread throughout the Allied camp. There was a question that many forces were most concerned about. How many soldiers did Liu Shi bring? The answer was, more than 10,000. Everyone was speechless. Liu Shi had brought 20,000 soldiers and horses, and Liu Shi had brought 10,000. The father and son only had 30,000 in total, which was less than 1/10 of the Alliance's total military strength. After all, they were a major force in Dongqing. Why did they bring so few people with them? Didn't they look shabby? They couldn't understand, but two of them breathed a sigh of relief. These two were none other than the two Langjuns of Zhe County's Su family, the brothers Su Bei and Su Fei. Although the two of them were cousins, they had been competing with each other since they were young and had almost fought to the point of becoming cross-eyed. The brotherhood was only about face and affection. There was no lack of discerning people in the Alliance army. Many of them could already tell that the Alliance army was facing a severe test. Many of them had thoughts of electing a leader. Of course, they wanted to elect a leader not to save Dongqing, much less to save the royal family. They only wanted to seek benefits from it. However, no one had the courage to stand out. After all, the bird that sticks out gets shot. Su Bei and Su Fei both had ulterior motives. Not only did they view each other as a thorn in their side and a competitor, they also had their eyes on the Liu family's father and son. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that Liu Shi and Liu Shi had only brought 30,000 soldiers with them. With such a small number of troops, they definitely didn't have the qualifications to be the Alliance leader, because they couldn't control the situation. After eliminating a formidable opponent, he only needed to guard against Su Fei, Su Bei. Jiang Pingji had yet to arrive at the camp of the Alliance army. Naturally, she did not know what strange thoughts others had in their heads. She happily ran to Liu Shi's campsite. Before she arrived, she was splashed with cold water. What? Father only brought 20,000 soldiers and horses? Jiang Pingji was astonished. Yang Si and Feng Zhen, who were wrapped up like penguins, were also astonished. 20,000 soldiers? What was the use of 20,000 soldiers? Were they going to be food for the enemy? On second thought, his lord was even more unsightly. She had only brought 10,000 soldiers with her. It seemed like this pair of father and son had come here just to be bystanders. When Lu Shi heard the news, he was also shocked. In the end, the father and son looked at each other, speechless. Jiang Pingji had brought very few people with her because the situation in Wanzhou was unstable. She was unable to transfer more people. Lu Shi had brought few men with him because Chongzhou was connected to the north borderline. The three tribes of the north borderline had a hard time this winter, and it would be even harder at the start of spring. If too many of their military forces were taken away, it was feared that the three tribes of the north borderline would not care about their lives and gather their troops to invade the south. Although the possibility was small, they still had to guard against it. Therefore, because of various reasons, the father and son became a member of the soy sauce ball. Although their military strength was superior, they were lacking in manpower. Regarding this, the two of them accepted it. It didn't matter if he could stand out or not. What mattered was that he could achieve his goal. No matter what the outcome of this rescue mission was, it was fine as long as it did not affect the fundamental interests of the father and son. Jiang Pingji had just arrived, so she needed to understand the strength of the alliance. Only after doing his homework would he have a clear idea of what was going on. Lu Shi had arrived earlier than her, so he knew more information. He said, "There are a total of 23 alliance troops this time. Among them, the most eye-catching are the two brothers of the Su family, the descendants of the Marquis of Guanyi Su Gong. These two brothers are young and promising. They are good at everything except for their lack of experience. Their prestige still relies on the shadow of their ancestors. In this election of the alliance leader, these two will definitely participate in the fight and fight to the death. Although the title of alliance leader is an empty title, it is very important to them. Only by improving their reputation could they attract more talents to join them. Only then could their influence be further developed. Rather than saying that the position of alliance leader was an empty title, it was better to say that it was a living advertisement that would attract countless viewers. Lanting, do you have any thoughts about the position of alliance leader? Lu Shi asked his daughter. Jiang Pingji shook her head decisively. She said straightforwardly, I'm here to expand my business and see if I can bring a few people back. I have serious matters to attend to, not to play house with a bunch of children. Election of the alliance leader? Childish. They can elect whoever they want. I just have to do my own thing. I really don't care who the alliance leader is. Anyway, it can't be me. With such a small number of troops, she couldn't compete even if she wanted to. She might as well relax and watch the show. Lu Shi's expression froze. Daughter, does your strategist know that you're speaking so bluntly? Yang Si and Feng Zhen sat to the left and right of Jiang Pingji. They looked down and focused like old monks in meditation. Lu Shi snorted and said, That's true. No matter how big the ruckus gets, it has nothing to do with us. The election of the alliance leader had nothing to do with them. They were better off watching the drama unfold as bystanders. Jiang Pingji blinked and secretly glanced at the two strategists who were offline. She suddenly said, Father? Lu Shi was puzzled. What's the matter? Jiang Pingji smiled and corrected Lu Shi's faulty wording. Not father and son, father and daughter. As soon as she said that, Lu Shi was shocked. Yang Si looked as if he couldn't bear to look at it, as if he had seen the end of the world. He raised his hand to his forehead. Feng Zhen's eyes widened in surprise. Then he covered his chest and coughed violently. Damn, he almost choked on his saliva. Lu Shi quickly regained his composure and asked his daughter with his eyes, Why did you suddenly say that? Jiang Pingji said, In my opinion, this alliance meeting is a good opportunity. It can't be dragged on forever. Lu Shi didn't object. He had mentioned to his daughter about recovery, but Jiang Pingji didn't say anything, so he didn't rush her. His daughter obviously had her own ideas. Lu Shi didn't need to interfere. Below, Feng Zhen looked at Lu Shi eagerly, hoping that his lord's words were just a joke. Lu Shi said, As long as you like it. Back then, I made you dress up as a man and pretend to be your brother. That was because I had no choice. Now that you've grown up and can take responsibility, I'm very relieved. Lanting, what time do you plan to pick so that I can make preparations? Logically speaking, he still had to make up for his daughter's hairpin. Jiang Pingji said, We'll see when the time comes. There's no hurry now. His daughter wasn't in a hurry, so naturally Lu Shi wasn't in a hurry either. However, there were two strategists here who felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. Feng Zhen even had an expression that said, "I can't take it anymore, I need my sister to comfort me." How could his lord be a woman? How could she be a woman? My lord. Even the quick-witted Feng Zhen had times when he was stuttering. His gaze lingered below Jiang Pingji's chin and above her abdomen. "Look, it's flat." Jiang Pingji understood. She glanced at him meaningfully and sneered. "Do you want to verify it with your own hands?" Feng Zhen, the frivolous one, said, "Can I?" "You can. However, I'm afraid that you'll break before you touch it." She glanced at the area 3 inches below Feng Zhen's navel with a faint smile. Feng Zhen felt a chill down his spine. He almost burst into tears. Chapter 687. Yang Si could not help but sigh when he saw Feng Zhen's defeated expression. How could he not know his lord's temperament? He held back his laughter and said, "The truth is already in front of you. Why are you still unwilling to accept your fate?" "I think I can still be saved." Feng Zhen imitated Jiang Pingji's words in the past, like a salted fish. Yang Si couldn't laugh anymore. No matter how he tried to save her, he could not change the fact that his lord was a woman and not a man. "I advise you to accept reality. With Master's temper, she won't tolerate anything. It's too late for you to replace her." Yang Si turned to look at Feng Zhen and reminded him, "You've always been unrestrained and unrestrained. In the past it was fine. After all, you and I didn't know the Lord's true gender. But now you can't ignore it. The Lord was raised as a man, but she is not a man after all." If the news that Jiang Pingji was a woman was suddenly revealed, no matter how carefree they were, they could not accept it immediately. This news was too shocking. However, Jiang Pingji had given them a heads-up beforehand and given them enough buffer time, so the impact was not great. Feng Zhen and Yang Si weren't people who liked to get stuck in a dead end. On the contrary, due to their temperaments, these two people were very receptive. It wasn't that they couldn't accept reality, it was just that the truth destroyed their worldview. However, since she was the master that he had chosen, he had to support her to the end even if he had to kneel down. As Feng Zhen listened to Yang Si's words, he felt that something was amiss. There was more to it than meets the eye. "Yang Jingrong, what do you mean?" Yang Si snorted. "I don't mean anything else. I just want to remind you to pay attention to your words and actions. Just now, your conversation with the Lord was very inappropriate." Feng Zisher, recall your conversation with the Lord just now. Is it appropriate? If the Lord was a man, it would be fine if you teased him a little. It was harmless and the world would not criticize you. But now, since you know that she is a woman, you should know to avoid arousing suspicion and pay attention to the rules between men and women. Our Lord is still young and her temperament is uncertain. Don't lead a good seedling astray. Feng Zhen had a shocked expression on his face. He looked at Yang Si with sympathy in his eyes. "We have a responsibility to care for people with cerebral palsy." Feng Zhen looked unconvinced. "Yang Jingrong, you're wrongly accusing me. Do you think that a playboy who is familiar with the code words of the brothel, who is good at flirting with prostitutes, who drinks like water, and who hums flirtatious songs can be a decent seedling?" It had long grown crooked. "Even if I lead him astray, it's my Lord who leads the innocent and pure me astray, not the other way around. In terms of skill level, I'm not even as good as my Lord." It was fine to say that he was unrestrained, but he couldn't just throw the blame to him. His private life was indeed not good, but he was not a person without integrity. Was he the one who instigated the Lord to act like a romantic gentleman? Doesn't the person who said this feel a pang of conscience? Yang Si snorted coldly. Even the corners of his eyes were filled with obvious doubts. Feng Zhen was filled with anger. He was about the same age as Yang Si and could be considered to be of the same generation. But now Yang Si had grabbed him by the ear and lectured him. Feng Zhen was also angry. "Yang Jingrong, do you think you're raising a daughter? With Lord's character, why would she need me to teach her?" Yang Si was about to retort when Feng Zhen quickly said, "Don't object to it. According to my understanding of my Lord, if you deliberately emphasize the need to keep a distance between men and women, it will only make her unhappy. You're experienced enough to know the taboo of a person in a superior position. Don't break the taboo. To put it bluntly, whether my Lord is a man or a woman, what difference does it make to people like us? Don't be obsessed." He was still a single dog, yet he was acting like a loving father and treating his Lord like a daughter. Was there something wrong with Yang Si's brain? Actually, Yang Si just wanted Feng Zhen to rein in his attitude, but this fellow just had to turn the tables on him. Yang Si wanted to hit someone when he heard this. You're twisting words and forcing logic. He glared at Feng Zhen. Do you think I don't know the taboo that you've mentioned? I'm not asking you to rein in your behavior because I want you to be estranged from my lord or make her unhappy. I'm only thinking about my lord's reputation. Do you understand this painstaking effort? You don't care about your reputation. Do you want to tarnish my lord's reputation after 100 years? How can a ruler not be a ruler and a minister not be a minister? Yang Si was so angry that his balls hurt. He really wanted to press Feng Zhen into the snow and make this fellow listen to his lecture. Feng Zhen pursed his lips. He really didn't care about her reputation. His lord was also a pragmatic person who didn't care about empty reputations. Seeing his behavior, Yang Si was both angry and amused. Did you study for so many years for nothing? Back then, Emperor Taizu of Xia put Duke Su in an important position, and the relationship between the ruler and his minister was deep. It was originally a beautiful story, but look at how those despicable unofficial histories are written. How many unofficial histories of later generations have fabricated stories to slander their romantic relationship? The Su family of Zhe County has been criticized. It's rumored that they have the royal blood of the Xia dynasty running through their veins. Haven't you heard of it? Back then, Emperor Taizu of Xia was a heroic man, and Duke Su was an extraordinary woman, but they were still criticized and slandered by the world. Now, my lord is a woman and most of her ministers are men. The criticism they receive will only be more severe. If you don't want to add a romantic debt to later generations, then go ahead and do it. It's just that you're a prodigal son. Don't implicate my lord and let her be criticized along with you. If you still don't understand, I won't say any more. Feng Zhen couldn't refute. He and Yang Si were both people who didn't bother about trifles, but they were different. Feng Zhen completely let go of his restraints and didn't care about his image and reputation. Yang Si was the type who was inwardly coquettish and flirted in secret. He was very serious on the surface. Who can control the mouths of the people in the world? Feng Zhen felt a little guilty and lacked confidence. Yang Si replied, I can't control the mouths of the people in the world, but I can control your actions and words. I can keep an eye on you at all times. Feng Zhen was like a frosted eggplant, dispirited and listless. He didn't know that he would be so unlucky to be partnered with Yang Si. If he had known earlier, he would have rather partnered with Feng Jin or Wei Si. At least they were gentle and easy to deal with. Do you think that the others will be very surprised if they know about this? Yang Si said, I don't know if they will be surprised or not, but they will definitely be shocked. His majestic and heroic lord had turned into a delicate woman in a single night. Who could withstand such a huge shock? She threw the task of setting up camp to the two strategists. Jiang Pingji was a hands-off shopkeeper and had nothing to do. She sat opposite Lu Shi and brewed tea and wine. They asked and answered questions to understand the power of the alliance. As the two of them answered more and more, the audience in the streaming room had a general understanding of the power of the alliance meeting. The more they understood, the more disappointed they were. Huang Xiaodan, a man of few words, what a pity. I thought the streamer would be in the limelight this time and become the leader of the alliance. This bullet screen represented the thoughts of the majority of the audience. They had already moved their small stools and sat down to watch the streamer carry the entire scene. What happened in the end? The streamer told them that she was going to take a break midway. She sat in the substitute seat and watched a group of young fresh meats fight fiercely. Chapter 688. Pure and kind Zhang Xinjia. I think it's impossible to be the leader. The chances are very small, infinitely close to zero. Who asked the streamer and her father to have such a tacit understanding that both father and daughter had brought a small number of soldiers? A mere 30,000 troops could only ensure that they had a certain amount of authority in the alliance army and would not be reduced to a mere background. It was difficult to control the entire situation. As for the Su brothers, Su Bei and Su Fei, they were like the Yuan brothers from the Three Kingdoms period. They were the true leaders of the alliance army. If they were really talented and not the kind of mediocre people who switched from arrogance to deference and had eyes but failed to see, the possibility of the host father and son being promoted was very small. It was more realistic to daydream about becoming an alliance leader. After all, this was a place where fists did the talking. The Su brothers were very young and inexperienced, but they held great weight in the alliance. As a fan of streamers, many viewers felt that there was a psychological gap, but reality was reality, and streamers could not go against the heavens and the earth. Honest and loyal Yi Buxiu, #smokes, can anyone be the alliance leader? Have you forgotten how big Dongqing's territory is? The host and his son have already occupied 2 states and Hu County, which is similar to a municipality today. They are in the limelight and are feared by others. If they were to fight for the useless chief position, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. They might even get themselves killed. What if the alliance army has ulterior motives and secretly forms a small alliance to attack the host father and son? Right now they only had 30,000 soldiers and horses in their hands. They were very weak. Hand speed expert Yu Wenzhou, the host's goal isn't to become the leader of the alliance. She's here to recruit talents and promote her business. What's wrong with the alliance leader? It was just an empty title. If it was emperor, it would be worth it for the host to fight for it. There were gains and losses. It was not the best to gain the upper hand and be in the limelight. Little did they know that making a fortune in silence was the way of the king. I prefer to watch a wolf in sheep's clothing. At first, Lu Shi was worried that his daughter would be unhappy, but after talking to her, he realized that she really didn't care about her reputation. The one who has the last laugh is the winner. Jiang Pingji snorted and said calmly, "The process is important, but it's not as important as the result." Lu Shi was very pleased. "It's great that you think that way. I'm relieved." Feng Zhen and Yang Xi's working abilities were commendable. Under their direction the camp quickly took shape. The first thing to be done was the commander's tent. As soon as she stepped into her new residence, someone came to visit her. It was an old acquaintance. Jiang Pingji looked at Huang Song and asked him in a familiar tone, "Bogart's camp is nearby?" The young man in front of him was a little longer than he remembered. He looked more muscular, and the immaturity on his face had been slowly worn away by time. The visitor was Huang Song, Jiang Pingji's fair-weather friend. They had a good relationship back in Shangjing. "Yeah, I heard that you're here, so I hurriedly asked people to prepare cooked meat and sake. Let's not go home until we're drunk." Jiang Pingji glanced at the young scholar behind Huang Song. She saw that he was secretly frowning, and his expression was slightly displeased. "That's right, it's really a headache to have a lord who won't leave until she's drunk and can't hold her liquor well." Jiang Pingji bluntly exposed Huang Song's lame lie. "Come on, do you think I don't know what you're planning? You knew I was coming, but you just dragged your feet and refused to come. I'm here now because I can't delay any longer, am I right?" Huang Song's face was bitter, but he did not show any embarrassment at being exposed. "Lu Lanting, your mouth is still so harsh and your words are like knives." Jiang Pingji crossed her arms in front of her chest. "If you don't want me to be harsh, then don't talk like an official in front of me. Tell me the truth." "Alright, the truth is, I felt that your tent hasn't been set up yet, so I didn't want to sit on the ground and eat meat and drink with you. That's why I delayed coming." Huang Song's answer made Qing Jing's frown deepen, and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. "I've told you the truth. You should let me into your tent, right? You're so talkative. Come in." Jiang Pingji glanced at Qing Jing to see his reaction, then welcomed them into the tent. The tent was very simple. There were only mats for people to sit on, and other than that there were no other decorations. The three of them sat down. Huang Song asked the guards to set up the table and took out the food from the food box. The cooked meat on the plate had been cut into slices. The slices were still steaming and they did not smell fishy. Jiang Pingji still spoke in a mocking tone. "The alliance troops are stationed at a place with 400,000 people, but we can still eat meat." Huang Song did not understand. He thought that Jiang Pingji was disgusted and he felt rather ashamed. "I should do my best as a host and entertain Brother Lu. It's a pity that the snow hasn't melted yet, and the livestock are hiding in their nests. There are no other living creatures for me to eat. When spring comes, the prey will be plump and I'll hunt a few more for Brother Lu." Qing Jing felt the urge to facepalm. It was definitely his illusion that his lord was so silly and adorable. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh. She knew that Huang Song was trying to be clever, but she did not expose him. "That's not what I meant. Bogeo, don't misunderstand. The alliance troops have 400,000 troops. How much food can they eat every day? I thought that if the army stationed here, they would at least be at the level where all the birds would disappear, even if they didn't eat the ground and the roots. Thanks to you I can still eat meat." Huang Song was speechless. "Brother Lu's words are reasonable, but the meat you're eating now was secretly reared by me. I'm preparing it for a sumptuous meal when I'm hungry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have wanted to eat it so early. Look at how good I am to you. I even gave you my secret stash." Jiang Pingji and Huang Song were fair-weather friends. They were not close friends, but they were not strangers either. They had no scruples when they talked at the table. As for Qing Jing, he ate silently, drank silently, and watched the two old drivers drift and race in silence. It felt like the door to a new world had been opened. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Huang Song picked his teeth as if there was no one else around and asked Jiang Pingji, "Brother Lu, I heard that you only brought 10,000 troops with you? Isn't that not enough?" Jiang Pingji said indifferently, "Is 10,000 troops too little? If it's not enough, doesn't my father have 20,000? Huang Song hurriedly waved his hands. There was a hint of probing in his words. "I didn't mean that. I'm just thinking about Brother Lu's temperament. He's always liked to join in the fun and be in the limelight. Now, many of Dongqing's heroes and forces have gathered here to prepare for the rescue of the king, kill the rebels and protect the country. This is a good opportunity to make a name for yourself. Brother Lu, don't you want to play big and be in the limelight?" The two were fair-weather friends, but their temperaments were compatible and they were quite familiar with each other. When she asked this question, it was 70% probing mixed with 30% concern. Chapter 689. Huang Song nodded as he listened. He obviously believed Jiang Pingji's words. No matter how much he criticized her in his heart, at least he believed her on the surface. Qing Jing, who was beside him, was not so easily fooled. In his opinion, even if Jiang Pingji was not lying, she was not lying. She had conquered Qingde County in half a month. Such swift actions were enough for Qing Jing to view her as a great enemy. After saying this, Jiang Pingji asked him a question. "Bogeo, are you interested in the position of alliance leader?" "Brother Lu, don't laugh at me. How am I worthy of being the alliance leader?" Huang Song laughed bitterly, his tone self-deprecating. Jiang Pingji said, "Why do you belittle yourself? You are the chief of a county and have tens of thousands of troops under your command. Why not? Why not? Of course not. If he could be the alliance leader with such little qualifications, who knew how many people would fight for him?" Although Huang Song was ambitious, he could see reality and his own strength clearly. He did not have that kind of arrogance that was higher than the sky. He knew it was impossible for him to become the alliance leader, but he could find a way to maximize the benefits. "I am ashamed. Brother Lu thinks highly of me, but with my meager strength, I will only be laughed at by the heroes." The two drank and drank. Because Huang Song was a good talker, the atmosphere did not turn cold. As the conversation went deeper, they began to talk about the various factions within the alliance. Jiang Pingji listened carefully. She had heard a lot from Lu Shi and wanted to dig out more information from Huang Song. Huang Song said, "Other than the Su brothers, I think there are two other families worth paying attention to." "Which two?" Jiang Pingji asked him. Huang Song said, "One is the chief of Shanghai County Wuxia. The other is the military chief of Zhangzhou Dongmen County Yang Jian. In my opinion, these two are one of the few pure-hearted forces in the alliance that are willing to protect the emperor. The military chief of Shanghai County Wuxia is second only to the Su brothers. The military chief of Dongmen County Yang Jian has no more than 15,000 troops, but from what I know, this is all he has. This shows his sincerity." When Jiang Pingji heard these two names, she seemed to be deep in thought. "Wuxia, just from the name, I know he is a relative of the royal family. Let's not talk about him. Then who is this Yang Jian?" More importantly, Yang Jian was from Zhangzhou's East Gate County. Zhangzhou was Prince Changshuo's fief. Huang Song smiled as he explained, "The county chief of Hu County, Wuxia, is indeed from a branch of the royal family. He can be considered a relative. In terms of seniority, he is the uncle of the emperor and Prince Changshu. As for Dongmen Commandant Yang Jian, he doesn't have any special background, but I like his temperament." This person's temperament was open-minded, and he was heroic and righteous. Although he looked crude and careless, he was actually very meticulous. Zhangzhou was Prince Changshuo's fief. It looked rich on the surface, but in reality, it was a chaotic place. Prince Changshu used other reasons to cover up the incidents of water bandits robbing and killing the people, pretending to be peaceful. Only Yang Jian's personality was unyielding and unyielding. It was said that he dared to raise his sword at the age of 17 and led his troops, who were good at swimming, to deal with the water bandits. He fought valiantly and often disregarded life and death. Now that he has made a name for himself, he can be considered a hero. Jiang Pingji pinched her chin. "From what you've said, Bogeo seems to like Yang Jian a lot." Huang Song said calmly, "Of course I want to befriend such a heroic figure. It's just that." At this point, Huang Song's expression darkened. He felt slightly ashamed and didn't continue. Even if he didn't say it, the two people in the tent understood what he meant. There was no point in saying it. However, he didn't know that apart from Jiang Pingji and Qing Jing, there were 150,000 onlookers. These people didn't understand. Blackberry Kin, I'm confused. What's next? Wang Tao Kin, same question. What's next? Pomelo Kin, there's nothing more. This damned eunuch. He pretended to be mysterious halfway through his speech. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Jiang Pingji looked at the bullet screen full of eunuch, and there's nothing more. She held back her laughter in pain. Host V, the alliance is meeting here. They are here to suppress Prince Changsho, but this Yang Jian is from Zhangzhou. Zhangzhou is Prince Changsho's fief, so their relationship is more sensitive. If I'm not wrong, Yang Jian should have been declared independent by the alliance. Huang Song wants to befriend him, but the situation doesn't allow it. If he befriends Yang Jian, it's equivalent to making enemies for himself. Huang Song won't do such a thing. After her explanation, the comments on the screen changed again. Wei Weian, Huang Song is too cowardly. Why worry so much? If he wants to befriend him, then befriend him. Why does he have to avoid arousing suspicion? Su Sui Lianyan, I think Huang Song is right. Yang Jian is isolated by the whole group. If he brazenly befriends him, he'll definitely be ostracized by the whole group. He'll even implicate Yang Jian. This doesn't fit Huang Song's character. There are many ways to express goodwill. Huang Song is a smart man. Offering help in times of need is much better than adding icing on the cake. If there's a war, Yang Jian might be thrown out by the alliance as cannon fodder. When that happens, Huang Song can lend a helping hand. This is better than befriending him. Hacker Wen Xiang Pian, to the person above, please accept my respect. Hacker Dian Wen Xiang Pian, the type of streamer attracts the type of audience. I feel like the average IQ of the streaming room is getting higher and higher. Jiang Pingji was very composed. After so many years, she had long developed the habit of ignoring the bullet screen and not being affected by it. She comforted Huang Song. Bogeo, don't be disappointed. It's fine if you secretly befriend Yang Jian. There's no need to announce it to the world. Wasn't there a saying that went, showing off your love will lead to a quick death? Huang Song didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who would comfort someone like that? This person's choice of words was still so amusing. Made people laugh and cry. Words that were originally proper, but when they came out of this person's mouth, they always had a strange tint to them. Huang Song said that they wouldn't go home until they were drunk. Jiang Pingji didn't feel bad about it. Anyway, it wasn't her wine. It would be a waste not to drink it. In the end, the tent reeked of alcohol. Huang Song was already paralyzed on the ground like a puddle of mud. His face was burning red and he was delirious. On the other hand, Jiang Pingji's wine jars were no less than Huang Song's. She still looked sober, but her eyes were shimmering with tears. Huang Song hugged the wine jars in a daze. He stammered, I can still drink? Bogeo's alcohol tolerance isn't good. Tell him to drink less in the future. Although the war hasn't started yet, this is still an important military camp. He should remain sober at all times. He shouldn't drink too much to prevent it from affecting his sanity. Jiang Pingji glanced at Qing Jing, whose expression was normal and unchanging. She said in a lazy tone, look at how drunk he is. I'll send someone to send him back. What do you think, teacher? Looking at Qing Jing's stature, Jiang Pingji really doubted that he could successfully drag Huang Song back. Qing Jing bowed with his hands in front of his chest. Thank you for your kindness, District Magistrate Liu. I thank you on behalf of my lord. Bogeo and I are good friends. You don't have to be so polite. When she finished speaking, she shouted for the soldiers to support Huang Song and send him back to his own tent. She got up and sent Huang Song and Qing Jing out of the tent. She looked at the few figures in the distance and frowned. Chapter 690. Before he even got close, he could smell the strong scent of alcohol on Jiang Pingji. Why did my lord drink so much? She said, Huang Song is here. If I don't accept the wine that was delivered to my doorstep, wouldn't it be a great loss? Feng Jin nodded and didn't dwell on this topic. He didn't come to listen to his lord talk about how he had taken advantage of her. My lord, you should quickly go to the drill ground. Han Mei has gotten into an argument with someone. Han Mei got into an argument with someone? She knew every word of this sentence, but when put together, she couldn't understand it. Han Mei has such a good temper. Why would he get into an argument with someone for no reason? And it even went to the drill ground? Li Yun was known as a little angel. When they heard that he had gotten into an argument, many people's first reaction was that the other party had a nasty mouth and was the one who provoked him first. Although Jiang Pingji wasn't blind, she was still biased towards her own people. Li Yun was the group's favorite. He was equally good-looking as Wei Ci. If Jiang Pingji wasn't biased towards her own people, would she be biased towards outsiders who bullied them? Feng Zhen didn't seem to be anxious. Obviously, this matter wasn't serious. This can't be explained in a short time. My lord, let's talk as we walk. Feng Zhen was afraid that Li Yun would be at a disadvantage, so he hurried over to ask for help. His lord's combat ability was off the charts. How could ordinary people fight against her? At that moment, Feng Zhen completely forgot that his lord was a girl. When he finally realized it, his expression was a little conflicted. It wasn't that he didn't want to remember his lord's gender, but his lord's actions were too manly. It was too much of an act. Jiang Pingji didn't say much and said, "Lead the way." The camp hadn't been set up yet and she didn't have a drill ground here. The drill ground that Feng Zhen mentioned was in the camp of another power. Along the way, Jiang Pingji saw that the tents were arranged neatly. The soldiers looked imposing and had the aura of a valiant army. She swept her gaze across and frowned slightly. These people are from the south, right? Look at them, they seem to be good swimmers. Feng Zhen was already familiar with Jiang Pingji's observation skills, so he wasn't surprised. My lord is wise. This is the camp of the military chief of Zhangzhou's Dongmen County. These people are all elite soldiers who are proficient in land and water. I heard that this person has 10,000 elites under him, and they are all able to fight in the waves. Once he's in the water, he'll be able to take on 10 opponents at once. When Jiang Pingji heard this, she stopped in her tracks and turned her head to look at Feng Zhen. Don't you know that Yang Jian is being ostracized? Feng Zhen smiled. Becoming enemies is not becoming friends. Outsiders can't find fault with it. Jiang Pingji had some suspicions. Could it be that Feng Zhen had purposely asked Li Yun to scam him? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they had a conflict with Yang Jian's people? Feng Zhen understood Jiang Pingji's expression and said righteously, "My lord, there are very few people in this world who are as open and aboveboard as I am. Why would I deliberately set up a trap to frame others? Even if I had such intentions, I wouldn't have chosen Han Mei. That brat lacked a heart and wasn't suited for this kind of heart-wrenching work. This time it was truly a coincidence. If my lord doesn't believe me, I have nothing to say." Who would believe it? Jiang Pingji whispered to him. I can't believe everything you say, but I can't ignore it either. Tell me, what are you planning? Feng Zhen shamelessly agreed, not feeling the slightest bit ashamed. My lord is participating in the alliance meeting for business and for talents. Business has yet to materialize, but talents should be put on the agenda. Jiang Pingji said, Then tell me, who have you taken a fancy to? Yang Jian has a centurion under his command. His appearance is a little ugly, a little unique, but his appearance isn't a problem. What's more important is that he's an excellent swimmer. I secretly watched him train his troops and discovered that he has a lot of ideas and is quick-witted. His training methods are different from ordinary people and can't be considered mainstream. Plus, his appearance isn't good, so he hasn't been put in an important position. Feng Zhen tucked his hands into his sleeves. He was so cold that he wanted to shiver, but he still held on. Seeing this, Jiang Pingji tossed her hot water bottle to him to warm his hands. You're a man, but you're even more delicate than a young lady. Feng Zhen said, More delicate than a young lady? That depends on who that young lady is. His lord was bold and unrestrained. Was there a man in this world who was more manly than her? After a while, Feng Zhen asked her hesitantly, Would my lord despise someone for being ugly? If she neglected a talent because of his appearance, Feng Zhen was worried that it would incur resentment. Hearing this, Jiang Pingji snorted. Have I ever despised you? Feng Zhen was speechless. Damn, he couldn't go on like this. I'm asking a serious question. If my lord doesn't despise that person's ugly appearance, I'll find him for you. Jiang Pingji also answered seriously, For your lord, those who have limbs, brains and can work are people. Can being good-looking be used to make a living? As for those who are good-looking but are as mentally retarded as 3-year-olds, they're not even worthy of being a pretty face. Speaking of good-looking, who can be more pleasing to the eye than Zixiao? If you think that person is useful, you can try to get in touch with him. But you have to consider Yang Jian's opinion, lest you become enemies. For her, appearance had never been a plus. Good-looking people were pleasing to the eye, but if they weren't practical, she would reject them. Beauties who couldn't work and weren't as beautiful as Wei Si were useless vases to her. They even took up space. With Jiang Pingji's affirmation, Feng Zhen calmed down and thought about how to abduct a talent. Jiang Pingji thought of a detail and asked Feng Zhen. Although troop training isn't a secret, not everyone can watch it. How did you sneak into Yang Jian's camp? If she couldn't sneak into Yang Jian's camp, how could she watch him train his troops? How could she discover talents? Feng Zhen casually said, "You know what it means to be a good friend." Jiang Pingji then remembered that Feng Zhen was also from Zhangzhou's Anshan County. Anshan County and Dongmen County bordered each other. Feng Zhen had no boundaries. Every day he was either drinking in the tavern, gambling in the casino, hugging the courtesans in the brothel, or fooling around with his friends. Therefore, Feng Zhen had a wide variety of friends. It wasn't strange that he had a member of the Jian tribe among them. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Feng Zhen wasn't ashamed of it. Instead, he felt proud. He had friends all over the world. Was he afraid? Jiang Pingji crossed her arms. That's a pity. Just now Huang Song brought Qingjing to visit. Qingjing and Feng Zhen were friends. They got to know each other through Wei Si. Although they hadn't met, they admired each other's talents and appreciated each other's talents. In more modern terms, they were pen pals. They hadn't met in person yet. Hearing Qingjing's name, Feng Zhen's expression changed slightly. He said, "He won't run away. There's no hurry to meet him." As they spoke, the two arrived at the drill ground. The edge of the drill ground was surrounded by 3 layers of people. Shouts and shouts could be heard from the crowd, their voices like thunder. "General, defeat him. General is mighty." Chapter 691. Jiang Pingji was about to squeeze in, but Feng Zhen was already one step ahead of her. He laboriously used his small body to clear a path. "My lord is different from others. How can you allow your precious body to clash with a commoner?" Although Feng Zhen was talkative, he took Yang Xi's words to heart. "What precious body? It's just a body made up of flesh and bones. Your lord isn't made of glass. It won't break so easily." Jiang Pingji understood his good intentions, but it was really unnecessary. She was willing to reveal her identity and gender, not to get special treatment. You and Jing Rong should also talk about it. There's no need to be so careful. It's uncomfortable. Just do as usual. Feng Zhen lowered his eyes and agreed, still using his body to shield her from the others. Only then did he have the extra energy to pay attention to the drill ground. There were 2 familiar faces on the drill ground, one was Li Yun, the other was Dian Yen. Jiang Pingji frowned. Why was Dian Yen here? Was this related to Dian Yen? Feng Zhen said, "My lord, you might not believe me when I say this, but they were the ones who tried to poach me first." Jiang Pingji was speechless. Feng Zhen explained the whole story. Dian Yen was a good student who was eager to learn. Ever since he joined Jiang Pingji's loving group, he felt the disparity between him and the others. From martial arts to knowledge, he seemed to be seriously biased towards other subjects. On one hand, he studied humbly, and on the other hand, he did not neglect his martial arts. According to his usual practice, he should have practiced martial arts for 2 hours. However, the drill ground had not been cleaned up yet, so he found a secluded place to practice martial arts. He did not expect to be seen by outsiders. That person was one of Yang Jian's subordinates, and he valued talents as much as his life. He felt that Dian Yen was tall and valiant, and seeing that he was wearing a shabby hemp garment with patches on it, he thought that he was a useless soldier. Naturally, he had the idea of recruiting him. Yang Jian's troops were good at fighting on the water. They weren't bad at fighting on land, but that was still their weakness. If Dian Yen joined, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. He had just expressed his intentions when Li Yun, the honest child, came. When that person saw Li Yun's face, it was as if he had suffered a great shock. Without saying anything further, he started to fight. Cat pancakes? Li Yun knew the severity of the situation. This was where the Alliance army was stationed. If he killed anyone, it might cause trouble for his lord. Angel Han Mei's marksmanship was outstanding. Even Jiang Pingji had to take him seriously. Even if he only defended and did not attack, he could still firmly suppress his opponent. The two of them had different mentalities. Li Yun was as calm as water, without any ripples, while his opponent became more anxious and irritable, full of openings. Li Yun found an opportunity and knocked his opponent's weapon away. He pierced the man's armpit with his long spear and tied his hands behind his back. At that moment, the man's personal guards had also called for reinforcements. The one leading them was none other than the commandant of Dongmen Prefecture, Yang Jian. As soon as he saw Li Yun's face, even Yang Jian, who was already middle-aged, felt a moment of fear. He blurted, "What's your relationship with Xie Qian? Master's old enemy?" Li Yun's heart skipped a beat. He lowered his head and glanced at his opponent, who was unwilling to budge. He pressed the center of gravity of the spear in his hand down and firmly restrained his opponent. "Xie Qian is my master." Yang Jian was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His body was strong and well-built, and his facial features were well-defined. His eyes were clear and bright as if they were flowing with golden light. One look and you could tell that he was a righteous and awe-inspiring man. He was tall, and when he took a step, his stride was half the size of a normal person's. After listening to Li Yun's explanation, he asked, "You're not biological father and son?" Li Yun pursed his lips, his eyes fixed on Yang Jian. He had heard similar words from his lord's father, Lu Shi. Lu Shi had also said that he was Xie Qian's biological son. "Yun and my master are so similar?" Li Yun was curious. Yang Jian replied, "You and him are practically carved from the same mold. The resemblance is uncanny." It wasn't entirely accurate to say that they were identical. Xie Qian's appearance leaned towards being tough. Even though he was dressed in a scholarly robe, he still exuded the aura of a martial artist. Li Yun's appearance was more like a gentler version of Xie Qian. He was handsome without peer, gentle without losing his masculinity. It was more in line with the aesthetics of ordinary people. "You're familiar with my master?" Li Yun still didn't dare to let go of the man under his control. This fellow was still struggling on his deathbed. The eyes that looked at Li Yun were filled with malice. Li Yun had never met this person before, let alone become enemies. Hence, it was easy for him to guess who this resentment was directed at. "We could be considered friends in the past. We made friends through martial arts. No discord, no concord." Yang Jian laughed heartily, not minding Li Yun's impoliteness in the slightest. "We could be considered friends in the past?" In other words, they were now enemies and not friends? It was no wonder that Yang Jian's subordinates drew their weapons and started fighting the moment they saw him. If it wasn't for Li Yun's solid martial arts skills, he might have been severely injured in a single exchange. Yang Jian asked, "How are your parents? You're so young. Are they at ease letting you roam the world?" He couldn't detect any malice. This confused Li Yun. Did Yang Jian think that his parents were his master and his wife? Li Yun replied, "My master is already traveling around Zhongzhou. He said that he had important matters to attend to. His wife passed away during childbirth. She's no longer around." When Yang Jian heard this, his expression turned fearful. A man of steel like him actually revealed the melancholy of a young man. "She's already passed away?" Yang Jian sighed. His expression returned to normal. "Right, I haven't asked for your name. What is it?" "This junior's surname is Li. My given name is Yun. My courtesy name is Han Mei." Yang Jian didn't have any malice. Li Yun also gave him face and didn't embarrass him. "Li Yun?" Yang Jian was surprised. The surname wasn't right. Xie Qian's son didn't have the surname Xie. His gaze fell on the subordinate who was subdued by Li Yun. He felt rather embarrassed. It was one thing to fall in love with a goddess but lose to Xie Qian. But at such an advanced age he still couldn't beat his son. How embarrassing. "This person, he's your subordinate?" Li Yun pursed his lips, indicating for Yang Jian to look at the person he had subdued. Yang Jian's face turned red. Coupled with his beautiful beard, if the audience in the streaming room saw him, they might think that he was cosplaying as Second Master Guan. "My subordinate has offended you. I apologize on his behalf." When he finished speaking, Yang Jian actually bowed with his hands clasped in front. His attitude was very sincere. Li Yun couldn't care less about the silver spear in his hand. He hurriedly let go and went forward to help the person up. Now that the person was free, he immediately jumped up and wanted to sneak an attack from behind. However, he forgot that Dian Yen was watching him from the side. Dian Yen raised his leg and kicked the person's manhood. The person fell forward and fell flat on his face. "Bah! What kind of hero is he to stab someone in the back?" Dian Yan's voice was loud and he didn't bother to lower his voice. Yang Jian and the others who heard him blushed and felt even more guilty. Li Yun's expression was displeased. He asked Yang Jian, "Do you know why this person kept sneaking up on me?" Yang Jian's face turned even redder. He was ashamed and embarrassed. He was a little embarrassed and embarrassed. He lowered his voice and explained, "He admired your mother's talent and fell in love with her at first sight. He didn't expect that your mother and father had already been married for a few months and that she was pregnant. Of course he couldn't express his love rashly. In the end his courtship failed and he was beaten up by your father. He didn't get what he wanted and was beaten up. It hurt his pride. After so many years he still can't get over it. His shattered little heart couldn't be glued back together. Chapter 692. Was he a love rival who had been beaten by master? Even so, this person wouldn't want to kill him the moment he saw him, right? Jiang Pingji could not understand it either. It was a godly theory. There are so many idiots in this world who have been rejected by the fair, rich, and beautiful girls. It can't be that every single one of them wants to kill the son of a tall, rich, and handsome man, right? Little angel Li Yun was innocent. The storyteller, Feng Zhen, looked at his master resentfully. Don't speak bird language that normal mortals can't understand. Jiang Pingji coughed softly and said, if that's the case there won't be a need to fight, right? Feng Zhen continued, that is indeed the case. However, there were other arguments after that. That person actually started a rumor and slandered Han Mei's mother and father. Han Mei couldn't take it anymore and beat him up. Even though he was injured, he was still stubborn and didn't hold back his words. Han Mei was furious and wanted to make a move. Yang Jian had many people on his side. How could he just sit back and watch? He opened the gates. Slander? What kind of slander could make Li Yun, who had always been calm, lose his rationality and hurt someone? Feng Zhen said, that person spread the rumor that Xie Qian was not a man. He actually pushed his wife to another man for the benefit of his family. Jiang Pingji asked, what's going on? Back then Lu Shi had told her the story of Xie Qian and Wang Huiyun. The husband and wife were a talented man and a beautiful woman. They were a match made in heaven. In layman's terms, this couple's public display of affection was so deranged that it made people want to raise a torch and burn them to ashes. Such a loving couple, how could there be a melodramatic plot where the man pushed the woman to another man? Moreover, Lu Shi had also said that Wang Huiyun had been replaced by someone else after giving birth to Li Yun. In other words, the Wang Huiyun after Li Yun's birth was just an impostor. Feng Zhen sighed, using words to reconstruct the scene. Yang Jian had originally wanted to be the peacemaker and cover up this incident. Little did he know that Xie Qian's wife's admirer wouldn't let it go. He had been taught a lesson by Li Yun, and his mouth was still stiff. He said unwillingly, where is that coward Xie Qian? Li Yun was deeply in love with his master, Xie Qianru. Others could slander Li Yun but they could never slander Xie Qianru. Say that again? Be careful or I'll cut off your tongue. My master is a dignified man with an indomitable spirit. How could he be a coward? The other party mocked, how are you not a coward? Yang Jian's eyebrows twitched. He hurriedly ordered the retainers behind him to retreat 20 paces. If Xie Qian wasn't a coward, why would he sell his wife for wealth? Li Yun's eyes widened in anger as he clenched the silver spear in his hand. Due to excessive force, his knuckles turned from white to blue. My master loved his wife deeply. Ever since she died in childbirth, he has never remarried. Not only that, they have to offer them fragrant fruits every day, and they have to abstain from eating for 3 days before and after the Memorial Day. The two of them are deeply in love with each other and can be regarded as role models. You despicable person, don't slander their innocence. Li Yun had an expression that said, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll stab you to death with my spear. The other party didn't back down and continued to mock him. Deep love? Died from dystocia? What a joke. More than 10 years ago I met her by chance. She was alive and well. She told me that it was Xie Qian who had sold his wife for glory and forced her to give herself to another man. How could he do such an animal thing? You call him a man? Tell me where is Xie Qian? Ask him to come out and confront me. Li Yun was stunned. The other party spoke with such conviction that it didn't seem like he was lying. However, he still defended his master. The little princess liked to defend him without thinking. If you don't like it, then fight. Ridiculous, my master is from the Xie family of Jiangning. Why would he need to sell his wife for glory? He didn't know Xie Qian's background. After all, his master didn't tell him about such a noble background. However, when they were in Xiangyang district, Lu Shi had mentioned it before, and Li Yun had always remembered it. The other party couldn't help but choke on his words. He almost couldn't respond. After a while he said, so what if he's from the Xie family of Jiangning? Wouldn't the Xie family of Jiangning be scum who would sell his wife for glory? Yang Jian couldn't help but facepalm. Of course, the Xie family of Jiangning wouldn't be scum who would sell his wife for glory. In layman's terms, They were the second most powerful of the four noble families in Dongqing. Most of their clansmen were versed in both literature and martial arts. Xie Qian was the young leader of his generation. His status was high and he even dared to look down on the emperor. Whether it was the emperor or Prince Changshu, who could make Xie Qian abandon his beloved wife and his dignity as a man to push his wife to another man. Moreover, when his subordinate met Wang Huiyun, news of Xie Qian's death had already been heard for 3 to 4 years. There was something fishy about this. Yang Jian had admonished this subordinate more than once, but this person just wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. When his stubbornness flared up, he couldn't be stopped. You're simply being unreasonable. If you slander my master again, I'll make sure your blood splatters 3 feet high. Li Yun was so angry that his cheeks turned red. His eyes were bloodshot, and his anger level was about to explode. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Even if Xie Qian came, I'd spit on him to death, let alone a young brat like you. Thus, this foul-mouthed person was taught a lesson by Li Yun. He pierced his left arm with a spear, creating a bloody hole. He wasn't crippled, but now that the alliance meeting was imminent, where would he find the time to let him recuperate? Li Yun's actions had indirectly caused the death of one of Yang Jian's generals. Yang Jian didn't say anything, but his subordinates weren't willing. Even if they weren't willing, Dian Yan wouldn't let Li Yun suffer. Thus, as the commotion continued, the commotion reached the drill ground. Honest and loyal Yi Buxiu, hey, it's a one-on-one match between father and son. Whoever loses will call him father. Eloquent Zhou Zikai, streamer, do you want to give it a try? You can have 8 or 10 sons for free. Jiang Pingji rarely challenged one person to a one-on-one match. Usually, it was a group of people attacking her while she challenged a group of people. Seeing the audience in the streaming room egging her to challenge someone, she couldn't help but laugh. Streamer V, a match between father and son? If I had such a weak son, I'd be the first to kill my son's father. It'd be a waste of my genes. As soon as she posted the bullet screen, countless people followed suit. Dongguan Chao Daopao, this is the highest level of disdain I've ever heard. In the future, if anyone wants to dump the current one, just tell them directly, I don't despise you for having little money, no house, no job, no savings. It's just that your genes are weak. I'm afraid it'll affect the quality of my offspring. The streamer's words are still so vicious and unkind, but I like this type. Beautiful goddess. Hee, can I ask the streamer for one of your eggs to modify my offspring? I promise I'll only do it and not touch it. Lazy Catling, sure, if you're not afraid that the streamer's knee will break your pelvic bone, just ask. Luo Peanut Candy, haha, it's not just a pelvic bone, it's obviously a knee that breaks from the pelvic bone to the skull. It had to be said that Jiang Pingji's words were unkind. Her frequent audience members were also sharp-tongued. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. When the streaming room was big, there were all kinds of scum. Jiang Pingji never read those dirty words. Occasionally there were some discordant comments, but they were instantly drowned by the idle audience's bullet screen. Chapter 693. Zuo Shachang Mo Xiao, who's the one fighting with little angel Hanmei? He's so ugly it's a disgrace to the city. Chui Yu Buxiu, how is it a disgrace to the city? It's obviously a handsome, mature uncle. Look at that muscular body, that beautiful complexion, even the movement of his Adam's apple is so sexy. Those who say he's an eyesore and a disgrace to the city, tell me your house address and I'll send you a razor blade. Those who dared to go topless in the middle of winter were all real men. Jiang Pingji similarly shifted her gaze to Li Yun's opponent. Feng Zhen, who was beside her, said, That's Yang Jian. That's Yang Jian. I heard others call him the handsome bearded duke, praising his beard for being long and beautiful. I can't tell how he's beautiful. She couldn't understand such aesthetics. To her, a beard was similar to armpit hair, belonging to the category of well-developed and luxuriant body hair. Feng Zhen didn't know what she was thinking. He said, What people say is true. Yang Jian's side wasn't willing to bully others by taking turns, so they simply let Dian Yan and Li Yun take turns. In the end, they were slapped in the face one after another. Not only did Dian Yan have a rough face, but he was also tall and had extraordinary strength. He used brute force to break through technique, causing Yang Jian's side to suffer a lot. However, Dian Yan's flaws were also very obvious. His posture wasn't flexible enough, his moves were too crude, and his movements were wide open. There were many flaws. When encountering an experienced veteran, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. Li Yun was different. Xie Qian taught him step by step and he was extremely talented and hardworking. For more than 20 years he trained hard day and night and finally mastered exquisite spear techniques. His martial arts skills far surpassed those of others. If not for his lack of age and experience, it would be difficult for anyone present to make him suffer. He and Dian Yin joined forces and caused Yang Jian's side to lose a lot of face. Yang Jian originally wanted to watch from the sidelines and let them resolve their grievances, but he couldn't sit still. He had to personally take action to regain some face. Otherwise, if word got out that Yang Jian's subordinates were all weaklings who had been defeated by two young men, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. The morale of his troops would be even lower. It was the middle of winter, but Yang Jian didn't feel the cold at all. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong and muscular upper body. His chest and back were full of intersecting old wounds, some of which were fatal. Just by looking at them, one could imagine a near-death experience. Commandant Yang, sorry for the offense. Li Yun cupped his fists in a salute and kept his distracting thoughts to focus on dealing with the situation. He did not even notice that his lord was surrounded by the crowd. Yang Jian appeared to be very calm, without a trace of aggression. However, Li Yun did not dare to let his guard down. I admire young people like you the most. You have the guts to charge in and take risks. That's good. You don't have to worry about my age, just do your best. You said that your spear techniques were taught by your master. Then let me see how much of Xie Qian's abilities you have learned. This isn't a life and death situation. Don't overdo it. Li Yun used his spear while Yang Jian used his broadsword. This saber was specially made. The body of the saber was wide and long. The edge of the saber was incomparably sharp and flashed with a cold white light. As the saying goes, the longer one is, the stronger one is. In terms of weapons alone, Li Yun had a definite advantage. However, the moment they clashed, Jiang Pingji could already see the outcome. She clicked her tongue and said, Han Mei has met his match this time. Feng Zhen asked her, my lord means that Han Mei will lose? Not only will he lose, but he'll lose terribly. Jiang Pingji said, the difference between the two isn't just in experience. Han Mei's rhythm has been led by Yang Jian, leading the world into a trap. Yang Jian is a generation older than Han Mei, but his body is still in peak condition. Han Mei's spear techniques are good, his angles are tricky and nimble, and his strength is strong enough to split the skin between his thumb and forefinger. However, in Yang Jian's eyes, he's too flashy and lacks momentum. Feng Zhen's level of swordsmanship was still at the level of a small public square dance class. How could he see anything? He only felt that Li Yun's speed was faster than Yang Jian's, and his weapon was longer, so he definitely had an advantage. Jiang Pingji read his expression and asked him, do you really think Yang Jian's speed is slow? Just as she finished speaking, Yang Jian, who seemed to be suppressed, suddenly made a counterattack. Not only did he avoid Li Yun's spear, but he also used the handle of his saber to hit Li Yun's wrist, causing the spear to fall out of his hand. At the same time, he used the back of his saber to press against Li Yun's neck. His lightning-fast speed and terrifying strength could be retracted and released at will, stopping at will. It made one's emotions fluctuate violently. No matter how fast you are, if you can't subdue or kill your enemy, it's just a flashy performance. Yang Jian seemed to be suppressed, but he was actually looking for Han Mei's weakness. He doesn't need to be fast, he just needs to ensure that he kills Han Mei faster than Han Mei can dodge and he'll win. On the other end, Li Yun was also frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Even though Yang Jian didn't use any killing intent, Li Yun felt as if the King of Hell's judgment pen had swept across his throat. If Yang Jian wanted to, Li Yun's head would fall to the ground and he would lose his life on the spot. Thank you for your guidance, County Military Chief Yang. Yang Jian put away his saber and returned it to its sheath. He said gently, it's not a bad thing to be young and full of vigor. Hard work is the right path. I can beat you because I'm bullying you. I've eaten more than you by more than 10 years. In short, your martial arts skills are much better than my useless son's. He's still useless, but you're already a valiant general. I'm so envious that Xie Qian's son is so promising. I really can't compare. The fight just now was more like a lesson than a one-on-one fight. Li Yun was the one being taught a lesson. Li Yun was ashamed. After calming down, he realized that he and Dian Yin had indeed gone overboard by humiliating the other party. Personal grudges should not be dragged into official matters and affect the relationship between the two powers. Han Mei. As he was thinking, a familiar voice called out from the crowd. His scalp went numb and he looked over in disbelief. Greetings, my lord. He and Dian Yin immediately bowed, their hearts filled with guilt. Who called the Lord here? Rise. As she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to the bearded Duke, Yang Jian. I am the district magistrate of Xiangyang District. Greetings, County Military Chief Yang. Feng Zhen secretly moved closer to Li Yun and Yan Yan, smiling maliciously. I was afraid that you'd be at a disadvantage, so I called the Lord here. Li Yun and Yan Yan threw him a look that said, You brat, you're trying to get me killed. If the Lord knew that they had a private fight with Yang Jian's subordinates and almost ruined the relationship between them, she'd definitely settle the score later. Yang Jian looked at Jiang Pingji and said, So you're Lu Zhongqing's son. You're indeed a young and talented man with good looks. As he finished speaking, he patted Jiang Pingji's shoulder 3 times with his large, fan-like palm. It was originally a test, but the strength of the first pat was restrained. Jiang Pingji's expression did not change. Yang Jian's heart skipped a beat. The strength of the second and third pat was suddenly increased. If it were an ordinary person, their arm would be dislocated, let alone stand steadily. However, Jiang Pingji's expression was the same as usual. Her small face smiled shyly. One look and it was obvious that she was well behaved. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.